Oh my goodness, the Batman.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh! Came into the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god. Not like this. Oh my god. Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that's the knife and then doesn't go.
Three teams. New Dawn, Sicario, and Aspect have made it to the grand finals day. And we're here ready to witness one of those three teams crown champions. Welcome back to Super Finals Sunday. This is the first season of the NA Pinnacle tournament, and today we're going to crown the first season's champions. My name is Cracked Wisdom here on the Hunt Premier channel, partners up with Battlestate Games as always, and grateful to introduce back the mustache to help me out carrying out the finals entertainment and endeavors is Mr. Hot Sauce himself. How are you doing? Great to have you back on the desk. I'm trying to retain the energy to begin with for today because everything has been cinema from start to finish for the 3 days that have led up to the finals. So talk to me, Hot. It's good to be back, right?
Oh, just ecstatic to be back. And honestly, like you had mentioned, the first week went phenomenal yesterday. The action was packed as well. And we have a ton of phenomenal action for you all here today. But before we get into all of that, I know that Aorus and AMD Radeon have prepared a special video for us. So let's take a quick look at that, and then we'll dive into the action.
And so, if you want your chance to be able to transform and take down those Sentinels like we saw on screen, thanks to that beautiful piece of tech there delivered, thanks to the partnership from Aorus x AMD Radeon, we have got a little something to give away. We've got an active live giveaway that is going on right now, started yesterday, going on all the way throughout this next 29, 28 or so days now, for you to get your chance to get your hands on one of the beautiful graphics cards that they have released onto the market very recently. This lovely Radeon RX 9070 graphics card with the WindForce cooling system, one of the best bit memory interfaces out there on the market. This thing is smashing all the spec charts when it comes to the reviews, and it makes your PC screen look just that bit more delightful whilst enjoying the pixels on screen. If you want to get your hands on the chance to get involved in that giveaway, there's a link in the chat. An exclamation mark Aorus will get you there. There's multiple tickets to be had daily, so if you want to get your chances increased on being the person that takes home this amazing graphics card, then make sure you check in daily. Not just so that you've been here for all of the action for the tournament, but also so that you can make sure that you might beat somebody else to the line when it comes to grabbing that amazing prize. Alongside of that, there is an Unheard edition, a standard edition, and an Escape from Tarkov Arena key going alongside that giveaway. And as you can see that beautifully displayed on screen, thanks to the graphics work from the background production team, that's what you're getting your hands on, folks. The Radeon RX 9070 XT Gaming OC16G graphics card. You see it displayed there out of the box. I've got the box in my hands, but you could be that one lucky person that's installing that unit into your setup. Looking forward to seeing who we will crown that winner in the future. That winner will be announced on the finals day for the HPL EU coming up in the very near future. So keep your eyes and your ears out. Remember, folks, said about 28 days left on that giveaway, so if any of you are good at your quick math, your Big Shack vibes, then you'll realize that HPL EU isn't that far away either, bearing in mind that is going to be announced on finals day. So, folks, a massive thank you and shout out again to ARS X AMD Radeon for their support in helping us be able to bring you guys the first season of the NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. Now, with that amazing input from the sponsor, the partnership between Hunt and Battle State Games, we've got to talk about what we are all here for. Not just to thank for great support, but also to support great players. And speaking of great players, I believe, Hort, for the first time in a long while, that we are going into finals day with it being anybody's game. There is an argument for all three teams walking home with the trophy today. You have got the old guard, the unstoppable, the dominant Sicario that had seen a little bit shaky recently. But McShaky, as you like to see in a good old wildin' out, if you've watched the episodes once in a while, it only happens the one time before you're shipped out of the stage. So they've made a comeback. The shaky didn't last for long, and they have started to find what made them strong again. Aspect, again, another team that's hit that sort of second to third. They're very stable in the top of the titles and the rankings, but they've not quite grabbed that first place spot consistently over Sicario. Maybe today's their day. And of course, I mean, I think it's the crowd favorite at the moment, but the rising star, the new dawn. Is it a new dawn for a new champion?
You know, I honestly, I've been excited for this final day for that reason. We saw New Dawn put Sicario into the lower bracket initially, and we've really never seen Sicario down there. It's almost a flashback from the EU scene where Sicario was dominant for so long. And now we saw, Sicario lose a map to Redacted Society a while ago, but they went on to win that. Well, they recently lost to Aspect, and Aspect now finds themselves already sitting in that final seat there waiting to see who they get to play. So it's been an interesting mix-up of things, and you're right, it really could go any way, but Sicario is going to be seeking some revenge here today against New Dawn. So we'll get a good opportunity to see, was it a fluke, was it a one-time thing, or is this New Dawn now a new day for them? And well, we'll see what happens here. Again, a best of 5, so the potential for 10 maps here today.
Absolutely. We get to take a quick look at the schedule. 2 series, like Hort has just so rightly said, for the folks at home to be able to feast their eyes over and for us to be able to yell about. A best of 5 New Dawn taking on Sicario to see if they can repeat the previous history from last weekend. They're going to have to put Sicario down twice if they want a shot at the title. And once they've done so, they then have to look forward towards Aspect, who have done the best job of all 3 teams turning up today of being able to earn themselves a spot in that grand final already that will take place a little bit later on towards about 7 o'clock British Standard Time, give or take the first map beforehand. But as I'm going to say, and as it's been all tournament, it's been cinema, and these rounds and games have not gone as we expected to. So, although we've planned a nice 3-hour gap to get the 5 games in here, I wouldn't be surprised if timings might go out the window at some point today.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen. We have that potential for a 3-0 sweep. We could go all 5 and maybe, see some iceberg at some point here today as we get ready to take a look at the map selections here as well. And, obviously now with these new maps coming into play, being a best of 5, we talked about that potential for iceberg, but going to be starting out on Fort here today. So I think Fort has been a very common map throughout the NA Pinnacle #1. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here a little bit, though. So Fort is that first map. I may have leaked it a little bit, but we will take a quick look at the head-to-head here in New Dawn. I was speaking with Slaughter over the last couple of days. He's been popping in and out. I've been talking to him. He's been very, very excited about this. So Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Pug, not Mr. Kevin, Nuclear, the SKS for New Dawn as well. I mean, things have really been popping off for them. I'm kind of a little surprised to see him down here in the lower bracket, but we talked about it. They beat Sicario once. Can they do it again?
Absolutely. I mean, Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Pug, not Mr. Kevin, Nuclear, going up against the legendary Sicario lineup that has seen themselves go through an evolution process this tournament. I understand why you're so keen to look at the maps because I also find that's going to be a large factor for this first head-to-head. But Barbaric, Cruising, Strict, Sleek, Watchful, the team for Sicario are going to have to step up their gameplay regardless of the turf and territory if they're going to be able to take back some revenge from New Dawn that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place. Let's have a quick nosy at those map picks and bans because I know for me, I'm very curious to see ball be played again from Sicario. That's my personal weakest form for them. I feel like it's where they look the shakiest. So that being the last of the 4 maps that were initially selected before the decider falls in Iceberg. Poor unloved lost Iceberg, man. That's a single prayer in the chat for Iceberg, honestly. But yep, you're right. Fort first, ball last. Talk to me about the sandwich filler. What have we got in the middle?
I mean, Skybridge and Bay 5, you know, it's weird hearing myself say that I have all this love for Skybridge when I flash back to when I first started and I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but excited to see what both of these teams have for Skybridge. I mean, it's a map that has, you know, subtly changed over the last few months. And then, of course, Bay 5, a map that I feel like Sicario has been very strong on for quite some time. But we talk about it. These maps like Skybridge, Bay 5 Bowl, they've been out since the inception. And I mean, all of these teams should be very, very comfortable on these maps. It's about who's coming with that better game plan and who's looking to execute it flawlessly here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to speak some strength towards the form of Aspect when it comes to how they've played on Skybridge as well. Yesterday, it looked like they had New Dawn's number on that map, and that was something that does find me very surprised to see New Dawn electing to go to Skybridge as their first map selection down the best of 5. For me, personal thoughts on the whole track record, we go Fort, Skybridge, Bay 5, Ball, Iceberg, in which favors which team. I think New Dawn need to put the foot down off the gas early. I think they need to steal a very surprising Fort map off Sicario and then roll out on their map on Skybridge with a 2-0 lead. I'd love to see New Dawn take it into Bay 5, threatening match point already to really put Sicario on the back foot. Do I believe that's reality in the case and scenario of what we're going to see today? Absolutely not. I'm going to call myself an absolute filthy liar and a disrespectful fraud because I am a Sicario homeboy, if you want to call it, however you wish to put it, all right? This is not bias or favoritism, but in this matchup, with the way that they have played yesterday, I believe Sicario is going to return to the form we expect from them on finals day, and I think they're going to clean New Dawn up very, very quickly and convincingly with intent to go at Aspect as hard as they can with the idea that the final is going to be a slog. We talk about the endurance factor. This first best of 5, one of these two teams has to play 2 best of 5s today. You don't want to be playing 5 matches in the first one. You want to be getting out in 3 if possible. Maybe squeak a 4, okay, fair play. But I'm looking for one of these two teams here to really impress us match 1 so that we can see a real threat to Aspect. Because right now, honestly, my heart says Aspect are in the best seats in the front row to walk up to claim the Golden Throne.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're already in the final, right? And you mentioned, you know, if you have to play 5 games here, we've seen it. It's affected teams in the ACS. And so we've seen this before. It's tough to play 5 games and then go on and maybe potentially play 5 more, but a minimum of 3. But you know, we flash back to that first best of 3 between New Dawn and Sicario. It was a 9-3 on Skybridge that New Dawn beat Sicario. It wasn't just, you know, a close match. It was a beating that New Dawn put onto them. Sicario was able to bounce back in Bay 5 where they won 9-4. So, you know, we saw that back and forth between these two teams. And then on bowl, 13-10, I think it was, in overtime. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get something similar unless Sicario, like you mentioned, can come out swinging right away. But we don't have to wait for that time to tell because we're ready to get right on into it. Sicario, New Dawn, this time on Fort.
Yeah, the first couple of maps, definitely the best of 5 series, are going to be more contested down to the textbook. How well prepared are both of these teams going into this, and how deep is the textbook for each of the 2 maps, 3 maps, but maybe prepared forwards in towards then the further down the best of three you get, it comes more down to natural gameplay, game sense, gun skill, ability to outmaneuver the 3D chess match in the moment. Deep defensive positions from New Dawn in the first round hold themselves extremely safe off of this A site, but with 4 members in close proximity, should the attack explode onto site. Sicario seeming very, very smart and aware of this slower playstyle and not going to over-aggress and overextend and give lives early. They're also going to keep the 5 stack in a good line of scrimmage and slowly make their way towards site. With Strix planting, Sleek covers, smoke out towards Big Box, Sicario get the device down, and it's on New Dawn to retake.
Not a single player is down. I mean, only Watchful has taken just a little bit of damage here, so ironically, a little bit of a slow start to the round, but now with just 35 seconds on the clock, New Dawn has to make something happen. They continue to exchange through the smoke. One pressuring forward, but Cruising able to find the first one on the guy, but it's Kevin and Slaughter. They combine for 2. Watchful, Pug, Strix, everybody getting a piece of the pie, and now Nuclear, the last member standing. This SKS has been deadly in the hands of Nuclear, but he's got to get through too, and Strix has his card. Sicario gets the first round.
Wow, crazy. Both teams take the 5 cards given and dealt to them and slap them down on the table. It's both 2 pairs with ace high. It's an evenly matched set, and they throw the dice. This time around, Sicario knocks the double 6s. New Dawn see that second 6 just slide to a 5, and when it comes down to the heads-up gameplay, Sicario come out with 2 guns up on top. The other thing I'd like to press is it's okay playing retake gameplay, but if Sicario get the bomb down, then it's 5v5 on retake. You've also got to remember that New Dawn has an extra task to have to deal with, and that's getting defusal time included in that retake. So a great first round from both teams. Sicario just coming out slightly on top.
Right back toward the A side again. They've got Barbaric lurking here toward that spawn in case a flank would come in this time, but not going to be here just yet. 4 pressing toward the A side. A ton of utility early again, and still a minute 30 on the clock. So Sicario can allow some of this to wear out if they choose to do so. Not Mr. Kevin finding an early pick. Sleek not able to connect here.
Yeah, realizing that a little bit more proactivity and sort of preemptive gameplay from New Dawn might be a little bit better to stop some of this pressure coming on site. I mean, it's very rare we see a bomb getting planted with nobody dead on either side, but more particularly the attacking side. You normally have to trade numbers for space. Hold up a second, Pug on the tight angle is going to win a good set of shots into mid control for Barb going down.
Time ticking away again here. But this time, New Dawn, they've only got to get through 3 instead of 5. You talked about it, though. You want to give yourself 6 or 7 seconds to find the defusal. It's going to get tougher, though, as Cruising able to find the pick on Slaughter. Sleek, cool, calm, and collected. Picks up one more. Nuclear does find a headshot on the Cruising, but again, time slowly dwindling away. Strix does have to back off a bit. Shots to the smoke. Doesn't find a home just yet, and now Sleek in behind. Uh-oh, he's caught in reload here. He's still dancing around, but Aiden and Nuclear combined for 2, and they've got plenty of time here. New Dawn finds a good, relatively quick answer back here.
Plenty of time to defuse, but we are still cutting it a little bit close on the timer with 5 seconds left on the clock. It's a good round from New Dawn to stabilize, and we speak a lot of the time, Hort, about keeping your enemy at arm's length. You want to make sure that that gap between the differential and the overall score doesn't stretch to more than 2 or 3, so you can keep yourself within reaching distance. Good to see New Dawn putting one on the scoreboard out of the gate as well. Nerves starting to settle. We get past round 2, round 3, round 4, we're going to start to see which of the teams is really going to start to create some momentum. I'm expecting this big slam towards the A site again from Sicario. The counter read from New Dawn, expecting they might change it up, is going to fall for one member feeling a little bit risky here, and that's going to be Slaughter.
Nuclear will come in to provide some assistance here, but again, Sicario really hasn't had much trouble kind of taking control of this A site. They've done a great job of smoking off the site, pressuring on, and they sit and plant in different spots here, so they're not getting spammed through the smoke. Strix finds this one with ease. Again, Cruising only taking a little bit of damage, so for New Dawn, they find themselves in another 5v5 retake with only 40 seconds to work with.
And you can see Slaughter tucking on the far side of Garden there to try and play one of these post-plant grenades or a counter-plant grenade, but it's gone off twice now and it's not found its home, so timing on that looking to be late now. Good shots from Watchful as he holds off towards Big Box, takes out Nuclear. Barb finds Pug. Watchful with good shots again, doesn't manage to claim his second. Guy's going to be able to win that one out. Device planted on site as Sleek picks up Guy. Shots from Sleek. The second is going to take out Kevin, and Slaughter last left alive.
He's able to find one. Sleek in that prone position will go down, but he's got to get through 3 more. With only 10 seconds on the clock, it doesn't seem feasible. Barb will be credited with a final kill here. It's a nice headshot to the dome of Slaughter. And with that, Sicario will inch back into the lead here. Barb 3-1 up on top already. So we'll see if Sicario can now begin to extend that lead a little bit, or if New Dawn can at least consistently keep it close here.
I was having a conversation with a couple of different players from yesterday after the performances. Some good words from Tizzy, strong words, good gameplay. Very, very happy with the performance yesterday. Similar from that, out of Watchful, had a little conversation about getting the head in the right place, just being caught on off timings and finding some rhythm. So Sicario looking to do the same as they did yesterday. Get that rhythm out the opener. Barb caught jumping, hop, step, and a fall into the coffins. What he's finding inside a bedroom. Watchful is going to claim prize of revenge. Cruising picks up Pug in the meanwhile.
Just continue to ring out, and Nuclear on the peak finds Cruz, and this SKS has been just that. Nuclear in their hands. He finds 2. Slaughter now the drop down, able to get the second one as well, and New Dawn does answer back here in round 4.
A little bit of confidence out of the big fragger in Nuclear, and some strength from Slaughter, and the captain to back him up is going to see them over the line. And this one is a good round, actually. Back-to-back doubles for both players. Confidence and good teamwork after what looked like it was a Sicario strong round. Good numbers on site. Bomb access to B, made it there, but not quite able to close out the final third.
Well, so far, Sicario has been able to grab that lead each time. It has been New Dawn that has been the team that's been answering back here to tie it up. So still searching for their first lead on Fort. We will see Sicario begin to switch up the strategies a little bit, but it looks like New Dawn has read this play. On the minimap, we see a quick rotation already coming into play, and Pug finds the first.
Sicario are going to know that this is open without respecting it, meaning they're going to have to push their tempo really quickly. They're going to go quick and fast. Strix does not manage to keep eyes on Guy Aiden inside a con. He's good setup for the second through the smoke. Shots inside a mini do go the way of Barb as Nuclear goes down now. Guy versus Barb is going in the way of Sicario. Kevin finds Watchful. Barb last left alive, but the bomb's down in a terrible place for the attacking side.
Barb will try to scoop it up quickly here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get his hands on it. Not Mr. Kevin lurking here. Finds the pick, and just like that, New Dawn up on top by 1 round here. Only a couple rounds left here before we get through this first half as well. And so New Dawn right where they want to be, but can they propel themselves a little bit further forward here?
Good to see everybody in the chat already giving shout-outs for the teams that they're looking to support. A lot of support in the chat for New Dawn throughout the tournament so far. And again, today already popping off. Loads of cries for some good rounds after that little clutch up from Nuclear and from Slaughter. Another good round to back it off as well. But Sicario still find themselves within 1. And on the attacking side, a good place to solidify themselves. The one thing from yesterday, Hort, is the attacking side was super strong. Slaughter slams himself a silly smashing double through the middle of K1 with backup from Nuclear. It's 3. Nuke gets caught, although he's trying to over-aggress after the first initial pick. This is back and forth chaos. Kevin for 1.
Unfortunately for Cruisin', this is going to be a very tough clutch, a 1v4. And New Dawn seems to have read the play. They are all posted up around the site here. Cruisin' jumping forward, though. Unfortunately, doesn't catch Mr. Kevin prone. It's another headshot. The shots have been great here from New Dawn. It seems like kind of maybe just getting a little warmed up in those first 2 rounds, but now they seem to have found their stride. Not Mr. Kevin, 6-2. Someone else, I think that was, who was that? Slaughter also has 6. We saw that nasty double there to open up the round. So New Dawn doing exactly what they need to do to get ahead of Sicario here, and now it's just about maintaining that pace and continuing to do what's been working for them.
It's the same said for Sicario. I would have expected a cruising from yesterday. Warmed up on the back end of yesterday's match to clean that 1v4 up. No problem with how he was playing. This is a different day, though, and those muscles feeling a little bit rusty. Needing to just loosen up a bit. There's cruising 4-1. Watchful for the second. Here comes the boom towards the A-side. Kevin playing off a headshot. Good anchor. Barb finds Pug.
Kevin is dangerously low, and Cruisin' will eventually put him down. Guy Aiden all alone now, this time on a 1v5 as the plant goes down, and Sicario, because we're not going to let this one get out of reach. They're going to try to keep it within striking distance, but Guy here at mid able to find Barb. He gets through 1. Can he find the other 4? No, Cruisin' says denied, and with that, Sicario will get within 1.
That's the cruising I remember from yesterday, and that's the cruising that people need to watch out for if they are going to think that Sicario is going to be an easy match for either of the teams that may have to face him today. Obviously, New Dawn, they don't have a choice. They're in it now. But Aspect might find themselves saved from having to go up against the cruising, because he is cruising to hand out bruisings, and he has been for the last 24 hours. It was disgusting to watch him yesterday clean up 1v3s multiple times. But today's a new day, as we've said. Keeping an eye on the utility is something that's been way favourable for the New Dawn side throughout the whole of the tournament. Early eyes on Slaughter with the grenade out towards the lobby.
Oh, Kevin through the smoke, almost finds one, but not able to capitalize. Sleek instead picks up a kill on the Nuclear, so the player advantage going in favor of Sicario and continues to grow. Cruising now on fire. Finding the headshot on the Slaughter, now in a 5v3. They haven't had the plant down yet, but again, it seems like they have so much more success over here at the A site.
Good discipline being played by Kevin on his angle, just trying to cut the space as small as he can so that he can try and isolate some 1v1 fights, but the aggressive push out over site and hold towards Big Box is covering him off and giving him a lot of trouble right now. A real hard time. It's Watchful here that's creeping up. He's actually looking to try and sneak and creep his way to claim the kill. He does not find the killing blow. Cruising takes that one from him. Pug, last left alive, is going to go down to the close. Sneaky angle from Sleek. Oh, hot. You've been inspiring the Sicario lineup, sir. There's a little bit of rats on top gameplay cooking right now.
Hey, we love to see it. Whatever works. It's all about getting that dub. And I mean, Sicario, they were down by 2 there potentially before halftime. They're able to wrangle it back to find themselves at a tied half here. I mean, we were taking a look at the previous games between these two teams. We had a feeling it was going to be close, and already I think we're experiencing some of that. But now that we've swapped sides, that infamous, let's check out these first 2 rounds of the second half is what I've got my eye on, and which team is going to be out, able to get back into this lead here first.
I'm a big believer in the only person, when you're struggling to find rhythm in a game, that is in your way is yourself. Your biggest enemy is you. It's all in the mind. You just have to believe that it's not a wall that you're stood in front of and that it has a doorway in the middle of it. There's going to be some pressure put down towards Nuclear as a grenade and some bullets don't take his life.
Shots will continue to ring out toward the A side here. Nuclear just trying to clear the angles again. Has been a menace on this SKS and looking to find some more as that smoke plumed out in the way at the moment. So buying some time. Watchful's going to find that first pick, and that should open things up a bit here for Sicario.
Predictable angles, though, as Pug looks to find the cross and the return back towards and across the courtyard of sight. One is taken out, but only one for now. Pug and Watchful both having a little bit of a dent into the health bar, but holding tight thus far. Jump across, a little bit of a tension drag. Kevin just waiting to see if Watchful takes the bait on the peak. It's good rotational positioning from Sicario. They're already here. This is really well held on both sides. Discipline from Sleek.
And Pug find this with a battle. Kevin finds one guy. Aiden posted up top here as well. And it's the great positioning from New Dawn that allows him to find those 2 picks in succession. Kevin will have all the intel he needs as Strix goes down to Pug. And now in a 1v4, the roles reversed yet again. Watchful's got to make the magic happen.
This would be a place to generate some real momentum if he's able to find 4 quick kills. Got the magazines to do it, but slightly low on the shots onto Pug's going to find him taking a headshot and going down. 3 members left alive from New Dawn, and they do take the first round of the second half, and their attacking side in their favor, 5-4.
Now it's going to be up to Sicario to reel it back yet again. I think if New Dawn can find a round win here, get that nice 2-point cushion and then build off the back of that, they very well could put Sicario in a tough position early in this best of 5, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sicario able to bounce back. I mean, it's kind of been the theme so far, not only throughout both weekends, but already here in this first game.
This is definitely a strong map for both teams. A lot of thought has been played in this tournament too, so there's a lot of information that's been gathered from last weekend by both teams that they will have put into play forward of this match. See both members very aware of where each other could be. Watchful for 1 Slaughter, then trades back out to take down Watchful before he can start going on a rampage of his own. A good shutdown out of Slaughter and the captain to stop Sicario suffocating this New Dawn attack.
Oof. And again, Nuclear, he finds the first. He's going to let more shots sing out toward Barb here, who's able to tuck into safety, doesn't take any damage here. Now the player advantage is in favor of New Dawn, and they've got two members here lurking, Guy Aiden, and who is this on the other side? I think that's Sleek about to go head to head. Sleek's going to win this one, and all of a sudden we're back to a 3v3.
Good disciplined escape from Tarkov Arena right now, and this is something that we'll probably talk about in between the rounds at more detail. But it's basic fundamentals. Simple, basic fundamentals. Don't overpeak, don't repeak on timing, don't over-aggress into an angle when you get an audio cue. Play your time, play your patience. That's the defensive side mentality, and it's one thing that I think a lot of teams sometimes forget is that you don't have to necessarily create an advantage. Let the attacking team force all the advantages. I mean, you say that, and then you give those kind of opportunities to a man like Nuclear. He's not going to say no to a couple of heads being knocked off. One down. Kevin takes Sleek. Bob is going to walk straight into the waiting horsehair of Nuclear, and that's going to be annihilation. Good night. New Dawn moved to 6.
Nuclear has been nasty with that SKS. I've seen so many clutch rounds, so many big plays, so many consistent multi-kills as well. And again, I think it's great that we see all these changes coming in from time to time. We see these metas shifting and changing a little bit, kind of keeping things fresh. And I think Nuclear has just been, done a great job of capitalizing on this. I thought I didn't get to catch many games yesterday, but I thought I heard someone at some point say Barb was on an SKS, and so I was hoping
Yes.
to see maybe something like that from Sicario, but that is not the case, at least here on Ford at the moment.
It's swings and roundabouts on that one. He did have a good performance on the SKS, but Bob also was slaying out on the SR3M2. I am starting to wonder, though, that when you kill Nuclear, if he drops Essence or Bird Eye, because he does seem to have a very keen shot. Watchful. Tux. Inside, outside, manages to dodge the bullets from Nuclear. Strix is going to pick up a one tap onto Guy Aiden that we heard in the background, like a bullet stop to the end of the sentence. Cruise in. He just chilling. Just holding those angles. So this is the not overpeaking I'm talking about, Hort. This is some real good discipline from Sicario, but it's not carrying them all the way over the line. It's helping diffuse and dissuade the attacking push from New Dawn, but it hasn't been clean enough to close them out. Now it's looking better. You see Sicario starting to realize time's moving away now, and as they retract from the sites, they retain this very strong hold. Look at the map pressure on the minimap, Hort. That is a 95% split of map control if I've ever seen it. I mean, you could draw a small blue circle around the bomb and Kevin, and that's all they've got right now.
Yeah, Sicario has read this perfectly, and they're just going to hold this rotation at mid. So that gives everybody posted up at A all the intel they need. Cheeky little nade coming out from Slaughter. We've seen some crazy bounce nades from Slaughter in that first weekend as well, but it's not going to come into play here. Cruising like a snake in the grass, finds two, and honestly, I felt like that was a must needed round for Sicario. They didn't want to go down 7-4, and all of a sudden they're within one yet again. Cruising 13-7.
I mean, it's a performance, I'm going to be honest with you, that we're not actually that surprised to see nowadays from Cruising. For the last couple of 2, 3, 4 days with the performance has been exceptional out of him. The kill to death ratios that I put together for this weekend's activities were impressive from the likes of somebody like Europe. I think the only person that at all close to that man's kill to death ratio is going to be Cruising this tournament. Guy Aiden for one onto Barb. Sleek takes out Guy Aiden. Strix backs him up for one onto Pug. Kevin then pulls the numbers back to an even 3-3. Sleek makes me a liar as Nuke goes down.
Evans wrapping around. I think Watchful might have heard him here, though. We saw a bit of a rotation coming in from Watchful, but he's shifted toward that B site. The device headed this way potentially here as well. Watchful did hear Kevin lapping around here, so is going to be waiting patiently. Spots the rifle as well. Steps into the crosshair, and he puts Mr. Kevin into the dirt. Sicario looking to tie it up here in round 12.
It's the one problem with being just a little bit thick. You work out in the gym too much, those big bulging biceps are going to poke out from a corner or an angle where you don't want your elbow to be showing. Unfortunate that is. Still good work out of Watchful and Cruising, but 50 seconds left on the clock, and Slaughter playing sneaky snake. He's going to find himself away, potentially up into secret, if he manages to walk over the edge of the rock that's causing him troubles. Now, here's a question for the masses. Do you, as Sicario, 2 versus 1, let him plant and then kill him and defuse, or do you try and contest the site? Because right now, with 25 left on the clock, I don't think they have to do too much here. I think this is all in Slaughter's hands. Here's the chance. Not going to be able to save it out. That is going to be the round over, and Sicario closing it out. The double swing, they take the time, they wait for the bomb to be planted. They don't over-peak it into Slaughter's initial hold off the plant, and they claim the round. Good job. 6-6.
Yeah, it probably doesn't feel great when you're Slaughter and you begin to plan and you can just hear the stampede, the Mastodon infantry running your way from the metal to the floor. And I mean, honestly, I was surprised he got the plan off. He tucked into the corner, but just that animation of getting that gun out, not quite enough time. And yeah, Sicario just doing a phenomenal job. I mean, we say we look for those first couple rounds. It was New Dawn, but Sicario answers back. We find ourselves tied up 6-all. And again, things just getting that much more interesting and maybe a potential overtime on our hands here already in game one.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time. You know, I'm already in. Where's my ticket? How do I sign up? Pre-orders available. I'm down. Get me into overtime. I don't think we're going there this time around. I actually, as much as I really feel like Sicario played a better map here, I'm going to be proven right by 2 early kills, but we'll see how long that lasts for. I still feel like New Dawn have something in this. They've played really well, and they've kept tempo. They've had the lead of the tempo most of the match as well, which is a very crucial point.
Things will slow drastically down here now that New Dawn has lost 2 members, and we get that pressure onto the shoulders here. 2 tucked onto the A site, 1 lurking at mid for Sicario, and they've got all the positioning and control they need. They've got the luxury of being patient. It's going to be up to New Dawn now to make something happen as we see a little bit of that utility coming into play.
Yeah, good smoke up the most immediate threat to cut Colt off so that there isn't 3 sides with the flanks, but there's still just too many angles to cover. They send Pug out to try and be the demon at Death's Door to bring through some form of dismay and access to site, but all that happens is they end up getting sandwiched in a crossfire between 3. Now, poor Slaughter, well, he's nobody left to guide. He's captain of his own ship, and as all good captains, he may be about to go down with it. 30 seconds left on the clock. Bomb on his back. Sleek's going to do Watchful a solid and just make sure he's still awake by putting him down.
And Slaughter a little bit of a solid here as well. You know, I think a 4v1 still not really that feasible given that there's only 15 seconds on the clock. Sicario's going to hear him cruising, steps out. Another easy pick here as well. And so New Dawn, after a 2-round lead in the second half, will find themselves down by 1. And not only down by 1, but Sicario 1 away from match point as they look to close out for it. Of course, Skybridge will be that next map where we've seen New Dawn have a lot of success, which was why I was, thinking that if they could come out swinging here early, if they could find a way to steal this fort map away and then win Skybridge, they could then find themselves in the driver's seat. But Sicario, I mean, they are the top. They are the powerhouses for a reason. They've been consistently winning, and so looking to grab this first one on fort. They need 2 more rounds.
Interesting pressure towards mid. 2 versus 3 man contest with the bomb being hidden towards the A site. This could get a little bit circusry very quickly here. Oh, we're about to go all the way into Benny Hill Town. Hold up, hold up. We've got a 2v3 on the backside. We've got a 2v2 on mid. We've got a bomb that's sat on the sideline eating popcorn and drinking pina coladas out in the sun, not really caring a simple whimsical bit about the rest of the action. This is about to go down in the messiest way you've ever seen. Watchful is doing just that and being the most watchful member of the Sicario lineup from CT down towards those cannon stairs. 1 spotted. The only information New Dawn's giving right now. Cruising finds a lurking guy, Aiden. That's a big startup for Sicario. This puts them to map point as well. If they take this one home, this would be a big round and a big weight off the shoulders of Sicario if they're able to get this one over the line. Good shots from Barb. Take out Pub. Secrets down.
That device, though, has ran all the way back toward the A site, all alone, nobody home. And with that, we'll be able to get the plant down. We'll see some of New Dawn begin to shift that way. Now, the card's still stacked against them a little bit. 5 standing here for Sicario. Sleek now trying to pressure forward. He's wasting no time here. Nuclear, caught and run. And that's a big pick now for Sicario.
And this is the circus I'm on about. Here comes the circus. There's everybody rotating everywhere as people try and scramble towards the site that only 1 player has been on, the one that was with the bomb, the crucial point overall. Kevin goes round, finds his one on the left-hand side, but Barb's on the flank. Slaughter's picked up one into Strix and then runs into Watchful and finds him too. Hold up. 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to put a pressure diffuse down. Slaughter's crossing. Sleeker's got this covered. This is too hard for him to get through unless he gets Nutty. Never mind! Speaking of Nutty, someone fetch me a Snickers bar, because that was Nutty. Oh!
Absolutely insane. I had to do a double take right there on that shot from Sleek on the crossover. Slaughter was putting in some kills. He got a nice two-piece there as well, and he turned that round around. It made it a feasible round for New Dawn, but it does slip from the grasp of their fingers. With that, we see Sicario now up to match point. 2 additional opportunities to close this one out. New Dawn, again, it is a best of 5, still plenty of room, but for as far as Fort goes, we're hanging on by a thread.
It's a good first match to set this one up for absolute cinema. This was Sicario's strength. Their map pick early, aggressive pick out of Cruising is going to be a push that he's going to get 2 for. He's looking for spray through the smoke. Might pick up a teammate. He's going to get a third into Con as well. He goes down, but only after a hat trick of power.
Absolutely nutty. Cruising continues to just shred the competition. Watchful will pick up one of their own. Nuclear all alone. Does go down to Watchful as well. And Sicario has found a way to get this first one done 9-6. So it was close for a while, but at the end, they do pull away 19-9 for Cruising with 5 MVPs and a triple kill to finish off the final round.
What a game. And it's a good start to a best of 5. It's a really good performance from New Dawn out of the door, but it's a better performance out of Sicario in the back half of the match. It was a close contested match, all the way up to maybe 6-6. But then it feels like, although New Dawn hit their stride maybe a little bit earlier than Sicario did, when Sicario hit their stride, they really were starting to feel themselves. Cruising nearly breaks the 20 bomb again at 19-9. Watchful right there at the end with the last kill. It's just some smooth moves like Jagger, a little bit of suave style. And speaking of suave style, what a way to finish it off. 9-6. First map goes to Sicario on 4. It's an interesting comment that comes in the chat, actually, from some of the supporters out there, but Cruising trying to keep his 20 kill average up there. Actually, Mr. Undead, his kill participation per game after that contribution still sits at a comfortable 24, so actually he's already better than that, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, insane game from Cruz, and insane game from Sicario, honestly. I think, we saw a very close game, 2-2, then 4-4. New Dawn came out swinging in the second half, 6-4, but they couldn't seem to get past that little hump of 6. It was all Sicario after that. Watchful, Barb, Cruising, everybody just kind of clicking together. And for me, it was the map control, whether it was offense or defense. We really seen, for the majority of the round, Sicario kind of control that map. I mean, at one point you mentioned it was like 95-5 on there, so I think that was a big difference maker. But for me, this is the all-important map here for New Dawn. This is a map where we saw them beat Sicario 9-3 previously. If they don't win Skybridge, I think it might be a short day for New Dawn.
Let's see if actually we can potentially pop those maps up on screen for the folks at home to give them a refresher for the best of 5. I actually think this is really crucial for the series overall, actually. So we spoke about the first map, and I didn't talk too much about scoreline or really go for any too heavy predictions because I kind of assumed this was a foregone conclusion. I did feel Sicario's map was going to be their map on 4 and that we were going to be at a 1-0 scenario. Now, I, like you, think this is where the tables need to start to turn. I think New Dawn have to take map 2, or this best of 5 is done for in 3. If New Dawn takes 2, I think we see a close third map, and so long as New Dawn can make it to bowl, I think they give themselves a worst case scenario situation where they definitely can make it to Iceberg at 2 and 2. I think if New Dawn gets to bowl, this gets dicey. So in the flip side to that, for a Sicario fan, this has to be lights out now. Skybridge has got to be do, done, die for, or it's going to be a very long series that I'm not sure they're going to want to be sort of play out the endurance slog from. So, I don't know, Hort, thoughts?
I mean, I think that New Dawn has to win Skybridge somewhat decisively, 9-6, 9-5, almost what we saw in that previous map. Because again, they won 9-3. Bay 5 was not good for them against Sicario. They lost 9-4. So I think we're going to see maybe something similar there. They need to win Skybridge. Bowl was insanely close. It went to OT, which could be a toss-up for either of these teams. And Sicario, to me, has only gotten better, or seemed to play better at least, as this tournament has gone on. So for me, Skybridge is a must win. Again, like you said, if they don't win Skybridge, I think it's done in 3. I think if they're able to win Skybridge and keep Bay 5 close, then we see that same kind of thing that we saw in that first best of 3, where they have that opportunity to potentially win Bowl. But I don't know. Sicario has just been looking good. They continue to get better, and we're seeing that snowball turn into an avalanche. They've really got things rolling now. So it's going to be up to one of these teams to prove to me again that they can shut this down, even when Sicario is firing in all cylinders.
Yeah, big agree with you there. And I feel like Sicario have got a lot of work to be done individually when it comes to the map pick rather than who they're playing against in relation to Skybridge. The one thing that Sicario has seemed to struggle on is that area contest of denial outside of VIP, rat sandwich to the blue tarp and elevator. The change in the scenery around that area, for whatever reason, seems to have stolen a little bit of Sicario's momentum on the defending side in that space. And that's one of the things that has penalized them a little bit whilst they've played this map. That being said, flip side, yesterday's exposure of New Dawn on Skybridge was shocking to me. I said this when we were talking about looking at the map picks initially. Aspect put a very good game home against New Dawn on Skybridge. And if you're Sicario, as well-weathered a team as they are, they will have been taking some very keen notes on that game yesterday, especially looking to the potential they have to play them today for a revenge match, as well as the information they had from playing them the first time. So you could argue Sicario has everything, the tools in their wheelhouse that they would need to be able to build a recipe for success against New Dawn. You could also argue that if New Dawn beats Sicario at this point, are we a little bit like, now I'm starting to feel this best of 5 really is a best of 5 that could go the whole way?
I just, again, for me, Skybridge is that big one, and I think they have to win decisively yet again. I don't think if Skybridge ends up at, a 9-7, something very, very close, then I think Sicario should go on to win it. But I want to get through Skybridge first, I guess. Much like we often tell teams when they're making those comebacks, one round at a time, one kill at a time, one game at a time. And so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I do want to just focus on Skybridge here. But for me, again, it is a must-win map for New Dawn.
This is silly to say, right? Because every map is a must-win map in a series, regardless of where we're at. But I think we're talking at this from like a mental standpoint and from an endurance standpoint. We're looking at this from a, how do you set yourself best up for being able to get out of this best of 5 series? And I'm right there with you. Like, I'm grabbing the pom-poms and putting on the cheerleading mask at this point in time, because you're preaching to the converted over here. I agree. I think New Dawn have to put this one in the bag. Let's go shopping, grab all the coupons, let's get all the discounts we've got, let's get it all bunged in there. Stock up for the winter, let's get ourselves locked in, because if they don't find themselves a cushion like Sicario have got, that feeling of comfort that they've been able to have the luxury of going into a couple of matches against the likes of Sicario with, who are normally considered better than them, that aura is going to dissipate very quickly, and they're going to become the Titans that are feeling unbeatable again, unless something happens now. And this is the thing for me, is for Sicario, this trajectory is almost as must-win. Because if they go 1-2-3 here, I think that's the momentum they need to snowball a chance at the title versus Aspect later. So there's a lot on the table here, not just within this match, but for the whole tournament as a whole.
Yeah, and the reason I say must win for New Dawn is because I feel like Sicario is going to win Bay 5. It's very rare that we see them lose on Bay 5. And so for Sicario, they've already won game 1. They can drop Skybridge and still be fine. For New Dawn, they can't. They cannot drop Skybridge. Again, I think if they drop Skybridge, we're going to see a 3-0. So if they're able to win Skybridge, we talked about it, they can survive, get through Bay 5, even if it's a loss, give themselves a potential to get back onto Bowl, where, again, a map they've beat Sicario on before. So honestly, I would love to see this come down to the decider on Iceberg. I don't know why. I just don't for some reason, I have a feeling it's not going to get there.
I agree. Like I said, I'm still pitching on Bowl. Bowl is my pivot point for this one. If New Dawn make it to Bowl, I believe we've got a game on our hands, and I do think we're going to see an iceberg, because I think if we make it to Bowl, that we make it to Bowl at 2-1, and I think that's where New Dawn finds the redemption to push it to the full 5. I don't think there's a scenario we go to Bowl with New Dawn 2-1 up. If we do, it's being closed out in 4. If we get to Bowl and New Dawn are at 2-1, then I'm sorry, Sicario, as much as I have faith for the tournament, that's like, see ya. You've slipped on the doorstep and you've missed your mark. Like, that door's closed and the opportunity open for New Dawn in that 4. I think, like we say, Sicario out in 3, New Dawn 4, maybe 5 is a long shot, but I think if we go to 5, I do think the favor maybe swings back Sicario's way, personally. But let's not talk too much about the 3 down the line. Let's just hone in a little bit on the edge that we're going to swing either side. A double-edged sword, single-edged sword, we're going to find out. Is somebody doubling down? Is Sicario going to grab themselves 2 golden tickets towards that grand final? Or are we splitting them across the table as a gentleman's handshake would find Skybridge in the favor of New Dawn? We're going to see. The one thing I'm looking for the most is how Sicario are going to attack New Dawn's dispersion on the defending side. The one thing that I saw that most stood out to me from New Dawn's gameplay was Slaughter playing on the B site and being caught up in what I like to call Walker syndrome, where him and one other person from the opposite team will just be having an irrelevant fight. It may become relevant later down the round, but they're just literally having a soft fencing competition in the corner with lightsabers, okay? They're just having a laugh and mucking over their ground. Meanwhile, all the action goes down on the other side. Now, what we saw a lot of Aspect doing well was not being fussed about the new fad. They're not in for the slinky action. They're not fussed about the color of the lightsaber. They got the lightsaber, they got that quest done, and then they moved back to the A site where the objective was, leaving Slaughter isolated and unable to get involved in the gameplay. I hope New Dawn have identified this and they look to try and enable Slaughter more on Skybridge, as that's where I see them getting to this bowl match and getting this one over the line, is getting some of that utility that Slaughter have been so good with back into this map.
Yeah, that's you can make a great point, because that was kind of what was going through my head. Well, why was Slaughter at B when he's had so much success with this utility? We've seen some crazy bounce grenades, and the bounces just always seem to go his way as well, ironically. But so yeah, I think they've got to get back to what worked for them on day 1 when they fought Sicario here already. I think utility. I mean, we talk about it all the time, and it's probably why they did so well on Bowl, but. Skybridge, like Bowl, very heavy utility driven, and I think a lot of times the team that has that better utility goes on to win. So all things, I guess, to keep our eyes on, as a lovely anonymous gifter comes in, dropping some big bombs on chat here. So whoever you are out there, know that we appreciate you and love you very much.
Jump on the train, folks. If you've got anything to add to that one, by all means, get involved. Hop on. Tickets are being given out just like the tickets for the giveaway. Don't forget, folks, that giveaway is cooking alongside all of this action going on right now. The giveaway is open for another 28 days. You've got your chance to get your hands on a Radeon 9070 XT graphics card. This thing is insane. It's got a wind force cooling system. It looks so sick in a case. And I've just bought myself a brand new PC case with a glass window. All right? You want to have a look at something that's just built to exude an aura of power and awesome performance, then get yourself onto the link, !Aorus in the chat. There's multiple tickets to be collected that refresh daily. So if you like yourself a bit of Oprah Winfrey, get yourself a bag there to catch them with, because we're giving them out. Tickets, folks, tickets to win it. Personal recipient of a previous prize, thanks to my partner being in the chat. You sat on a monitor, courtesy of one of these giveaways, all right? Real people do win these real prizes. They're there. All you got to do is be in it to win it. Hot prize line, it's open for 28 days. The giveaway page tells you all you need to know. How to enter, where the multiple entries are, how many entries you've got, how many entries there are in the competition, and how many days are left until it is drawn. But just in case you want to know that in advance, draw date's going to be on the last day of the HPL EU competition coming up very shortly. And like we said, 28 days, so about a month's time or so towards the middle to end of October, and that prize will be drawn live on broadcast.
Yeah, mid-October. I'm excited for that one as well. I mean, we got a lot of great stuff coming up, which is all the more reason not only to click that follow button down below because it's free, but to follow those socials, including that x.com/huntpremiere_, because that's where we announced this giveaway initially. The link is there as well. Like Crack said, you can get in 9 tickets per day. So something crazy like that. I know I'm in there. I was in there yesterday as well. But I mean, it's a beautiful prize. So again, a big shout out to Aorus and AMD Radeon. Here, of course, Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, always bringing you the action, the fun, and the prizes. So getting set and ready for Skybridge. Again, I think some of this pressure now on New Dawn to perform on their map pick as well. And that's what I'm hoping to see.
We've been cooking everywhere at the moment, all right? From the dapper outfits that we've tried to bring to the broadcast today to everything that's going on inside of Arena, the NA Pinnacle Season 1 tournament, the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games that's now cooking in full force, the newer partnership that we managed to get from Aorus X Radeon AMD with some great conversations between us and them leading to this, which is going to take us all the way through to the end of the year. That's not just one tournament, folks. That's right. Aorus X Radeon AMD, they're going to be with us all the way through till the end of the year, which we're very grateful for. Additional things, base game's been slamming it. 1.0's knocking on the door, folks. We're not far away from 1.0 hitting the actual streets. That's right, we're going to be able to play the full story mode, the whole 9 yards, the whole shebang. I'm really excited about it. And not just to say this, took a moment last night to play some base game, just to familiarize ourselves a little bit, to get back in the swing of things, and ended up killing Tagilla with a Glock and having just my Thorax left. There's a picture of it. It'll be going out on socials later today, but honestly, it's been an insane time. All right, Arena's been popping off, base game's been popping off, you guys in the chat have been popping off, the socials have been popping off, the sponsors have been popping off, us casters are losing the capacity to have lungs filled. It's just a permanent half to empty moment at this point in time because we got so many things to talk about.
Yeah, I saw Philbo calling out Anonymous there for those gifted subs, but Ambergalist was in there, Philbo, Klish, a ton of people, providing here for the community. Hype Train level 7, so make sure you guys get aboard that Hype Train. Always a great time over here at Hunt Premier, and honestly, that first game was a great one. Sicario was able to finalize that dub on Fort. We're getting set and ready here for Skybridge. We talked about it earlier, a map that New Dawn has had a lot of success on, but maybe struggled a little bit yesterday against Aspects. So we'll see if Sicario has done their homework, maybe a little bit of that VOD review, and come with a little bit of a different game plan here today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel like I don't want a different game plan, as daft as that sounds. I want more of the same of what they had, but better. You know, I want the same again, but more passion, more energy. I want just more of that vitality that's made New Dawn really good. The one part of the New Dawn team that I've seen depreciation from, where they have done an exceptional job of evolving as a team so much in so many different ways recently, is their pace in rounds. They play an exceptionally good game of fundamentals. They don't over-aggress. They don't lack in the discipline. They play the time. They play the pace. They play their angles well. It does seem that when Sicario gets them into a situation where they're forced into that, right, 5v5 smash heads-up gameplay, that they've not quite got that synergy to weather the storm as well as the experience of Sicario just yet. So I'm really looking at Skybridge. Like, can Sicario force New Dawn into these chaos environments where they thrive? Or can New Dawn keep the slow pace? Can they keep that tempo? Can they find that stability and then put a couple of rounds together and start building a lead?
Yeah, and I think they have to find a way to get some of these earlier picks, especially on defense. I mean, I don't know how many times we saw, at least on Fort, where Sicario was able to get that plant down and that all 5 members are standing. I mean, at times, all 10 members were still standing. So, that minute 40 dropping down very quickly, and New Dawn really just not having enough time to find 5 kills, get that retake and that defusal. But again, we've seen them perform for the most part much better on Skybridge. It's a map where they've had a lot of success. They have beaten Sicario before, and so they're going to have to do it again if they want to, hopefully extend the longevity of this series here. But, we know it's going to be an interesting one at the least.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told we need to take it for a throw, all right? So, me and this beautiful man with a mustache on my digital left are going to take a moment to nip for the peripheries. That's right, we're going to go to the bathroom, grab a few drinks, snack, and the all-important seatbelts whilst we get the teams loaded into the lobbies. We'll be right back very shortly. Don't go too far because you don't want to miss map number 2 of our lower bracket grand final for a place in the overall grand final and a shot at 10,000 euros. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on into map number 2, Sicario taking on New Dawn on Skybridge. The early opener to round number 1 sees Barb racking the head of Nuclear onto the ground, and the first blood going in the favor of Sicario.
Barb back on the SKAS, it looks like here. So swapping things up just a little bit on Skybridge. Sicario starting out on the defensive side here. We see Guy Aiden tucked in toward VIP and all the action, as per usual, heading toward this A site.
Slow and steady wins the race has been the pace for most of the action when it comes to both of these two teams on Fort, but not expecting Skybridge to have a similar side to it. Slaughter dip, duck, dodge, ducking and diving his way away from the grenade that comes over the top of E-Box. Does manage to survive with half his health left, and that's going to allow the spice to be planted. Smoke over E-Box provides good cover. It's going to fade out very shortly as Kevin has to watch his flank. Retake smokes come in.
Yeah, that smoke to VIP is a great one. Does make it tough to deal with there. You could find some sprays through, but with just 30 seconds on the clock, Sicario looking to make something happen. They power forward as a team here, and looking to go for the defusal here. Guy Aiden able to find Cruz and Kevin on the Strix. They find 2 picks here, and just doing a great job of making sure they get that diffuser. They're going to have to find a repeat. They do it together. Watchful finds one, gets a second, along with Barbaric and Pug hanging on. Watchful does go down to Pug as well, and all of a sudden things got really chaotic at the end of that one, but New Dawn standing once the smoke clears.
7 of 9 kills go down in the space of as many seconds as everybody just falls over like dominoes on site. The last one left alive as the chaos and the dust settles, as Pug stood there wondering, where did everybody go? I'll take that one. Breadstick in the bin. New Dawn claims himself the first round in Skybridge, and a good start to their map pick, but this is what we needed to see from them. We need to see them build, like we said, a 3 to 4 to 5 round cushion early on in this map number 2. If we're going to feel them build any solidarity towards endeavors for the best of 5 series.
Barb over to the B site. It does look like Nuclear is taking a peek that way as well. Maybe a battle of the SKSs over there, but already into VIP. Goes Guy Aiden yet again. They're able to get up here very, very quickly, but they were able to find quick pressure as well onto the site last time. They got that plant down, and Barbaric, what a nasty shot onto Nuclear.
That was barbaric, literally, in every sense and fashion of the word, metaphorically, physically, and imaginatively. That, by the way, is the little delight you were looking for. Speaking of in map number 1, that's Barb on the SKS, that brutal weapon with the MAI AP that just rinses and melts through targets. Device down on site, New Dawn have planted again. And this time, Sicario find themselves with all 5 members alive to try and force a retake with about 50 seconds left on the clock.
Nade in hand here. With that right to the feet. Poor guy, but looks like it's just some utility coming out here temporarily as we see those flashes back into the corner as well. 35 seconds on the clock, and this is where Sicario got themselves in a little bit of trouble last time. They would go for this defusal here, but it's New Dawn that has a nice little crossfire. They tend to swing together. You see Slaughter in that prone position. Guy finds the first. He gets a second as well. And just like that, the domino effect in full effect.
Left alive is going to do challenge by KFC. Ain't caught on my case there, as it's not Mr. Kevin and KFC at the same time. It's not KFC, but it is Mr. Kevin. And it does seem like we have had one of the players disconnected, so whilst we get them reconnected back into the game, we are going to take a momentary pause, restart and reset that one back up. Scoreline 2-1, so nothing too decided either way so heavily so far, but momentum gained by neither side. We're going to be tuning back in with that match very shortly. So, after we've had a quick nosy at the beginning of this one, folks, we're going to take it to a short intermission, and we'll bring you back straight in with the gameplay. Don't stray too far, and thank you for hanging with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back in with the scoreline set. As you see on screen, New Dawn currently up 2-0 here on Skybridge.
Oh, right back toward the A site they go. They've had a ton of success here as well. And we see Barb over on that B site. No one really going to give him an opposition here. So already pushed up halfway through, maybe a potential flank on the cards. Guy Aiden is getting into VIP with no issues here. And Sicario kind of giving up a lot of space early in this one. We've seen New Dawn with a ton of early device plants.
That device is going to make its way onto site quickly again, just like you said, with that going down. All 5 members of both teams still alive. The only person to have taken any form of chip damage is Slaughter. The job done, though. All 5 members safely back off of site on a reserved positioning with good flank cover in the back of the lobby to watch out if anybody comes round from heaven. We do see a lurking player in Barbaric, who is now starting to rotate to come back from the front-facing side. A front-to-back team fight starting to ensue as Sleek and Strix pick off their angles, equally walking up.
Ooh, nice shot from Kevin. He can't get the second, though. Sleek and Cruz, and now Barbaric and Sicario. Maybe that little break did them some justice here, as first couple rounds were a bit of a struggle, but they win this one. They only drop a single member here, and that was kind of what we saw in that first series as well. Once Sicario found their stride, they really begun to run away with it. So we'll see if New Dawn can maybe shut it down before it begins.
Good choices from both sides. I agree with you. The push forward, I guess, past the bomb to take that extra space whilst getting the defusal down worked in the favor of Sicario. It's a very confident push as well, right, Hawk? There's a lot of mentality in that there, where we are going forward, we are taking this space, and we are not going to be denied it. So good to see the Sicario unit working as a unit. Good synchronity. Shots ring out from either side. I pause for a second as the VIP push gets immediately rotated away. And again, a free plant.
Ooh. They were looking for that nade, but it goes just a bit far there. And so, yeah, I mean, a free plant, 45 seconds left on the clock. And I mean, this is what we saw Sicario doing a lot of on fort. They were having still 5 standing, and now Slaughter in the pro position through the smoke, able to find the first, but Sleek, a good answer back to keep it a 4v4.
Oh, Pug almost manages to find 2 on the reverse side. Nuclear cleans up the work, though. There we go. Pause for breath as Pug swings in tight, tuck onto Rat. Pug for 3. He's going to pick up the end of the round for New Dawn. That's some great work out of the New Dawn members left alive. Pug and Nuclear together combine after the first spray transfer from Pug doesn't quite finish off the second one. The Nuclear stepping up to clean it out allows Pug to swing for the third on Rat, and that's all she wrote for round number 4.
Puggin was straight thugging, baby, stepping in with a triple. They never stood a chance, and New Dawn extends that lead a little bit further here on the attacking side. See if they can continue that success. They've had a ton of it on this A side, and right now, Sicario really hasn't had much of an answer, except when we saw Barbaric kind of come in on that flank play. So Cruisen's going to get up here early this time and try to prevent them from finding the early plan. Unfortunately, they're going to be dealing with a member down, and Strix does fall to Pug.
Nade out from Watchful towards VIP as Guy Aiden doing a good job of weathering that one by keeping his distance from the entrance. Sleek going down to the backside of the action that we may have slid on past us. Didn't see his name catch the kill feed, but Sicario in a bit of a tough spot now, 3v5. This time, though, New Dawn have taken a lot more time to get that bomb towards the site and planted. The plant smokes from the attacking team do come out. Feeling a little bit feisty on it. Tries to find a little something of a pick towards that push, but no avail this time around.
Yet again, that device goes down. 48 seconds on the clock. Not a single member has fallen here for New Dawn, and Sicario experiencing some of the same troubles. Watchful on a pixel peak, trying to thread the needle. Will have to break out the cheese, and again, is looking for something here. The jump over. He doesn't spot the prone position. Now he does on the secondary peak, but Slaughter again consistently popping heads here. New Dawn looking for another round as Cruisen's got other plans, but can only find a consolation prize on the way out. New Dawn looking very strong on Skybridge, as they, well, have done here throughout the entirety of both weekends.
This is the kind of scoreline we were asking for from them, to be able to prove to us that they are meant to be here. This potential best of 5 maps could be decided down all 5 if New Dawn are able to keep up this kind of pressure and success on their map choices. We've seen how well Sicario are able to put it home when the map turf favors them. This is starting to look like an almost stronger performance from the flip-flop side, New Dawn. 4-1 is only just over half of the first half of this map, though. So we lay in wait, and as we say, waiting's not for watchful. He finds one with Util and has taken advantage of that space immediately. He's going to run into Nuclear, give him a hug. Nuclear's not down for the hugs. He says, no, sir, I like my personal space, puts him down.
Ooh, Mr. Kevin with an 8 over the top, able to find Strix here. Sleek picks up a kill onto guy Aiden. Sicario, they haven't found themselves with a player advantage many times here on Skybridge, but they'll have it this time in round 6 in that prone position. Help from Kevin, but it's Slaughter credited with a kill. Cruising from downtown, able to find the trade back at Slaughter up top. Well aware. You talk about situational awareness. Slaughter displaying it now. A 1v1. He's got to get through Cruising.
I mean, that's a statement right there. He's got to get through Cruising. And there's been many players at all through this tournament that have got through Cruising. That's a good piece of util. If that was a lethal, that might have just taken Cruising out completely. And it's going to push him out of red, which forces him into the open. Slaughter now looking for the peak, but Cruising knows where he is, and he is ready to take that fight. Great shots, straight for a home to the dome. The bullets knock him down. Cruising picks another one up, and a crucial round, I think, in the type of momentum for Sicario.
I mean, Slaughter's util has been phenomenal, and you're right. If that was a lethal, I think he would have found the kill there, but I liked it, right? He knew where this player from Sicario, he knew where Cruisin was. He throws that smoke there to eliminate the right angle peek from Cruisin, forces him into that left-hand peek. Unfortunately, doesn't win that gunfight. Cruisin says, it doesn't matter if it's the right or the left. I'm still going to find a way to get the best of you. And now Sicario will cut that gap in half. We'll see if they can find another strong round here.
We were talking in the green screen between the little pause in the game there about what parts of New Dawn needed to step up to help those that were fragging out to be able to get it over the line. We've seen some great work out of Pug that goes down first in this round to help Nuclear, who's been doing, again, another exceptional job. Slaughter also playing his part in this one. A good performance all round from New Dawn and Skybridge here. Sees them at a better footing. They need to keep capitalizing on this lead. They have a 2-round buffer that was closed by one for Sicario last round. They do not want to let Sicario gain any momentum at this point in time during the first half.
Sicario was able to reel it back and tie it up in the previous one, and now Cruisin and Strix are looking to do something similar. Kevin will eventually snuff out the hot flame that is Cruisin, but the damage is done, and they're at a big player disadvantage. Guy Aiden caught with his hands in the cookie jar here as well. Kevin trying to top up, but now in a 4v1, and Sicario closing in.
This is what we talk about, the Sicario engine that learns. And it slowly starts to suffocate you one by one as they step, sleek, smooth, slick as ever. Just steps from sight and puts the last one down. I am slightly hesitant for New Dawn right now, Hort. If you're a New Dawn fan in the chat, you need to be feeding them all the energy you can right now to get this one going again, because Sicario seem to have found the cryptic cipher. It always feels like this with the Sicario game at the moment, is they're up against it with adversity in most of the matchups that they play. But it's finding the gap. The second they do, hammering it home is not an issue that Sicario has shown.
I mean, New Dawn was up 4-1, and it was Sicario was kind of giving a lot of space at that A site. They've upped the aggression a little bit, made it so that New Dawn can't pressure onto the site as easily and find these plants. Aiden and Strix, though, find 2 early kills. Cruising, able to take out Aiden, who's had control of VIP for the majority of this one. But you're right, Sicario making the necessary adjustments here to overcome these obstacles. And now, again, they find themselves with that player advantage. And if you take a look at the minimap, Barb is lurking deep in that attacker spawn.
And you see how not Mr. Kevin and Slaughter are trying to play off of that angle towards Evox from KFC to try and match that pressure in case Sicario gets over aggressive. Instead, Sicario gets 2 and then they fully back out and kites the angles. Like you said, there's the rat in the back. The rat attack hits the heart of Nuclear and finds the homing hit onto the head. Down he goes. Good positioning, overcoming the adversity. Slaughter is going to find 1, but I don't think he's going to have a safer plant as he has done the last couple of rounds.
Barbaric, again, has shifted all the way the other direction. So I'm not sure if they're going to be kind of cautious of that potential flank, but Barbaric doing a good job of kind of keeping him guessing. We see Mr. Kevin lurking and looking back here, but there's no one home. Slaughter able to find one, cruising on the trade, and now Kevin's got to find two if they want to find a way to win the round.
Yeah, the prone on site was good for one. It does trade 1-for-1, but then the team angle comes through. Two double swing, though, from Sicario, and there's nothing left for him to do. That SKS has the fastest TTK in the game right now. That gun will not be beaten in a straight 50-50 challenge at this moment in time. Sicario level the first half and the scoreline going into their attacking side at 4-4. Hort, 4-4. Have New Dawn done enough?
I would have said yes, but I don't know. It went from 4-1 to 4-4, and I mean, Skybridge used to kind of always be an attacker-sided map. It has kind of gone back and forth and shifted a little bit with some recent changes, but you have to feel like all of a sudden the momentum has shifted in the favor of Sicario. I think Sicario only got 3 rounds the last time they played Skybridge, already on top of that, and again, winning 3 in a row, now looking for more. I think it's going to be up to New Dawn. They need to slow this momentum down now.
Early flash out towards Panther side, sees Mr. Kevin and Guy Aiden put under a bit of pressure immediately. The shades on his icon, sees Watchful back for 3. He's full. He's feeling good. And he's going to swing for the 4th. Is this a full Watchful ace? That's 4 of 5 frags down, and he's really starting to cook. Watchful! Watchful! Welcome home, King! From the last time he did it on Skybridge for his birthday, the ace. Now he's back on Skybridge for another full 5-piece.
Ace coming out from Watchful, stepping through that nade there that was thrown at the end as well. Just absolutely fearless. Finds the 5-piece, and that's what I talked about. The momentum shifting to Sicario. You have to feel like, yeah, it's in full effect at the moment. What a round from Watchful.
This is Finals Day, Sicario. This is what the NA scene fears when looking down the barrel of your sights into your adversary. You see one of these Sicario members and you start to quiver in fear as Pug falls prey to the curse. Cruisin's now cruising on full cruise control. Nuclear's going to slip in between the ranks to claim 1 until he's shut down by the back line of Sleep. It's a Sicario storm right now. New Dawn have got to find a way out of the darkness.
I mean, they're trying to weather it, but it is just absolutely relentless. It's a hailstorm of bullets and a hailstorm of a grenade that comes raining down. Death and destruction. Sicario is looking damn good.
Okay, you can call me concerned now. I was hesitant, now I'm nervous. New Dawn is starting to look like a new dusk at this moment in time. It's getting a bit dark on the horizon. You need to see something brought back to light now. Where's the silver lining in the clouds? Where is that New Dawn resurgence that they've shown so well throughout the tournament so far?
Oh, everything slows down here for a moment. Cruising looks to bait out some pre-fire, looking for a bit of intel here. Sleek nade in hand, and maybe waiting for that call out to let it rip. Barb cautious of the flank as he was that flanking member in the first half. And Sicario just slowing things down on the attacking side, looking for these early picks, looking for these openings as that nade almost finds Kevin, but does get caught up a little bit there.
It's actually huge, that position on Barb. Whilst we've got time to talk about it, the position from Slaughter on that number 1 slot on the B side, he'd looked for an extremely aggressive quick flank, and Barb spotted him across from B main lane 1 and warded that off. So that big risk reward play that New Dawn had thrown as a Hail Mary at this round gets immediately diffused by Barb just not giving his life in it. He holds him off and then rotates back safe to watch it. Slaughter is forced to come back. We now have a 5v5 on site with the device planted. New Dawn feeling like they've got a little bit of deja vu hitting them, but from the other side, it's a dose of their own medicine. Full 5v5 plant. Retake smokes come in. And they're going to wager that their retake is better than Sicario's. 1 for 2 so far says no, but it's all Sicario's strength on site as the swarm swings strong with a nade. It's only Nuki left alive. He's got too many problems to deal with and not enough bullets as that one goes click.
Dip back, find this reload momentarily, but yeah, he's got to get through 3 here in the spacing. Everything from Sicario seems to be near perfect, especially in the second half. And Watchful on the jump shot hits the fadeaway to the dome. Nuclear, a free 6 feet dirt nap. And Sicario now one away from match point. Much like in that fort map that we saw, New Dawn has really struggled in the second half, it seems.
I'm getting shades of yesterday from Blue. Just ew. Ew. Some of these shots are disgusting. Watchful. He's got a spring in his step now, and that's not just the jump shots. I'm talking about the way that they're moving as a whole unit. Sicario have found that energy, and they are riding it all the way through. That momentum just starting to roll, just like the heads from the grenades being thrown out earlier. 1-for-1 trade as Guy Aiden's got something to say about Resurgence. Cruisin shuts him down. Slaughter picks up Cruisin, though. Damage done. Dealt being kept on the scoreboard, thanks to good 1-for-1 trades and backup. Sleep. And not Mr. Kevin, trying to duel this one out. Kevin's minimal health left is going to see him put down into the ground that he lays on.
Ooh. Slaughter somehow holding on, escaping with his life here is Nuclear. Looking down range, we can see in the background that it is Sicario scooping up that bomb. I believe that was Barb, who is now looking to maybe shift potentially toward this B side. I think the call comes in from Slaughter, and with that, Nuclear will rotate around, and he might have just read this perfectly.
He has the weapon to be able to handle this. A couple of shots will put down either member quickly, but... Oh, slightly misses the timing for the crossing lane too. That's a crucial one. Now Sleek is here holding the angle. Nuclear in a tough spot on the left hand. It's all Slaughter, the captain, to stop it going to map point for map number 2, to put them on series point. Through the train, attempts slightly short left of Sleek. And they get out. Slaughter stuck in no man's land. The angle's now near impossible to have to fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Slaughter, Sicario can just be patient here. They can play off of each other, look to use this crossfire. Slaughter on the peak, Barb flirting with disaster, but he comes away with another headshot here, and Sicario have found a way to get to match point very early. 4 additional opportunities to close this one out. We said Skybridge was a must-win for New Dawn, or it would end in 3, and right now it looks like that is exactly what's on the cards here for Sicario.
This is a very strong map out of Sicario as a New Dawn map pick, and this is the kind of performance that they are going to be looking to try and ride out in map 3 to go towards that grand final. And a matchup with Aspect, who are sitting in the stands right now, probably watching over this one, maybe also a little bit scared.
Almost found a couple nice shots there. Unfortunately, he's going to eat that grenade from Sleek, who's been on fire with these heat-seeking grenades. Mr. Kevin, though, over the top, does find Strix to bring it back to a 4v4. Barb has taken a ton of space over toward that B site, though.
There are correct comments in the chat. We have seen 7-1 turnarounds from both Aspect and New Dawn previously yesterday. So it's not gone until the final round is in the bag, but you have to feel like Sicario is firing on all cylinders and definitely firing for headshots. Watchful takes out Guy Eden and VIP. 2 quick shots out of Barb. Slaughter Barb. Nuke.
And back to Watchful. Honestly, the first time I watched these guys play a best of 3, Watchful kind of had a little bit of a bad series as far as frags go, but it seems that I couldn't have said it better when you said their Sicario is firing in all cylinders. They are that well-oiled machine right now. Everything seems to be clicking for this squad.
Oh, they are cooking. They are big cooking, and that puts them at an exceptional position when it comes to terms of the best of 3 and their chances for a shot at the grand final. 2-0 in the series. Sicario, after an exceptional performance on New Dawn's map pick in map 2 on Skybridge, they're going to cruise themselves out to a victory, setting themselves up for series point in map 3.
Talk about revenge. It was New Dawn that beat Sicario 9-3 on Skybridge. Well, 9-4. They get that revenge they were looking for. Sleek 13, Watchful 12, Cruisin 10. Everybody a phenomenal job as they wrap up Skybridge. Your final score in favor of Sicario, 9-4.
What an insane game. And an insane sponsor. That's right. Aorus X Radeon AMD have joined together with us here for Season 1 of the NA Pinnacle Tournament, and it would not be a finals day without a fitting giveaway to also bless you guys in the chat with. So to make sure you are getting your hands on the chance to be able to grab this amazing graphics card, courtesy of that partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, you need to be using the link in chat, which you can prompt with the following exclamation mark Aorus will bring up that link there, takes you to all of the different ways in which you can grab multiple tickets for multiple entries on multiple days, all the way up until the giveaway closes in about 28 and a half or so days time from now. The winner, announced live on the HPL EU5 finals, will be drawn and given out on broadcast live. So you want to be there to check out whether you've won that prize, and of course you want to be there to check out the action. Then you want to make sure you're swinging by on finals day. But a little look at what the graphics card has to offer. Obviously, I've been talking about that WindForce cooling system all weekend long because I'm a big fan of my aesthetics. I like how things look. I've no hair on top of my head to fashion out and make me look swag and snazzy, so instead I swag out my PC. Okay, and one of the ways to do that is with a cool looking GPU with a great cooling system. All right, the RX 9070 XT graphics card has that in store for you right here, thanks to AMD Radeon X Aorus. Thank you again to the sponsors and partners, and we're looking forward to looking at some great highlights from not just the sponsor, but also from our last matches with the gameplay. Oh, and a little breather. And the sights of a couple of members from our second map here in this best of. Not Mr. Kevin there getting some good shots down, but as much as we're going to see some little highlights of New Dawn sparks of fervor at the beginning of this match, Hawk, the further we get down it, it's going to feel a lot more doom and gloom in the blue.
I mean, it was a phenomenal start from New Dawn. Actually, I was extremely excited for them. I mean, you take a look here; it was 4-1, but then all of a sudden, the tides had shifted here, and everything began to click for Sicario. They made the proper adjustments at the end of their defensive half. They allowed that momentum to topple and spill over into the attacking half. Watchful right there, that nasty ace that we got to witness. Sleek dropping bomb after bomb on this squad, and Sicario again getting it done in dominating fashion as they get to head to some home turf of Bay 5.
Just deletion, and like you said, it was bomb after bomb. We saw some great grenade play from okay, Watchful. It just makes it look easy. I mean, you tell me that pigs don't fly. I didn't think players flew either, but apparently this guy's got wings. There's some great shots. This we saw live, a great grenade. Again, another piece of sleek handiwork. Bob making the marksman count when he needs to. And he does nearly everything to close the round out. It leaves one. Leaves it well in the hands, confirmed, of his comfortably following up teammates. It's a great performance all around from Sicario in map 2, and it's honestly, it is a performance for me that is resplendent of the Sicario we used to know and believe in with confidence, that would not be able to lose any match. Yes, we've seen that they have the potential to be beaten. That does not stop them being insanely good at what they do, and they are continuing to prove that to us every time they step back out onto the field. And I am just excited to see how far they can continue this reverse revenge arc. It's almost the redemption arc, right, Hawk? We've taken a little step off of the side, we've slipped down the stairs. Now it's time to climb back up to the top and prove we really are champions.
I mean, we talk about it all the time. A sweep is a tough thing to accomplish. I think a reverse sweep is even tougher. And a reverse sweep against Sicario might just be one of the toughest things that you would have to deal with in Tarkov Arena. That's exactly the gauntlet that New Dawn is going to have to go through if they want to find a way to get a chance to take on Aspect a little bit later today. It doesn't look very good. It's a little bit gloomy, but there's some light at the other side. One kill at a time, one round at a time, one game at a time, but always easier said than done. Sicario, especially after Skybridge, is looking nasty.
I'm a little bit less optimistic about the future for New Dawn. let's just remind ourselves and the folks at home that we are going to Bay 5. Now, Hort, I believe you said very succinctly, somewhere about maybe 30 to 40 minutes ago, something about Bay 5 being like New Dawn meeting their maker.
Yeah, it was rough. It was a 9-3 in favor of Sicario on the day that they had lost, even when they weren't playing that great, you know? And so we see them 9-4 on Skybridge, now on to Bay 5. I mean, talk about home court advantage if there ever was one. I think it would be here for Sicario. So, but you know, I mean, that's where diamonds are made when things get rough. So this is that make or break for New Dawn. You know, it's do or die, win or go home. When everything's on the line, emotions are running deep. The feelings. I mean, that's sometimes when players play their best. So they are going to absolutely have to play their best here on Day 5.
This is the legacy that New Dawn has built for themselves, okay? New Dawn has been a rising star in the scene in the NA region for a little while, and they're really trying to cook something up. But their tale that they're writing down in the history books at the end of the events at this moment in time is a little inconsistent. Week 1, weekend 1, section 1 of every tournament sees New Dawn not only performing to what we expect of them, but going above and beyond and outperforming what we expect from their limits. Then, coming into the second half of the tournament, whether fairly so or not, we judge them by those limits, and they don't seem to make a consistency of meeting that same high point. Their middle ground and their consistency of where we expect them to perform is good, and we have seen this so far in 2 matches. They've been able to keep pace for pace with Sicario for the majority of the 2 maps, but what they haven't been able to do is close out when the pressure is on. It seems to fizzle a little bit. It almost looks like we're lost at times as to which form of pressure we want to go with. I don't know whether it's down to hesitancy as to whether we're going to follow through with what we'd intended to in the first place, and whether the unidentifying variables, the unaffectable factors, are changing that, so we're not able to decision make on the spot as well as Sicario are, or if it's just experience. Whatever it is, New Dawn are just this close, but just this far from making it over that line right now. And we've got to see it break. I mean, they are going to break it at one point, but the only thing I'm concerned about, and you spoke about Panderic's run in the ACS, from the lower brackets, a bit of redemption, taking out the person that knocked them down. We're in the exact situation that Panderic was in. And they were down 2-0 as well, and did not make it to that grand final for the ACS. New Dawn have got to embody the New Dawn. We've got to see them bring this reverse sweep, like you said, overcome the impossible, and show us that they've got that final third in them to be able to close a tough game out.
Yeah, I mean, nothing against New Dawn. They're 5 incredibly talented individuals, both on and off screen. I've had the pleasure of talking with a few of them, and so nothing against them. But if I was a betting man, I would not, I would bet for Sicario to win one of these next 3 maps. And so, and the fact that we're going to Bay 5 now, at the same time, like you said, they're this close, but also this short. At the same time, if New Dawn wins Bay 5, a map where they've been dominated in, all of a sudden that momentum again can shift. So there is a possibility. If they win Bay 5, they go on to Bowl. They've beat Sicario on Bowl before. All of a sudden they win 2 in a row. They go into Iceberg feeling good. I mean, that certainly is the Cinderella story. It is on the cards. It can be inscribed in the history books, but it's going to be up to New Dawn to pick up that pin, to pick up those guns and rewrite that history. And I don't know how possible it is.
Yeah, I think you're there. There's only one question mark, right? If there's a little if bubble in the top of our heads, like we say, it's not over till it's over. There is still a map to be played. If, and it's the biggest if in the world, but if somehow New Dawn overcomes Sicario on Bay 5, it's their strongest form, their strongest territory. It's before Bowl, which is the map that I think all of us that are aware of this matchup are very, very comfortably happy that that's the best place to take Sicario to, as it seems to be the weakest performing map at the moment. Then you look at a 2-2 and momentum and mental state and endurance after losing 2 maps in a row, and Iceberg doesn't seem so difficult. There's many a story. I mean, all I'm going to say for New Dawn is maybe it's time to get a little bit of Golden Star and lube up, because this next one, it's going to be rough. But if they can make it out the other side, if with both legs intact, boy, oh boy, is it going to be a series.
Yeah, they might need a lot of that gold star. I don't know. Well, time will tell. But again, just Sicario has played so well on Bay 5, time and time again. And we talked about it, even in the series where they lost to New Dawn and they weren't maybe playing to their best, they didn't have any issues on Bay 5 whatsoever. And so you do have to think that it favors Sicario. You do have to, I think I would lean into them to win this one as well. But you're absolutely right. I think, if there ever was a time, it is now for New Dawn, and it's kind of nice also that it is Bay 5, because if they do upset a team like Sicario on Bay 5, then you can start to become that believer. But it would have to be Bay 5.
Do we see Barbaric on the marksman again on Bay 5, or do you think he's going back to the SR3M?
Yeah,
That's
I do. I think he does really good on the SKS, but I feel like Skybridge is a more suitable map for him on that weapon. I think he's so good with the SR3 as well. It is a little bit more, it's even more close quarters than Fort, in my opinion. There's a lot of close quarters in Fort, but there are also a lot of longer sight lines, whereas to me, Bay 5 is almost all close quarters except for that mid battle, which I don't often see Barb playing. So I do kind of feel like he's going to go back to the SR3M, but who knows?
Don't look at the prediction. That's all I'm going to say. Whoever spent 300 points, you know who you are. You are a bold man or woman, or however you wish to identify. You are bold, all right? Extremely bold, okay? Those 300 points, 5.3. Okay, wait, hold up a minute. Maybe the New Dawn fans are just late to the late to the party. The whole two of you, you brave souls. I would not like to be in any of the Sicario members' seats for this game, pressure-wise. Although they are 2-0 up in this series, this is the dark horse. This is the curse game. Like, this is where the pressure really is going to build for Sicario, especially towards the latter rounds of getting it over the line, is if New Dawn keep this one close all the way down, I think that's where we might see New Dawn maybe get a little bit more of the pressured environments. They might be able to spice things up a bit and wobble Sicario's strength that they've built. I think a janky first half might also do a good job to dissuade some of this momentum. I think maybe trading, 1 or 2 rounds and then a really run-over round from New Dawn, or, just a couple of jarring changes in pace and momentum might do another good job to try and throw Sicario off if you're thinking from a New Dawn perspective. But it's like asking an experienced mountain goat to eat poisoned grass when he's been grazing next to the poisoned grass for 5 years in advance. He's going to look at you and laugh at you like you think he's a fool. It's very hard to try and deceive a wise eye to the game. So I feel like Sicario's experience gets them over the line here.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see New Dawn have some success in the first half. They've had a lot of success in the first half of all of these maps. It wasn't until the second half that they really begin to struggle. I mean, we saw them lead 4-1 in the previous one. It was tied 4-4 on the one before that, and so they could have some success. If I think it's going to happen, it's probably in the first half. But again, this map, Sicario, so good on it, and that's what we're going to see. So watchful, taking a little bit of damage, but ready for the action to unfold. Sicario on the attacking side here on day 5.
Yeah, Slaughter, a little unfortunate that grenade didn't take Watchful out. He might as well have had double-sized pockets for how well he managed to catch that one, but we'll let it go for the time being, as Watchful is going to be grateful he still has his life in his hands whilst they try and assault this A site. Smoke out towards the attacking side of Flat is covering off the majority of the aggression, so Sicario waited out and then set their smokes up on delayed timing. Gaiaden on site, Nuclear towards that back alley looking for the wall bangers, the pressure. Site gets removed immediately, straight to good, close, slow play with discipline, keeps the crosshair in the right spot.
Oh, Nuclear, though, the SKS, and it continues to rain down. A nice little 2-piece to bring it back in the favor of New Dawn, which he's cruising. We'll scoop up that device, begin to head the other direction. They've got to be careful, though. Not Mr. Kevin has been lurking over here. I think he hears the audio cue, so he backs off and calls in this rotation from New Dawn. Barbaric back on that SR3 as well.
3v4 is really good out of New Dawn so far. Cruising is going to step into sight with authority. I like this out of Mr. Kevin. Slow. Going to get the chance on the bomb and the second. Good play out of not Mr. Kevin's going to keep New Dawn's hopes alive in this round and actually completely save it. Barb pushing in for the kill. It's going to be late on the timing, and he is going to be the last person for Sicario to try and swing that sword.
Fortunately, just not enough time, so we'll go out in a blaze of glory. New Dawn will take the first round here on Bay 5. So again, off to a good start, but we've seen this before from New Dawn. So, you know, I'm going to need to see a little bit more before I start to become that believer we talked about.
This is something that is quite strongly favoured amongst a lot of competitive high-level teams. You know, the first couple of rounds of any match, regardless of attacking or defending, being feeling your opponent out. So we saw that rush over to the A site, we saw the rotate to B. That will have called out positions from where the defensive team are playing, and Sicario have one version of how this New Dawn lineup sets up. Aiden deep back off of site, manages to trade 1-for-1 before going down. Watchful closing that one out. Slaughter on the door frames in a different position here as well to apply more pressure. Back alley, same spot. Wallbang from Watchful, not quite finding the mark.
Ooh, Sleek though. Quick reaction time finds Nuclear down. Barb will pick up on to not Mr. Kevin. Sleek in toward the back alley. Pug knows he's here. Shots ring out, but they don't quite connect. And out through the smoke, back and forth we go. Pug kind of getting the worst end of the deal between that battle. And now Sleek just slowing things down a bit.
Bob's not interested in dropping all the way to first here, though. He keeps it in second and third in cruise control. Slaughter with good awareness is going to turn and find one kill for his troubles, but only such a consolidation prize until Barbaric shuts him down. That's going to be a Sicario round. 3 kills from Barb as he is cooking it up as a Storm at the beginning of Bay 5, but it is one apiece so far on the scoreline.
One apiece. Sicario looking to make it as easy as possible for them, right? We talked about how tough it can be in this lower bracket, especially on the final day with 10 potential maps on the card. But if they could find a way to 3-0, I mean, that literally is the best case scenario for Sicario heading into that championship. So we'll see if they can finish strong here on Bay 5 as they've done before. Right now, New Dawn off to a good start, but they're going to need more than one here.
Good shots as cruising on entry. He's going to cruise straight through Nuclear. He's not worried about the radiation. He's just going to blast on past without a worry. In on the right-hand side as Watchful spawn, looking to try and follow a similar suit, but doesn't succeed. Slaughter down. Cruising puts Barbaric down over the site. That looked like danger before it happened in front of our eyes. Now Cruising looking to try and make up for it. It's going to take out Pug, but that's a little bit of a woe for the team. It's not causing the bomb any issues, but it does make this rotate off of the A site tough now.
Cruising goes down. Sleek looks to keep a watchful eye over his teammate, and Strix will get the plant down here. And now Kevin does get taken out by Strix. Back to a 2v2, and Sicario looking to win this round as well. 40 seconds on the clock. Slaughter and Aiden looking to work together.
Yeah, everything that happens on the A site just ends up in dropping it down to a 2v2 on the B site. It might as well have not happened on that side of the map, as it just ends up cancelling and nullifying each other out. So 25 leaves a great deep slice from Slick. Moves out of Strix. Finding the backside of Slaughter out of teammate. Slaughter's going to jump onto site and get picked off by some more discipline. That one, I'm a little confused, honestly, Hawk. Both teams feeling very mismatched on either side of the pitch there.
Yeah, it was kind of a little bit of a funky round. I mean, New Dawn had some good control over toward the B site, but you know, there was 2 picks in a row there, and things just kind of fell apart for them. It was kind of just a scrappy, awkward round, really, from maybe both squads. But you'll have that from time to time, and unfortunately for New Dawn, Watchful is still on fire. A nasty 2K. Pug says, not without me, you're not, and finds a double of his own. A triple, a quadra. Pug is on fire, and he can't get the ace as Barb shuts him down.
But he's still more than enough. I mean, 4 in the round leaves it for the last 2 of his teammates alive to just have an easy cruise up 2v1. 4 phenomenal frags out of our Pug is insane to save that one. This scoreline, I mean, I said it before the game, the pressure on Sicario, you've got to be feeling it right now. And only performances like that from Pug and other members of New Dawn are going to continue to apply that pressure. That's not going to weaken it. That's going to make it worse. What a phenomenal showing on the B site.
Slaughter, we'll check the windage. Doesn't like it, so we'll save that nade for a rainy day momentarily here. Now back. Gets the cue out from his teammates that the pressure is coming toward Forklift. Might just let this one fly. We see that device over there as well, but it is a bit wide and to the left here.
Slow and steady again is a bit more of a similar feeling to the majority of the rounds we've had so far. Mostly because New Dawn have forced Sicario into this tempo. They've not wanted to play that fast game that Sicarios like to keep as a part of their overall textbook. The change of pace, being able to swap between quick-paced rounds and slow, steady approaches. 3 on the door frame is going to give Pug a little bit of a fright, but after the 4th piece of the round before, they're going to be feeling confident enough to take out more than 1, 2. Pug again is going to be looking to be on a rampage.
Sleek's going to find not Mr. Kevin, but they haven't got through Pug yet, who lines him up and knocks him down. Cruising, though, who's been a knight in shining armor. We'll find it. Sleek, Barbaric combined for 2 apiece, and all of a sudden, all of that momentum again just deflated by Barb and the rest of Sicario, who will go back up by 1 round. And again, honestly, it's kind of been the theme here. These first halves of all of these games have been really close. Hasn't been to that second half that we see Sicario really start to run away with it. So that's kind of what I got my eye on here for New Dawn, and they really need some of these extra rounds in that first half as well.
Yeah, I think a couple of people that might have jumped the gun around before in the chat saying that they were keen to change the channel points on the prediction might be changing their mind around later after they see this one going off. It's back and forth, though, which I do think favors New Dawn, and no matter what we thought this was going to be comfortable riding for Sicario, this is pretty hefty, and heated. Speaking of heated, Nuclear's under assault. He's going to get one, and almost a second. Watchful rings one off the top of the nog.
Water goes down as well. Guy Aiden, unfortunately, gets caught out there by Strix, who, I mean, everybody on Sicario right now is hitting some nasty shots, so Pug's still standing. He's been that juggernaut here in the last couple rounds, but he's going to need another big round here because Sicario's already got that device planted.
I want whatever helmet Watchful's got on. That man just ricocheted an MAIAP. That's insane. That's actually crazy. Mr. Kevin here on the back alley position with support from Pug just round towards the left. They're going to have to try and work their way in 2v4. Double jump shots at the same time. Sees Pug better than Barbaric in that one. Second, Pug is really starting to cook and feel himself right now. Pressure out towards Ali cruising. Remember that knight in shining armor, like Hort said's going to swing for the 2-piece. Hort. It's back and forth between these key players. Cruising just always seems to be here at the right place at the right time for Sicario.
Cruising for a bruising, baby. 7-4, but Pug has 8 as well, and it's these 2 juggernauts that continue to clash, but you're right, Cruising. Again, a big clutch here. Now they double that lead once more. They've guaranteed themselves a tied half, and so it's really going to be up to New Dawn. I mean, you'd love to see him get at least one of these next 2 rounds, but ideally they're hoping to get both.
Now, this is a POV I'd like to be on board with, because normally this early utility did a lot of work. Again, Slaughter's going to put one close to home, but not quite there. This big blue in the kill feed, the only red sight is that of Barbaric picking up a single kill, but it drops to a 4 versus 1 as New Dawn just explode upon the Sicario attack. Oof.
Strix, though, catching Pug on this rotation over, which does mean that B site's open. And unfortunately, this rotation from that defensive side is equally as quick here. So we will see him get here in time, but he's not aware that Strix is lurking at mid. He finds the pick on the Slaughter and now has time to get this plant down as well.
2 versus 1 slip moves out of Strix has made it possible. I hesitate for a second as I thought Red had found some form of crazy wallbang angle there from the door frame. I thought Nuclear was looking to line that up through the fuel container, and I was about to be really amazed. Then, instead, actually just looking to try and use the audio cue to pull off the bomb. Strix, more than wise and aware to it, is going to turn away and face from the only last point of contact. Flash in hand, out of the angle.
Cool. Talk about a game of cat and mouse here. Kevin, or Guy Aiden will begin to step forward. Strix just buying up time here, and he's playing so smart at the moment here. 12 seconds on the clock, but Guy Aiden gets him in time, and there's time for the defusal as well. New Dawn, just with a few seconds left on the clock, somehow come away with a very important round for them.
You and Guy Aiden, I would believe, read the situation perfectly at the same time. They were playing a slow game of cat and mouse back and forth, a very decisive step-for-step audio cue fight of back and forth. At which point, Guy Aiden says, I've had enough of this nonsense, slam it into 7th, and just runs the circuit and outpaces Strix for the kill. Really well played and good decision-making under pressure there from New Dawn.
Man, that was so close for Strix, though. A lot of really nice shots. We saw him cut off that rotation at mid on the slaughter. 1 kill away, but New Dawn 1 round away now from tying it up. An opening pick here from Guy. Watchful, able to trade back, continues to put bullets down range. They don't find a home on the secondary target, who has gone prone behind the smoke.
Somehow surviving. The bomb's actually going to escape back out of sight onto plat to get some support from teammates. As that just seemed like a whole load of nightmares that they didn't want to be getting involved with that deep, that soon. Back position in alley towards New Dawn. Support's good, and it's going to rotate out for an aggressive pick onto Sleek, whilst Strix is busy doing some quick shopping.
Things will slow down once more. Nuclear toward back alley. We'll let a few shots ring out. Just 5 left in the mag here, though. And has to be careful he doesn't get overwhelmed. We'll go ahead and pop that reload as Sicario begins to shift on towards site here. Shots to the wall that don't find the home either. And with that, we'll see that rotation come into play. Pog comes up big as Barb finds Nuke.
One thing I am keeping my eyes on is Strix, whilst he was doing that quick shopping, did pick up an assault class weapon. That's AK with 7M40 in it on an enforcer class. So Strix going to be very hard to get through right now. Short of a headshot through face visor. Close. Barb, good contact. Pug takes out Strix we're talking about, but Barb is there to re-swing for contact. 5-3. Sicario make it out of the first half with a 2-round lead.
And honestly, this might be the biggest lead they've had at half. I think the first game was 4-1. Oh, we had a 4-1, we had a 4-4, and now 5-3. So this is kind of what we expected here. I mean, Bay 5 is their map. Now we head to that second half where they've been very, very dominant. And so, again, New Dawn really needs to come out swinging. They need to take these first couple rounds, but I just don't know if it's possible with how well Sicario is playing together.
Yeah, the comments in the chat right now saying that the post-match highlights is just going to be the entire match played out again. They're not wrong. It has been popping off. And this mask, well, I mean, not just this map. I think the entire series so far has escalated from game 1 through to where we're at, but it's all been cinema. It's been very close games back and forth. And New Dawn have been, it just feels like on the receiving end of the Anluka side of things where it's just a little bit short. Good avoidance from a Hell Nade early out of spawn. Sees New Dawn weathering that one without any wounds. Big com push pressure and oh, I thought they were going to send 4 then. This split, they actually decide against it. Sicario knows this is coming. Look at how well set up they are for this hawk.
Oh my, and they were ready. Barbaric finds 2. Watchful gets 2 as well, and Nuclear is going to have to go Nuclear. A 5v1, a rare feat that we see, and Watchful will put him down. It's a full house between Watchful and Barb, and Sicario in the second half has been relentless. They've been dominant, and it continues here on Bay 5. They double the lead and just 2 away from match point.
That's a big read. You can tell that's done from the prep work. Proper prior preparation before the performance is going to... It just prevents mistakes. And I'm going to be honest with you. You go for a shock and or slam attack. It's not going to work out if it's prepped up for. Now, this is an early smoke out towards Con. I like the approach from New Dawn. Similar, but different. Watchful. Going to pick up the first kill onto Pug. Again, Sicario seem more than aware this is coming.
Aiden finds a pick here onto Watchful, who's been an arch nemesis lately as Barb goes down as well. But Sleek, the whole crew, it's tough to deal with, and Sleek finding a 2-piece. Guy Aiden able to answer back to bring it to a 2v2. He doesn't have a ton of health, and he's the last member now for New Dawn.
Aiden always been one that's been good at the back ends of the rounds. Good clutch player, good under pressure. 1v2 and half a health bar. Has he got it in him? Cruising. Big cruising, big step in. Why did we even doubt it? It's been the one unquestionable part of Sicario's lineup for the entire tournament has been cruising. Is he there when he needs to be? Yes. Is he able to kill however many people you put in front of him? Yes. If he dies and doesn't kill everybody, is there a teammate still up to finish it off for him? Yes. It just seems to be stupidly consistent from cruising right now.
When you're in a 1v1 and you're going up against Cruising, you're probably losing. My man is a monster. Strix has the SKS in hand here in this second half. And again, we see kind of a nice big spread here from Sicario at the moment. Most of the action heading toward B for Nudon, and Pug able to open up onto a pick as they look to pressure in with the fierceness.
I mean, this is the person you want to be sending on entry with the way they've been playing on the frags and the defending side. You want to be getting Pug in there and into the battles, be able to rinse some more heads like they have been doing so consistently so far. Now only one person left on site for Sicario to hold the B push. Two in support coming from Red are getting here very quickly. One's going to wrap Harbor, and a flank from the defending side's going to come on. Good revenge from Sleek, gets one. Nuclear takes him down to shut him out, but the plant goes down in good timing. Now watch this flank along with Compressor.
Cruising, Strix, they get two. Back to Cruising, who finds another, and now Slot able to find Strix, though. It's another 1v1 against Cruising. He's just been so consistently clutch. He has that health favor. 31 seconds. Slaughter has to try and navigate the time. He played it well. He steps out. The hip fire doesn't connect. And Cruising, yet again, comes away the victor of the 1v1. Finds the defusal. Sicario looking mighty strong to close this one out.
He's just so fucking good. It's ridiculous how consistent, and it is 3 again from Cruising.
How do you stop him?
I don't know. We've not seen a solution to it yet. No team that we have put in front of them this weekend has been able to do anything about Cruising.
Well, it could be the final round here for New Dawn. They are literally backs against the wall at this point. Nuclear taking up a lot of space here toward mid. We can see Sicario beginning to shift toward that B site where New Dawn has paid most of their attention to here in the second half. So Sicario's done a great job of reading these plays. They just need one more round.
Strix takes one. The SKS reaping again. Rotation out. Just Cruising on that lurk towards Gap is going to keep Nuclear busy whilst the action's popping off from top red to back B site. Strix there with that also crucial play again into Nuclear. Another vital target on New Dawn shut down. Bob picks one up on the backside. Grenade goes into Con. Slaughter and Kevin, the last two left alive, and it's just feeling all so dire the further it gets down. This round to take them home over the line in the first best of 5 in the lower bracket grand finals, and a spot to fight for the title. NA Pinnacle Season 1 champions for Sicario. Two members stand in their way, one of which is Slaughter, who's going to say he is not done just yet.
I mean, I thought Slaughter was going to be done there. It was a nice little play from Sicario, but Slaughter doing that, the name fitting, slaughtering the competition. Is he aware that one is lurking at mid? And we talk about the situational awareness from a lot of these players, and unfortunately, with only 28 seconds on the clock, really not enough time to rotate to the other side of the map. He goes for the fake. He steps into the crosshair of Sleek, and Sicario has done it the best way possible. They get it done in 3 to work with some of that dexterity as they get set and ready now for Aspect, who's been waiting in that final spot.
I think Slaughter's movements at the end of that game embodies the series perfectly. No matter what New Dawn threw at the table for Sicario to deal with, it was served up and slammed back twice as hard, and Slaughter just left stood in heaven in the back end of Bay 5 thinking, what do I do? What do I do, man? It's just rough, bruh. It's a phenomenal performance across the board. I know we spoke a lot about Cruising, but the team performance that gets him there when Cruising turns up at the end of the game when they need him to for the last 4 or 5 rounds to really solidify it. But 9-3, Sicario take it 3-0 and move on to the grand final. wow.
Whew.
Just wow. I don't have words. I really don't have words. I had thought 2 rounds into that New Dawn had found what they needed to be able to really, really push this one down the line. But Sicario, I mean, the music going on behind me, this kind of setting the scene for me. I feel like we're walking up the champions' steps to that grand final alongside Sicario after they've made it. They have found a way through that lower bracket surge, and they are going to get a chance to reclaim that lost glory of champions of the NA scene.
And a team that they haven't met yet in the NA Pinnacle, but a team that has recently beat them in a different tournament. So it all kind of comes full circle here for both of these teams now in a best of 5. We really get to crown a champion. 2 phenomenal teams about to go head to head, but there can only be one winner, and it has all come down to this. You couldn't ask for a more cinematic 2 weekends here to unfold, but got to wait just a little bit longer. And obviously, we've got to check out all the amazing highlights from that last one.
Honestly, it's been an admirable performance from New Dawn throughout the entirety of the tournament. We're going to start on board with some ridiculous shots from Nuclear and not Mr. Kevin, who were a big part of their first weekend's performance and why they have made it so far through this tournament and why continuously they are turning up so strong in the NA scene. We're going to jump on board from time to time with Sicario early in this game as they do squeak a couple of rounds through the great effort that New Dawn brought to Bay 5. We got the highlights here as Pug 1, 2, 3, 4 on this amazing round. These beautiful kills. I mean, the right side, the left side, the leans to go with it. It's just some exceptional gameplay. We see another spark of highlight of it as well, Hort, in the next round, but this is the Sicario that teams were finding so hard to struggle with, right? They adapt a round later. They already have a solution.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on Skybridge as well. They're just so good at making adjustments on the fly and recognizing what teams are doing, whether it's offense or defense. And so that's what it takes to make a great team, to consistently win championships and tournaments. And I think that's why we've seen Sicario at the top for so long. But we have seen some teams begin to topple them here and there. And so we know that they're human. We know that they're slayable. But man, I don't know about today. They are looking so dang good today.
Yeah, I think a phenomenal effort and performance from New Dawn overall, but Sicario on the day were the better team and close it out to get it over the line. A good defuse in the end here, and then this final round, you're going to give it to Slaughter, even fighting all the way through to the end, but I think that New Dawn will be feeling very similar thoughts to that was emphasized out of the crowd, as I believe a long-standing loyal fan of the scene in general and a great supporter to a partner. They'll literally come out with a "thank God this is over, give me my boyfriend back," okay, and a sigh of relief as they will be reunited. Don't worry, he's done now. Bronze ain't half bad is definitely not the way to be looking at it. I think at this moment in time, any team could be exceptionally glad with a 3rd place placement, given how well the level of competition has been for this tournament. Every team that has turned up has really overperformed for me since when we last saw them, and it's done a great job of making the entirety of the entertainment cinema.
I mean, if you made it into the Pinnacle tournament at all, that's a huge feat on its own, and I think you should be proud of yourself regardless of the outcome. But yeah, I mean, 3rd place, not going home empty-handed as well. €1,500 to take home for them as well. So, you know, we certainly tip our hats to New Dawn on a phenomenal job. They were they're the first team that we've ever seen beat Sicario in a best of 3 earlier in this tournament. But we talk about it all the time. Consistency is king. And well, Sicario has been king for quite some time. So we'll get to see here in a little bit if Aspect can dethrone those kings and crown themselves champions for the first time here at the Hunt Premier Pinnacle 1, brought to you by Hunt Premier in Battle State Games. But we need to take a break to load these players into the lobby, get everybody ready. This is going to be a little bit of an extended break on this one. So stretch the legs, maybe get the snacks, popcorn, whatever you might need, but don't go too far. When we come back, I'm sorry. I'm getting messages in my ear. Connor's yelling at me. Not yet, Sauce. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. So I do apologize. I'm just that excited to get my own snacks for this upcoming match. So I do apologize to our King Connor up there, but I'm just excited for this next one.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I've got to go get myself a glass of milk after Blue's closeout comment from yesterday because I'm pretty sure mine came back from the shop. Oh, my word, Blue roasting on the way out was a good one yesterday. Chat, whilst we're taking a moment to just decompress from that last game, again, a shout out to you guys for turning up. We appreciate every single one of you showing up and showing out in the chat. Comments, compliments, criticisms, and all of that engagement with the stuff that's going on alongside. Thanks to our sponsor. Remember, Aorus X AMD Radeon have jumped on board with us to be able to give you guys a chance at a brand new graphics card. That 9070 XT is a insane piece of tech, and if you're interested in getting your hands on it, there's a link in the chat thanks to the command !Aorus, which will get you there to be able to grab tickets refreshing daily. More tickets give you more chances at winning, so get yourself on those entries. Finally, from me, I'm going to say an 07 to New Dawn, and if we do crown them third place position on the podium, we're going to think about a couple of highlights, all right, as their journey through this tournament has been great. And we should say an 07 and a well-played GG's to New Dawn for some of their moments where they were highlighted. Weekend 1, we had performances and standout play from Nuclear on that SKS as a newer name that maybe hadn't seen so much hype in the scene, really was showing up as a big part of why they got over the line, alongside of support from the rest of his teammates fragging out. But also, the one part for me that really impressed me from the New Dawn performance in the first half of this tournament was utility use from Slaughter that did a lot of the work. We made a joke, 34% of his kill commitment was from utility. Well, that is astronomical. It's something that Grenade legends of the past would be very proud to boast a stat of themselves and Slaughter, and I think the New Dawn boys can be very grateful and proud of their journey in this tournament. Although we do have to say goodbye, it's a very fond farewell and a good job from the guys here on the bench. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the yapping is done. You get to give your ears a little bit of a breather now, and I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to send it out as mythically as my man with the mustache on the left, but we are going to ride, folks. So hop on the horse. Let's go take a canter off into the sunset, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. You've joined us here for the final series of the first ever season of the NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. That's right. We may have had a couple of these over in the European region, but it's the first time we've been able to take all 8 teams from the NA scene that are at the top tier of their gameplay to be able to battle it out for the champions title, Pinnacle Elimination Champions. We've got 2 teams that have made it to the grand final, one of them through a little bit more adversity than the last, but we have 2 teams ready to compete for that title of champion. Whether one of them is particularly favored in this, I don't necessarily think I have a favorite here, Hort. But for Aspect, and Oberstorm, Tizzy, IFP, Europe, and Apollo, they took their time today to sit back and watch the first best of 5 because they made it here through the winners bracket. So they are not going to be feeling the woes of having already had to play.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure, both teams absolutely deserve to be here. So I think that's what we're going to see in this best of 5. The best team is going to win on the day. Aspect, Oberst, Tom, Tizzy, IFP, Europe, Apollo, C, you mentioned it. I'm sure they've warmed up a little bit, but they had the luxury of just kind of hanging back and watching that series. Now, on the other side of things for Sicario, at least they were able to finish in 3 maps. We talked about teams who went to game 4, game 5, and had trouble in the finals. Not going to be the case for them here today.
Yep, absolutely. And with that, let's have a look at the map picks because we want to talk about endurance. They still have played 3 maps, and therefore, if Sicario are going to want to take this final match of the best of 5 home comfortably for themselves, they're also going to be looking to close this one out in similar fashion. Aspect getting the first map pick sets the first speed bump for the Sicario squad. Bay 5 is where they're going to take them. Speed bump, not sure so much, bearing in mind we know how comfortable Sicario are going to be playing in that atmosphere, bearing in mind they picked that as one of their map choices for the previous best of. They then, however, are going to take us to Fort, which we saw them perform on as the first map from the best of 3 previously that we got played. The 3 maps that we got played in the best of 5. And they performed well there too. So, I mean, the first 2 maps, if you're thinking Sicario favored, you wouldn't be incorrect. I'm just not sure that Aspect are going to have a similar mindset for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Aspect play very good on Fort against Evasion earlier in this tournament as well. And honestly, I think that picking Bay 5 may be a little bit of a risk, but I also like that confidence from Aspect. Like, yeah, we know Sicario's very good on Bay 5, but guess what? So are we. And so I think if Aspect can come out swinging and find a way to win game number 1, we're going to have a very competitive series on our hand. But if they drop these first 2 games, then, we might just be looking at a similar scenario that we saw with Sicario versus New Dawn.
And it's interesting that we see neither of these 2 teams comfortable with Bowl at this moment in time. That being shown by the fact that Bowl is the deciding match, and that although we've known that Iceberg has almost been taboo amongst the majority of the teams, when put into a best of 5 scenario with only 5 maps available, it starts to become a decision that's on the table later down the series. Neither Aspect nor Sicario will have disrespected the other in the thought process of prepping for this game and believing that it's going to be as easy as 1 and done in 3 maps. I believe that both teams will have at least prepped for 4, if not all 5, and I'm pretty sure that both teams is neither going to be happy nor looking forward to finding themselves on Bowl at the end of a 5-map series during this one. Personally, if I'm going to run down the line, I think Aspect take map 1, Aspect take map 3, Sicario take map 2, Sicario take map 4 maybe. I don't know. For me, I'm in a 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other scenario right now. Bay 5's contention, I don't think that's a team-favoured map. I think that could go either way. I do think Fort favours Sicario. I do think Skybridge favours Aspect. And I'm not sure where Iceberg goes. Well, I think we could see a full 5 here. I'm actually very, very comfortably happy we might see minimum 4, probably 5 games in this.
I certainly hope so. I honestly don't know which way it's going to go here. So I'm just excited to let these 2 teams really do the talking out on the battlefield. And so it's going to be a fun one, that's for sure. Obviously, I think Sicario have been the favorites in the past, but with Aspect, being in the top of that bracket, recently beating Sicario, I think they've made a viable stand for that spot as well. But before we get into that as well, I'm gonna fray off for just a moment because there's somebody who's special in my life, and it's their birthday today. My son Samuel is turning 10 today. And so I just wanted to wish him a happy birthday. If you guys in chat want to wish him a happy birthday, I'd appreciate it. He comes back and watches these clips sometimes. So Happy birthday, Samuel. Love you. And with that out of the way, uh, Sicario aspect, yeah, I'm hoping it goes to a game 5. I mean, both of these weekends have been an absolute cinema, and I think that we really couldn't ask for better series, and it's only continued to get better. Aspect, Sicario, two top tier teams, and I'm just ready to crown a champion for the NA Pinnacle.
What a better day, better way to celebrate your birthday than to watch Dad on screen commentating some of the best gaming that you've seen in a long time. Happy birthday, Sam. Big shout out there from the folks over here. Hope you have a great day, and hopefully we can entertain you just like we have been the rest of the chat and everybody else at home with some more exceptional gameplay. I'm locked in. Personally, I'm locked in because this one is going to tell us the story. I nicknamed myself Crack Wisdom a long time ago alongside a lot of different other reasonings, but it has become found to be a fun name because of the ability to predict or counter-predict or, I don't know, explain some level of wisdom at some point. We're not going to do that this time. We don't have guesswork to be played here because I don't think there's really too much logic to put on the table that doesn't have a good counter-argument. You look at the top fraggers, you've got Cruising that's been absolutely slaughtering people. We saw Tizzy drop 4 1v4s. I don't know which of the two you consider more dominant. Yes, Tizzy's consistency is not that of Cruisen's, but Cruisen's popping up in 2Ks, 3Ks, 1v4s 4 times in a row. I mean, that's an impossible level of over-performing to be consistent at. It's like it almost carries more weight in my mind. So your top fraggers are dead even. You've got consistent players in both teams. You've got good marksman players in both teams. You have the patience. You have the aggression. I mean, I'm back and forth on this one, honestly. Europe has been destroying people right now. Apollo is known as just not dropping the ball ever. I mean, Apollo's still the only person throughout the entire first weekend to have carried a positive KD in every match he played. The only player. Big dubs in that. There's, so many talking points. Aspect have got good points. Sicario have got good points. This is a tough one. I'm really curious to see what the prediction's looking like in chat. Actually, that's the one for me. Is where are we in the chat? How are we? Oh my! Look at the split, Hort. It is a bang fiddies straight down the middle. 155k to 153k. That is a 50% split. The 48. It's shifting. We'll have to wait till it finishes. It's a very close one at the moment in the chat.
Well, I mean, that's what we expected to be on screen as well, a very close one. And so I've been excited for this one. I've kind of watched it kind of play out through the last couple weekends. Like I said, I got to see just a little bit yesterday while we were celebrating. But, I think this is about as good as it gets. I mean, we've got Sicario. They've been the powerhouse for a long time, but we saw them falter a bit. They ended up in that lower bracket. We talked about Aspect. They powered their way through onto the finals, but again, they've beat Sicario. It was only a best of one in a previous different tournament, but they are a team that has toppled Sicario in the past. So we get to see both of these Titans now clash. Of course, we can only have one winner, certainly both deserving of being here. And we've got to, tip our hats on everybody, all the competitors from all the teams for putting on such great shows throughout both weekends. But as we said, there can only be one in the end. And now we are ready. 5 potential maps to settle all the talk.
So excited. Really keen to get into this one. This one is it's on my charts as set to be one of the best games of the year, actually. We've had some exceptional maps and performances out of the EU scene, the NA scene. I don't know if you've had the chance to glaze your eyes over some of the OCE stuff recently as well. I mean, everywhere that Arena has a competitive scene at the moment has been providing some really top-tier matches to lock in and watch. So just very grateful to be a part of that right now as well, and alongside all the stuff that's going on with main game. I'm sure for all of you that play both, especially now that PBE has had itself linked up to Arena for those rewards and benefits to transfer between the two. Lots going on. I mean, do we throw it out on the court just yet, chat? Are we feeling like gambling, guys, today? I don't know. I don't know. If you're an old Fnatic fan, then you might remember a guy that played League of Legends by the name of Upset. And I don't know, Hort. That letter A, it's kind of at the beginning of the alphabet, and there's always some aspect of something that's been challenging Sicario right now, and I'm just wondering if that first letter A of the alphabet is the aspect that might be ready to claim the title today. I don't know. I get a feeling that it might be a New Dawn, but not for New Dawn. I think it might actually be the rise of aspects today.
They've been looking good, and it's all about what team shows up, though. We really haven't seen Aspects play yet today. So I think might take them a couple rounds to get going. Luckily, it is a best of 5, but again, I'm pleased with their confidence to be willing to tackle Bay 5 first when, again, a map that we've seen Sicario just have a ton of success on, feel very comfortable there. So I think picking that as a first map, especially into a team like Sicario, says a lot about Aspect. I think that it shows they have a lot of confidence in themselves, and as they should. So I think this first one's gonna give us a little bit of a tell of what we might see throughout this best of 5.
Absolutely. The best of 5 series for me is going to be decided in the first 2 maps. If we split 1-1, we're locked in for a series. If we go 2-0 to either team to begin with, I do think we will end up seeing a landslide performance, and I do feel this is not necessarily down to maps like it was with New Dawn, where Bol was potentially a saving grace for them, should they be able to get Sicario there. It's more of a flip side to this one, where it's like, I don't think that a sweep of a reverse in any kind is going to be possible with how well both of these teams play off of momentum. Not that they perform poorly when they're put under pressure and the momentum's against them. I just think that these teams overperform drastically when they are riding that snowball. And it's down to some individual crushing members. Europe, Tizzy, Watchful, Cruising. Barbaric is known in finals, specifically finals performances, to show up in one of the maps in a big way. So that might be the reach that Sicario look towards to help get them over the line. There's a lot of factors going both ways where this could really, really be a hot topic.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say I don't think a sweep is possible, but I would say anything is possible here with the Pinnacle action that I've seen. I don't think that it's probable, certainly, but as much as I don't want to see it happen, you just got to think about it in the back of your mind. I mean, we really weren't quite expecting that last series to be a 3-0, maybe a 3-1, but not really a 3-0. And so, especially with, how we saw New Dawn play well on Skybridge in their previous showing. So, Sicario has really showed up today. Can they consistently do it? Well, they've done it for 3 games. Can they do it for a minimum of 3 more, potentially 5, though? Those are big questions to ask. We talk about dexterity, all these additional things that come into play when you are playing over a long period of time. And so there's a lot of factors there, and that's where great players are really made. And so I think, this is a really good test for all 10 competitors here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking over at the chat as we get ready to cook into the game, and I'm watching some of the crazy comments of people coming in. If only you can see the cat sitting on his lap, but somebody's on some Dr. Evil vibes over there. Who's a,
Yeah,
preparation
fly.
edge.
I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver.
Wow, chat. You don't get that very often. There you go, front row seat. People need to be paying
Yeah.
for these kind of things. We should be charging tickets for this. I'm telling you now. Full on performance, front row seat. Beautiful. 2 teams.
Hey, we always say we hope that everybody's having as much fun as we are. I mean, it's always a great time with you, Cracked. We honestly, the people behind the scenes don't get enough credit, but everybody here at Hunt is phenomenal to work with. We're always having a great time, and honestly, without chat, it wouldn't be half as much fun. So we certainly appreciate you guys continuously, week in, week out, month after month, showing out, showing the support. You guys are truly the real legends out here. So.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much took the words right out of my mouth on that one there. There's 2 teams that we're going to get to watch on screen, and we essentially are the metaphor for the 2 teams in the casting booth as we go back and forth with our comms, and we fight and we jest and we joust about our opinions and different thoughts as to who's going to take the game home. But at the end of the day, we both end up sitting satisfied at the end of the game. We get to sit on the couch and bask in the glory of whoever wins, either way. So long as we've got some great competitive action, we're always blessed with being entertained. And like Hort said, we always hope that you guys are having just as good a time as we are in the chat, because, well, It's one of those things that we like to profess about life. Okay, we'll hit you with a little bit of wisdom real quickly. If you don't enjoy what you're doing for work, do something about it. It really is as simple as that. I get jobs are hard to find, and I get the grind can be tough sometimes, and I get life can be a little bit dark. But if you're not enjoying what you're doing, the first hurdle is getting over yourself and being able to realize that you're not enjoying what you're doing and that there is other options out there to go and enjoy what you're doing. I'm not going anywhere. And it doesn't matter how many times we see criticism in the chat, somebody sending me a message afterwards saying my bald head was shining just a little bit too bright on stream. All that's going to do is force me to be a little bit better every time. So, sorry, you're stuck with me, folks, and I hope the same would be said for the mustache, but we would not choose to be anywhere else. We're here for the passion. We love every single bit of the gameplay. The guys that join us in the chat, and every single one of our colleagues. I personally know that I can speak from my heart, and I'm sure Hort will back this, but we had the pleasure of bumping into and meeting some of these folks through our endeavors recently, PAX West, and other things coming in the future that, we can't be blessed enough for. So, a shout out and a thank you to everybody that goes into making this possible. We thoroughly grateful for it and looking forward to bringing you the result of this final match. Champions, Hort, give me a prediction. Go on, Cook, throw one out there. Give me a wild one. Throw me a pitch.
I don't wanna, man. I don't wanna.
Come on, chat. We got hot sauce, hot sauce, hot sauce.
I think why it's so tough is over time I've really got to know a lot of these players, and you build a connection there, and so you want to see everybody win. But for me, I genuinely like what Sicario's doing. So if they win, I'm going to be pleased. But if Aspect wins, it's somebody that finally knocks off this team that we haven't seen knocked off. So I will be happy with whoever wins. I'm really hoping for a 3-2 series, but for whatever reason, I'm feeling a 3-1. It really could go either way. I'm gonna go with. I want to say Aspect, but I'm just gonna go with Sicario. I don't know why.
You were so close. You were so close. Chat, we almost
really
had him. We almost
want
got
to
him
say
drifting. There's
Aspect.
no way.
They're the top team right now. I mean, they're in the finals first. But I don't know. I don't know if Sicario is ready to be toppled yet. I think because they went into the lower bracket early, it has ignited this fire. And I don't know. I really don't know. That's just a random thing for this one, honestly. Either team wins, I'll be happy, though. Like I said, 10 phenomenal legends out on the battlefield here today.
Hey, I'm going to be running soon. I just seen a comment in the chat. Rock up to the next Pinnacle greased up cracked. No, either. I'm out of here, folks. We're gone.
Gold star
outline. Yeah, it's a gold star. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's enough in there to even cover the bald head. I'll be real. I need an Alton for that. Not this time around, though. No, we've left the body armor and the helmet upstairs. We'll be saving that for a rougher time. Maybe when the HPL EU5 comes around. Which, folks, by the way, whilst we're locking in for this next game, is going to be your next feature on the tour. If you're keeping an eye on the roadmap for the year's seasons worth of events for Arena and for base game. The next one rocking up, HPL EU5. Going to be in the middle of October, toward the end of October, where we will be announcing that giveaway winner, courtesy of the partnership for the rest of the year, thanks to that step in from Aorus and AMD Radeon coming together and combining for that partnership, which has provided us the ability to give away. Guys, it's like the production's living in my head now too, chat. This is just so blessed, honestly. Well, that's why they're giving away this graphics card and some keys for the game. Hort, 4 prizes, an unheard edition, a standard edition, and a copy of Arena, as well as a potential for the graphics card, the RX 9070 XT Gaming OC 16G card that just looks insanely good.
Insanely good is an understatement. I know I would absolutely love to have my hands on one of those, so that's why it's important to stay following those socials, as Crackhead mentioned, and there's multiple opportunities to get into the giveaway daily. So make sure you check back and you're following all of those guidelines there as well. I know I've already done it yesterday. Need to get into it today as well. Probably will do that after the stream here, but one more exciting best of 5. Only one champion. I honestly don't know who's going to win. Crack forced me into that prediction, guys, so I'm just throwing that out there.
I love how heated the chat's getting about this as well. It's one of the things that's really invigorated me for both weekends with the performances is just how passionate you guys are in the chat as to who should or shouldn't win this game, okay? I see people being like, it's hard to call the matchup. There's 50s going down. It's going to be down to the ones who's winning those individual fights. There's people calling you out for rooting for the underdog, people saying, AP, I don't know about this prediction, man, but what have we prided ourselves in being great at doing at the best times for the best of entertainment?
Yeah, I don't always enjoy it, but we certainly are very good at being wrong. So like I said, I won't be upset if I'm wrong. I talk about it all the time. Where I live, my football team is awful. We lose all the time. I am always rooting for the underdog. So it would be nice to see somebody upset Sicario for once. But again, we saw Aspect do it in a best of one not too long ago. But it's a little bit tougher to do it in a best of three or a best of five. So I think that, again, this is a great opportunity for Aspect to really show that it wasn't a fluke, that they are here to stay. They are a top contending team, and now maybe the top team.
Ooh, that's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? The top team in NA Aspect. I thought that's supposed to be the top team in NA Sicario. I don't know if I'm on that hype train. I mean, I said give me an A, give me a S, give me a P, give me an ECT. But I think the etc. that we're going to be getting on the end of this is not necessarily going to be as free as we're making it out to be. Sicario, I mean, you've got to look at it from the mental in one perspective. Here's a viewpoint people might not have considered. Why make it this far through New Dawn for revenge if we're just going to fall at the final hurdle? That's a tough mentality to break. I feel like Sicario, they're going to be feeling good going into this one, and it's going to take our real performance map one out of Aspects to knock that one down a peg.
You might spell out Aspect, but Sicario might shout out some Aretha Franklin and say, you better throw some RESPECT on our name because we are the champions. We've been the champions, and we plan on staying the champions. And I was a little bit unsure until I saw that first series, and they looked phenomenal. Near flawless, did exactly what they needed to do on each and every map to get the job done, and fairly decisively. So it's going to be up to Aspect to change my mind here today.
But just like one of these two teams, just like us in our dapper costumes from today, one of these two teams is going to go into this best of five, and one of them is going to slay Queen. At which point they're going to be singing the songs just like that namesake, where they will be walking out singing We Are the Champions. One of the two will be crowned glorious by the end of this. Not Glorious-y, no. He's just a pretty good base game player. But one of them is going to be crowned glorious champions, all right? And at this point in time, we get given the chance to crown a different champion to the one which everybody is so used to seeing in Sicario. I've got so many hitting points on this, honestly. I'm running through facts in my head. You've got grenade use. You've got utility strength on maps, where I see Aspect being +2 in the card advantage, I guess, on utility on 3 out of 5 of these maps here. I see Aspect being up for Bay 5, for Fort, and for Bowl. But I see Skybridge and Iceberg being very heavily favored for that of the likes of Sicario when it comes to utility. I think that Sicario's pressure handling under the stress of time has been better all round throughout the tournament. I think if Aspect has got one worrisome woe that has haunted them throughout their tough performances where they have had to struggle to get it over the line, it's been down to team kills. It's been down to unforced errors from those that are leading the charge, the likes of Oberstorm in the first weekend, who really made life tough for the team to be able to succeed after 6-7 team kills went down in the one game. Not all to Tom's hand. They were shared about towards the end as the pressure really started to shake the team. But you can't drop the ball like that against Sicario. That's not going to be something that Aspect are going to be able to allow into the mindset, because if that starts coming into the gameplay, I mean, Sicario have looked like the hounds of hell. It's a little whiff of the bloodshed on the horizon, and I mean, they are steamrolling it through. We saw how little, I think, thanks to production, we were able to categorize it to 15 seconds, I believe it was, that Watchful cleaned up the ace. Not a couple of kills, the entire team on his own in 15 seconds to get here. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of the pitch to that.
Yeah, and then Sleek had a ton of crazy nades on Skybridge as well. So, yeah, I think you're right. One of these teams is going to be singing "We Are the Champions." One, maybe another one bites the dust because only one can get here. At least they're not going home empty-handed for second place, though. I mean, there's 10,000 total euros on the line, but obviously we'd all love to get that first place position where you get 5,000 euros and the bragging rights. But 2,500 for second place is still a wonderful prize. So it took them a lot of work to get here. They're certainly deserving of it, but nobody wants to settle for second.
Yep. I mean, if you're a Fast and Furious fan, there's a small margin, yeah, between winning and losing. It doesn't matter whether it's by a minute or a mile. Second place is still second place. You cross the line, the result stands. It doesn't matter if it was 9-7, 7-9, 9-7, 7-9, 9-7. You still lost 3-2 at the end of the day, and you still claimed the second place prize, which, when it's a share of 10K, it's a lot to be played for. I mean, we're not talking about a Radio Shack gift card now. We're not talking about a token souvenir to take home for the family. This is a fair few bucks to be played for. So, the big boys out here to show us what they are made of and theoretically whether they are able to take it over the line. I mean, the one question I'm asking myself from Sicario is how many individual performances are they going to be allowed to pull off by Aspect? And can they start to collude those individual successes into team synergy consistently? We've seen sparks of it from Sicario. We've seen flavors and even extended moments of them putting it together 2 or 3 rounds in a row. We've not seen a full game from Sicario just yet really hammer it home.
Yeah, I mean, but that last one was a tough series against New Dawn, and I think everybody was fragging out on that one. To me, I felt like Sicario probably looked the best today that they have throughout the entirety of this tournament. And so that's where I get a little bit leery. But so for me, you talked about it. I know in that first weekend we saw Tom with a few team kills and a couple other team kills from other team members. So it's one of those things where we have to limit all mistakes, including the minor mistakes, because both of these teams, but especially Sicario, is chomping at the bit to capitalize on any of these mistakes that are made. And both of these teams are good at that, but I think those are the things I'm looking out for. What teams are limiting those mistakes? We're making the smart decisions, the rotations, the call outs, all of these things that are going to come into play because we know they all have good crosshair placement, situational awareness. We've seen the sprays to the smoke and the kills, but it's about stringing everything together today as that cohesive unit.
Stringing things together is going to be the first part of the plan. We've seen how well New Dawn did at being able to try and get the first 2/3 of every round put together successfully and execute upon it consistently as well. I mean, we saw New Dawn set up and plant the bomb on the attacking side very consistently, about 83 to 84, 87% in 2 maps that I've got here on my right-hand sides, with the success of them getting the bomb down. But only 39% of those bomb-planted rounds went their way in that last best of. So it's a very strong performance of getting the bomb on site. But Sicario doing a very good job on retake to be able to deny that plant converting in the final third. Like we said, closing out the third end of the round is a New Dawn problem, but it's not New Dawn anymore. This is a whole other team in Aspect. And the one thing that they've shown is that that's not one of their bigger problems. Their issue has been causing the chaos in the initial half of the round to the enemies, not their teammates. I'm looking for stability. That's all I'm looking for. A good, solid game of Escape from Tarkov Arena, good fundamentals, good basics out of Aspect, is what New Dawn showed to put Sicario under pressure. And I think it just needs to rinse and repeat. More of the same. Challenge Sicario to be at the top of their game. Make them play to those fundamentals. Make them play within those small margins of error. And try and cause some of the things that frustrated Aspect to frustrate Sicario, if you're an Aspect fan.
And one thing Sicario has been doing so well today, especially on Fort and Skybridge, is they're getting that plant down within the first 30 seconds. All 5 members are still standing, and so we've seen time management become an issue for that defending side when going against Sicario, having to find a way to pressure in, getting all 5 picks, and still giving themselves time for that defusal. So, like I said, Sicario has just looked phenomenal today, but can they continue it through this next series? That's the big question. Now we don't have to wait any longer. We're ready for map 1 of the best of 5 as Sicario takes on Aspect, this time on Bay 5.
Big line of scrimmage out Sicario from the defending side as two members from Aspect push up middle quick for pressure. Member out of green goes down. Watchful's good for a two-piece on com boxes, and that is going to stave off the first half of the Aspect attack. Jumping, flying, swinging, singing. Apollo, though, has got himself some revenge. What a play. Hold up, we're back in it at 3v3.
Was able to find IFP on this SR3 we've seen here. Only really swapping to that SKS so far on Skybridge, but Apollo and crew looking to clear it out. They got to be careful of Khan. Now spotted. Tizzy's going to let it sing. Apollo on the peak does find Barb, and now back to a 2v2.
Well, Captain Consistent's going to have to find himself king of the court of everybody in the field, and he's one short kill from doing so in the first round of the game. Apollo trying to get a little bit swifty with it. Goes for the flare and style, but the one thing we said last game, who's there, Hawk, at the end of the round when it matters the most? Cruising.
If you're going in a 1v1 against Cruising, you're probably losing, baby. We said it before. We might just say it again at the risk of sounding like a broken record stuck on repeat, but that has been Cruising. Repeating successful clutches time and time again. The man's a menace. The man's a monster, and they've got to find a way to combat that here in this one. Sicario, an early start as they go up to a 1-0 lead.
Well, Aspect have had the first question asked of them. The same question we've been asking anybody that's played Sicario all tournament. Who's going to stop Cruising from doing Cruising things? That's problem number one. They get that one off the table, and we'll see Sicario start to adjust, and then they'll have another problem to solve. But for now, the cards are set, and Sicario are showing that they are ready to play just as confidently as Aspect are. Good aggressive pushes out of Apollo, claims him a 4-piece in the first round, and that's going to be a daunting task for the squad of Sicario to shut down. They see that name hit the kill feed early on this round, in round number 2, and that's going to help take a bit of that pressure off again. Aspect respecting that fact, hitting you with that Aretha Franklin back over on your side of the table, is showing that they're taking a much more strategic approach to that A site.
Much slower round here in round 2. Bomb in hand, though, you're right. It is lingering toward the A site. We'll see a nade begin to rain down, but nobody's home for that one. Watchful, keeping the watchful eye here. One toward back alley. That's Strix. Let's the shot sing. The SKS doesn't win this one as IFP finds one. Watchful, able to get Tizzy here as well. The device goes down in a bit of an awkward spot as things will slow down once more.
Going to take a second to absorb some of the sounds of the atmosphere of the theatre of chaos that we've got going off in front of us as that bomb gets picked up and snuck out of windows, but back into the door frame, actually. A little bit of bait and switch play from the Aspect members on audio cues, trying to fake out some of the Sicario members for free space onto site. It works for a second as back alley depresses off, and the front site member actually kites out of the office. Corresponding cover over Tom's back is going to stop Watchful from countering the plant. He swings again for a second time. Europe again playing his life well. Does enough to keep him there, but does not help Tom off site. Cruising, picks up one from the back. Apollo taking out Watchful. Barbaric onto Apollo over the trades, back and forth.
And who else but Cruiser to find the final kill? So the device at least gets planted here from Aspect, but in the end, it's not enough. 3 members standing tall for Sicario. They'll put a second round on the board, and I was wondering exactly how Bay 5 was going to go because Sicario plays so well on this map. They're off to a nice start, but it is still very, very early. Apollo, 5 already on the board. That one snuck by me.
On board here, inside a spawn in the dugout, just listening to each of the members there, popping those powerful pens inside of the veins and the bloodstream, helping use some of those stimulants to empower the resources at their advantage. For those of you maybe a little fresh to Arena, one of the stims you find commonly in the kit's a Trimadol, which is going to give the players a form of unlimited stamina for the entirety of the round's duration. Shots out here at 3-5 through the bus as the A site looking like it's going to be the target of the plant in round number 3, Hawk.
IFP's going to put a nade right back there as well, but it goes a bit far. Doesn't matter as he got quick reaction time. Now ducks down, looks for a second. Going to hit the little 5-finger discount here and pick himself up one of these SKSs. 13 rounds in the mag here, and he did spot one tucked behind here. I believe he knows that Barb is lurking just on the other side. Cruz is going to pick up onto Tom here. And with that, we'll begin to take some control of that back alley. Tizzy finding Cruising, though, and that's a big pick that could really help out as Barb Watchful combined for 2, and any success they were about to have gets taken away immediately.
Okay. You get the five-finger death punch there coming out as the Sicario squad make light work of what's left of the Aspect team after two members go down early on Sicario. It's, again, another round where Cruisin is alive and part of the last bit of the action. We're still asking the question, Hawk, who is going to shut down this forward duo from Cruisin and Watchful? Watchful at this moment in time, I know he's sneaking up there with a 6 and 4, but Apollo also up there at 5 and 3 after the 4-piece in the first round. It's the Battle of the Titans at the top of the field. One thing I'm not so scared for now that does seem to be rather common is Tizzy, normally a little bit slower to settle into the games, is popping out towards the backside. So Aspect's got something to look forward to in that sense to think of at least.
I feel like Watchful has been a big difference maker. I flash back to that first best of 3 where they lost to New Dawn, and Watchful kind of had a little bit of a quiet day. So it's great to see him firing on all cylinders. That ace certainly seemed to ignite that spectral fire back on Skybridge, and well, he continues to let it spill over again on the Bay 5. Europe, though, immediately snuffing out that flame. Strix able to answer back with a pick of his own to keep it a 4v4. Some action around mid, but most of it heading toward the B site.
Rotation coming through into Deep CT as Sicario starts to try and reinforce over on the other half of the map. We do see Cruisin in a brilliant position to try and work his way into a flank, but we also see Apollo. They're ready to hold it, but again, who can stop Cruisin? I feel like we're going to have to try and find another way to start saying this. I need to get the thesaurus out because it has been so common. Sleek slides in for another one as a sneaky peeky out of the back door towards Forklift is going to find Apollo.
Barb right there to pick up onto Europe. Yep, Tizzy answers back, though, and now on a 1v3. I think you're right. I mean, someone's going to have to give that bruising to Cruisin because at 5 and 1, they haven't found a way to slow him down. Strix on the SKS, and again, Sicario, 4-0 to open up against Aspect. You wonder if maybe sitting back watching, not being able to play any games yet today, has affected him and is maybe the reason for a little bit of a slow start here.
Now, here's a wild pitch. What if Aspect came into this one as a warm-up game on a Sicario map pick and don't care about the result of this map? What if they're just using this as warm-up game? It's Sicario's map selection, so they're not expecting to necessarily have an easy game to beat them on for this one anyway, but they're confident enough in the next 3 that they give them this one as a warm-up, and then they're good to go. Crazy thoughts. Probably not the reasoning, but
I don't know. It didn't even cross my mind, but now that you say that, it's actually a really solid idea. It's a map that you might have more trouble on, so get those jitters out of the way, get that crosshair placement, all that comfortable stuff out of the way. That's actually a very, very solid point.
It's the best of 5. It's the one thing that extended series give you the chance for. Strix doing a smart job of a good chance, sorry, of being able to pick off one of the 3. He knows there's pressure coming round. Barb's caught the rotation across the bottom side of mid as Apollo's trying to find a way through. Now, Europe from the inside is going to find one towards back alley and remove Strix from that good position. Sleek still playing slow on the backside and the depressed angle is going to hold himself the reverse side of sight for Sicario. Oh, Watchful. Oh, no. Well played from Tom to hold it off. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Aspect desperately needing a round here in the first half. They haven't been able to get on the board just yet. Sleek in toward the back alley, holding the corner, but timing is everything, and he actually looks away just at the wrong time. Europe and crew are going to be able to shift onto site as Sleek now here's that audio cue. Help coming in here from Barb as well, and you talked about Barb having some of these big plays. Now's an opportunity. Sleek on the peak, and it's not for the weak. He finds the double, and another big round for Sicario.
That donut on the other side of the scoreboard starting to look a little daunting, Hawk. Like you say, got to hope that there's an extra level of gameplay here where Aspect have thought into the long run of this process and are comfortable being in this position right now. Sicario, all fair favor being given. The more we think about it, Hawk, we are right. Sicario, they've played 3 games. They've had 3 good quality games to play, so their level of warm-up is the highest quality, I guess you could say. New Dawn, not a easy feat by any means. Now they have to come into this Aspect, not having played too much just now. Of course, they will have probably played a warm-up game in the meanwhile to try and get themselves loose, but not the same caliber or level of the competition they're playing in right now.
IFP will take just a bit of damage as he begins to shift toward back alley. Has a couple of teammates behind him. Shots, crosshair just a bit off, and Strix able to capitalize. Finds the first. They stampede forward, but Cruisin's waiting there as well. Europe eventually finding the trade, but the damage already done.
And Cruisin is down, but it costs 2 members of the team. I mean, it's a trade-off you'll take on a most time, but it's trying to figure out how you then capitalize upon that advantage. Do you slow down? Do you hold your sights? Play the time off? Or do you try and push forward and take the space that you've gained? Sleek, again, on a really deep angle, just to make sure that his life is more valuable than getting multiple frags. Leaves Watchful open for a pick from that bus position on the A site.
Polo trying to anchor down here at mid just a bit. They are just in a very tough spot. The device there as well. And you take a look at the mini map here. Spread out nicely is Sicario. You see Strix here lingering around mid. You've got Barb holding toward that B site as well. And really, this is going to be a tough move for Aspect as they look everywhere, trying to make their way in. Somehow still standing is Tizzy, though, as he takes quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, left and right, that pillar doing a good job of absorbing the majority of the abuse. Watchful picks up Apollo. Barb gets Tizzy, and Sicario find themselves 6-0 up on map 1 on Bay 5.
I'm not going to lie. I knew this was Sicario's map pick. I knew it was going to be very tough for Aspect. I didn't quite expect a 6-0 start here from Sicario. The fact that we haven't seen Aspect get a round yet, and there's only 2 left in the first half, I really hope that what you referenced earlier is exactly what they're going for. You know, looking for that warm-up game on a tough map like Bay 5 where they know they don't have as much opportunities or chances, so just trying to get it out of the way. But, man, Sicario, they're just continuing where they left off.
Different setup from Aspect this time, coming out of spawn with a bit more focus, it looks like. Determination and direction. And get a 2-man hold on the inside of both doors. And this push in from Forklift here, that is a crossfire from a nightmare situation. Tizzy's going to take the long route round and go through the smoke. Hollow finds one onto Cruising. Watchful closes him off, but that's all action away from the site. Here's the action we're looking for. Sleek taking out Tom. Barbaric closed. Tizzy swings in with teammate on IFB. They find the space. The second on the backside does a good job of defending, but Europe finds 2. Oh. Europe finds 2, but one of them is his teammate. It's left down just to Europe versus Strix in the 1 versus 1. 60 seconds left on the clock. He has space to plant.
Definitely could have got that plant down initially. Strix does a good job of knowing that that fake is going to come in. Now running off the second one. He has to pull off the bomb. The spray from Strix, and it's too good. He times it well. Europe, a solid attempt, but unfortunately for Europe and the rest of Aspect, not able to get on the board yet. Apollo had 5 kills through 2 rounds, but now through 7, still stuck at 6 here. So early momentum stifled away. It has been all Sicario in this one.
Definitely a little bit of loose muscles, not quite warmed up yet here from Aspect. We saw cross strafe, completely accidental, but again, on-site entry. The chaos causes an Aspect friendly fire to come through. In again. IFB looking to be the one leading in, but he's out exposed on his own. That leaves isolated picks free. Watchful Barb, Watchful Sleek, and it's all just a flood of blue in the kill feed.
Olo all alone in a 1v5, and this is tough. This is really tough. If they go on to not win a single round here on Bay 5, you feel like it makes these following maps a little bit tougher. Obviously, you got to let it go from that mental aspect, but it's one of those things that you just have to deal with and can be tough on the mind at times.
Doesn't matter how well you prepare yourself for a potential rough match as well. You go down to a scoreline like this. There are words in the dictionary to describe it, such as decimation, obliteration, annihilation. I think we're getting a taste, or at least a singe of the heat that's being brought with the performance here. I mean, you've made it very clear yourself. What are you meant to do from Apollo's position? Honestly, sitting here and having a chat with the team about the next way to put the best foot forward is probably a good play right now.
Yeah, and again, we talked about some of these teams kind of holding off, talking over some strategies, using this time to kind of talk about things, but it's so late in the game already. And I mean, one final round before half, you're looking at a 1v5. I don't know what you tell yourself in between this halftime here to set yourself up to look to start gathering rounds when you're down 8-0 at halftime.
Could you possibly find a world where you're deluded enough to convince yourself defending side favored map?
I think it's one of those things you say, if they can do it, certainly we can too. But no, I don't feel that way in this specific instance. 8-0. A lot of these rounds haven't even been close. I mean, 3 or 4 rounds we've seen all 5 members standing for Sicario, other than maybe that very first round that we saw. So it's I think that you're going to have to take a deep breath, completely forget about Bay 5 as if it didn't happen, and look to power forward starting with Fort.
This is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see 8-0 reverse. Aspect did the 7-1. Okay, New Dawn put them 7-1 down, and they did the 7-1 back, so I'm down to watch it. But cruising in for the first blood gives me doom thoughts. Overstorm for 1, Europe for the 2nd. Surely not, right?
Well, we always say it. One kill, one round at a time. It's what they need, but IFP dangerously close to finding that one through the smoke. Barbaric will inch slightly forward here as he tries to creep up just to the edge of that smoke and begin to wait for it to dissipate. But will IFP be able to catch him? No, Barbaric finds him. Watchful takes out a teammate, and Tom will get Watchful there. A bit of mishap that might allow Aspect back in it.
Tom trying to tuck himself away from the scope of Strix is merely going to leave him space to be able to take out both of them. Disgusting shots on both players from Strix is going to leave him space to be able to rotate up through top mid, and surely there's no way. You want to talk about deflating the bubble. Europe is going to win out a round 4 Aspect and put them on the board. Oh, that was scary for a second there, Hawk. That was nearly 9-0. That was fractions of a gunfight away from 9-0.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought it was going to be 9-0. So Europe coming up big when necessary, but here's the problem. They've got to come up big 7 more times in a row just to see some overtime. And with the way Sicario's been playing here today, you have to believe that at some point they could win one of the next 7 rounds. But I didn't get to catch a lot of the action, like I said yesterday. You kind of letting me know that they did bring a 7-1 comeback. Maybe there's a chance.
Chance this big push up to allies. Europe and Watchful trade one apiece. That one looking like it was more favored for the defending side until the kills hit the feed. It's only going to be a very light trade, but how many members were committed to it? Aspect have done a great job of being able to hold this off. Oberstorm keeping his life in back alley's doing really, really good work for his team. Tizzy does go down, which is a little bit of a concern point. Cruising not winning the fight is something rare to see until he re-swings and then does.
And again, it starts to look good, but as soon as it does, Sicario just rains on the parade here, and the thunderstorm continues as they just beat down on Aspect here in this one. It's a 3v1 as Sicario does have the device planted. Apollo C needs something magical, needs something special here.
We've seen him perform exceptionally well at the beginning of the game, but it's not to be. Sicario are destined for comfortable success in map 1. This here is a 9-1 performance from Sicario on their map pick in the first best of 5 in the grand final, and a 9-1 result to close it out is exceptional to start off their endeavors for the championship.
Yeah, and I don't care whose map pick it is. If you're picking Bay 5 against Sicario and it's your map pick, it's still Sicario's map pick in my mind. They are the Bay 5 juggernauts. They own the law of the land when it comes to Bay 5 so far from what I've seen. And Watchful, a big game at 14-7. Barb cruising both in double digits here as well. So even if you find a way to keep cruising from top fragging, there's so many deadly members here. 9-1. I mean, that is an absolute stomping here. It's going to be up to Aspect to bounce back in 4, but Sicario getting it done here on Bay 5, 9-1, dominating fashion.
Great performance. A great first game. And a great sponsor to take us all the way through it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thanks to a sponsorship from Aorus x AMD Radeon and a partnership that is going to help us cruise out the rest of 2025 all the way through to Christmas. We've been blessed with one of these amazing graphics cards ready to give away. That's right, the AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card that could be one of you lucky winners at home's graphics card to put into your next setup, PC, or even to upgrade your current one. One thing you need to do to be able to get involved and have your chance to win one of these awesome prizes is A, don't fade out on screen on the camera like me. B, follow yourself through the link, which is being popped in the chat right now. Exclamation mark Aorus is the command to bring that one up for you, but that takes you through to the website and the Twitter page where that giveaway has been posted. You can enter multiple different times and multiple different ways on multiple different days. That's right. You want to claim a better chance at getting your hands on the graphics card, then you enter multiple times. All right. Share the love, spread the power that Aorus and AMD Radeon are putting all the way out there with their products across the socials, and you'll gain yourself more chances at you getting your hands on the prize. Alongside this great graphics card, we've also got an Unheard Edition key, a standard key, and an arena key to give it away. So, folks, many great prizes on the table up for grabs. Got to be in it to win it. Thanks again to Aorus and AMD Radeon for being able to provide these awesome giveaway gifts to give to you guys in chat.
Well, maybe Aspect can use some of that Radeon power to boost their performance, because we take a look at some of these highlights from this first one, and I hate to say it out loud, but it is going to be very one-sided. Other than this first round, we saw Apollo popping off, but it was cruising with that clutch, and it was all Sicario through these first 8 rounds. We saw Aspect get one in the mix, but one was all they got.
Yeah, absolutely. And although it wasn't quite like the duck when you lead the crease with a 0 in cricket for the quick leaving in the wicket, it does seem not to be a beak, but bleak as the result of game number 1 here, as Aspect do find themselves only a consolidation prize in 1 round. These highlights, they are going to show some good moments. Again, we say this, and we've said this a lot today, there is signs of showing of life from teams that are going up against Sicario for today, but you have to put consecutive rounds together to really put a dent in the performance at all, and this is something that teams have struggled to do all throughout the first season of NA Pinnacle.
Day 5, Sicario, if it was me, I'd stay far away from it at all possible, but you talked about it. I mean, maybe it could be used as a warm-up game for Aspect. Hopefully that was the case, but I felt like they didn't really get many opportunities to warm up in this one. You know, we saw Europe here with that clutch. Near disaster, but does find a way to slow it, that momentum down for a round, but it was only a round, and then Sicario answers right back.
Literally, 1 round. I mean, Apollo, as goated as he is trying his best to do some awesome dance moves with those blue suede shoes on several occasions in map number 1, but he may have missed the fact that that dance floor was slicked up with Sicario grease, and in something that might have seen similar fashion to that of the EU region from a long time ago, where the oil rig was a menace on this map, and any team that would be seen to set foot on here would just fall flat on their face in their efforts or attempts to try and find a way through. That team, similar can be now said of the Sicario sword, which maybe there's samurai training hidden somewhere on Bay 5. Maybe it's all just about swinging the sword the right way. Either way, Sicario only leave themselves one problem to correct, and that was the fact that it wasn't a 9-0 flawless game in their first for the grand final. It's a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, so it's still anybody's game up for grabs, but Aspect, they're going to have to find another aspect to add into this performance, because right now, the key to success is evading them.
They're going to have to take this map pick away from Sicario on Fort, where we saw Sicario play very, very well earlier today. They really liked the A-site push. I don't know how many times we saw them get that plant down within the first 30 seconds of the round and still have all 5 members standing. So hopefully Aspect was watching that, took a little bit of a mental note, or even just wrote it down. But it's something that they're going to have to deal with, and they're going to have to deal with it early, because they cannot allow another 4-5-0 start from Sicario.
I don't think they can allow Sicario to take a lead. I honestly think we've got to the point here where the mental game is a bigger fortitude than that of actually playing the game itself. We know every member of this Aspect team is capable. We also have seen that they're also very capable of taking out the teammates, which we've like. I'm not trying to bring anybody down with this, folks, and you guys in chat, please do not mistake my mentioning of this as anything against the Aspect lineup. But when it comes to a game of millimeters and small margins, one unforced error can be the difference between a close game and a landslide. And these little differences, I mean, Europe makes a great play, but takes out Tizzy in the process, which should be a 2v1 on site with the bomb planted. It's not the team kill, it's the knock-on effect that it has that impacts that round, but that impacts the game as to why it's so relevant for this. For me, they pull that round back at 1 and 3, that's 3 and 2. The bomb gets planted, they win a 2v1 on site. Maybe they don't even win the round. The guy that comes in wins the 2v1. It happens. But you got the bomb down, you got it planted. You didn't feel like you were whitewashed out of the round before you were allowed a chance to play in it. And that felt like very much of the likeness in map number 1. It was that Aspect were in Sicario territory and were only being allowed there as long as Sicario decided per round.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the fastest matches we've seen. I flash back to day one where I think we saw Sicario 9-0 Steez and just completely, wipe the floor with them. But that was a very, very fast game on Bay 5. And so for me, if we see something similar on Fort, yes, I know Aspect is very good on Skybridge, but if we see something similar on Fort, I said 3-1 earlier, but are we breaking out the brooms at this point?
I mean, that's crazy. I actually just found myself sitting here thinking to myself, oh man, I forgot about Steez. Like, that's just how crazy that is. Because, I mean, Steez played in some crazy games. They played in some high-pitched, high-octane cinematic games. But, like, to say that, like, who is Steez after the games have just ramped continuously up further and further is merely a testament to the caliber of the tournament, not a disservice to the team, really, honestly. It's been crazy to think. Like, I mean, we've said goodbye at this point to 5 rosters worth of teams, all right? Evasion, Vanguard, Epic Fails, Steez, X Factor, and now New Dawn joining them from today. We're down to the top 2. Every team has said goodbye at some point, and every team that has left us has shown some shining moments throughout their performances, bar maybe 1 or 2 underperformers that I think exited earlier than they would have liked to. But it's a tournament, folks. There's always going to be 1 or 2 teams that are going to take the low road out and they're going to dip out earlier than they thought and have to reflect upon it. So, good tournament. I mean, great tournament all round. I want more from Aspect. I'm really killing for more from Aspect. They've been so darn good all the way down this tournament. But I think the one thing that's holding them a little bit right now is they haven't seen Sicario. You mentioned it. Every other team's had a chance. They've not dipped the toes in that water yet.
And the thing is even if you are taking that Bay 5 for a warm-up game, you hope to get a little warmed up in it. And the fact that Sicario just smashed straight through Bay 5, I feel like they never really got a chance to warm up, to get comfortable, to find rounds where they were having success and look for those moments. So now you wonder, is that one of the things that affects them? Because a loss is tough alone when you're in the championship, but a 9-1 loss on your map pick as you're just trying to get things started, it's like you don't have any momentum, anything to really pull from to drive yourself. So I think that's where it's important to have those team leaders step up, and be talking in that Discord or whatever, inspiring these teammates to say, hey, these things happen. Let's just forget about Bay 5. Let's go have some fun on Fort and show everybody that we're still in this series.
Can't help but smile at some of the comments going on in the chat, honestly. It's good to see that people are still hyped about this now. We've got comments, and 99% odds is crazy is right. But folks, whilst we're getting this wound up to go into the next game for you, we are going to give you guys a moment to take a toilet break. We don't want you to miss any of the action. So don't go too far from your seats, but get everything you need to make sure you're back here in time for the next game, okay? We're going to take a small intermission, and we're going to bring you straight back in for our next map, okay? Sicario stand on the precipice of putting themselves 1 map away from champions. They have a 1-0 lead against Aspect, but this is far from over. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. Get straight on into it. Here we go. Map number 2, grand final, Aspect versus Sicario. This time we're on Fort.
This time we need a little bit better performance here from Aspect. It's Sleek and Strix for the first two. Tom, Tizzy, 2 of their own as Strix does find the trade back onto Tizzy. And Plaid Stripes in the kill feed in the opening round to leave us in a 2v2. Strix has taken a little bit of damage, but has device in hand. Has to be careful of Tom lurking here in the corner.
Lurk is right, and Lurk is going to claim the kill. 1 versus 2. Now is the perfect time for Aspect to start off the campaign for some form of success. Shots off towards the 90 angle don't find the target he's looking for. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb still needs to be planted. There's still time for Barbaric to work with.
On the jump across, the shots almost connect there. IFP takes some damage, but it is IFP who gets the kill, and Aspect will start off with a round win of their own. So already as many round wins as they had in Bay 5, and a much better start here on 4.
Lots of stims, pens being clicked in the background here, as they're getting themselves prepped for round number 2. Tizzy on the util, IFP also holding on to one of the grenades early on. You've got Apollo holding on to one as well. Just keen eyes to where they're going. Smoke out. Both from the defending side. Ooh. Mike, okay. Cruisen takes the first. Tizzy's down. Barb takes a bit of chip of health as the battle over towards B is simply a distraction.
I think Barb might realize it's a distraction because on that mini-map begins to shift away a little bit. Strix and Tom, though, back and forth we go as Sleek will then find Tom, and now the player advantage favoring Sicario as they look to tie it up here in round 2. IFP will be the last standing member toward this A side, and with that, they begin to shift away. It looks like IFP realizes that there is one still here, and so is able to spot Watchful there just barely, finding that headshot. So we'll make it a little bit easier, but Plant goes down. It's going to be a tough 3v1 retake.
Yeah, I mean, IFP gets the better side of the edge of the smoke there as Watchful's model gets exposed just slightly on the right hand. But 1 versus 3, you're right. This is a very tough order to come up against. Most dangerous position here, checking the tuck under help. Somebody could be lurking. Deciding against, without any audio cues, checking heaven. 28 on the clock. Have to be really brutal about the decision making right now. And it's just going to be too much. 20 on the clock and this is nearly done for.
And this is something we saw from Sicario in their first showing on board as well. They're able to get this plant down, and they always have so many members standing, 3 to 5 bodies still up, and time management's so important, and you're really kind of forced into either making a play, but you have so many angles to check, and before you know it, you look back up, you don't have enough time left.
It's a fine line between these aggressive will give sight and heavy retakes and being able to run out of time for both plant and then the defuse at that point. Gonna see how the attack approaches it this time around. I keep my eye out round number 3 for any additions or adaptations. Well, there's an addition. IFP gets the nade through lobby that finds only one for Sleek to trade out Tizzy's life for.
There's some more nades beginning to rain down toward the site. IFP tucked in toward the back of the site there as Cruisen just toward the 90 side. Sprays bring out and Cruisen again just continues to hit shot after shot. Watchful will pick up where he left off. Europe able to find the trade back at a minimum here. It's a player advantage for Sicario as Europe will look to pop the heel, but the device now being planted on the A site.
He's going to get taken out. It's good shots from the Apollo. He's going to find both members of both Sleek and Strix caught in a little trap inside of the kitchen. Now, Cruisen going to be tested again. This time, 1 versus 2. Half of his health left. 30 seconds only to defend the device for. And realistically, again, it's just down to discipline. Cruisen just needs to eat up as much time as possible. Soft over peak. He knows the bomb's going to be trying to be defused. He has to take the shots into Europe. Wins it out. And that's a good round from Aspect again on the second. 2-1. And Hort. Aspect take a lead.
Aspect take a lead. They've got they've got double the rounds that they had on Bay 5. And so, you know, you kind of have to wonder and think back to what you had said, where just kind of using that as a warm-up map, a map that they didn't expect to win just because Sicario is so good on Bay 5. So a little bit of a stepping stone. And so it appears to have worked at least momentarily. They've got the lead here temporarily. And, well, we'll see if they can hold on to it. The way Sicario's been playing, especially in these second halves, have been difficult for many teams to deal with. So we'll have to wait until we get there. But Europe, Sleek, and Strix all finding early kills here in round number 4.
Big shots out of Barbaric are going to pull the numbers even further in their favor. It's all left down to IFP. We're on board with Sleek holding IFP top mid as he's going to have to be forced to rotate towards CT. Util out that direction as well, just to help stave off even further. But Sicario have such a good position over site again that you'd have to think that IFP is causing massive chaos over there to be able to pull off the play. Surely not. 20 seconds.
Yeah, again, I think that's the tough thing is, yeah, we got these smokes, we got utility coming out, but you got to kill 3 people and find the defusal here. It takes about 6 or 7 to do so. So you're going to have to just attempt to stick it. You try to dance around and maybe find one. You don't get the consolation prize. And Sicario will find a way to tie it up one more time here, 2 all apiece as we get through 4 rounds.
Quite impressed. I like the confidence out of Aspect still. You see, even there with too many people to have to deal with, gets on the bomb. But then immediately back off of it again as IFP, as he almost relishes the challenge of having to get into 1 versus 3. Yeah, fortunate enough to communicate with IFP in the direct messages every now and again. A very ambitious character. Always keen to take a fight rather than run away from one. So not surprised to see him try to challenge there.
Oh, into round 5 we go. Both of these teams fighting for that lead once more. And AP right now chilling around this mid area. We can see all the action from Sicario, though, toward the B site here. And 2 shifted up through A will give them the intel they need. Sicario needs to maybe quicken that pace here, or they might be looking at a big flank coming into play.
Oh, look at Barb. Barb's experience playing almost into his advantage. Instead, though, Aspect have added an extra fire team to the squad. They've sent a scouting force to find Barbaric in that long lone lurking flank watch. 2 from Sicario as the Battle Buddies squads start to come out from either side. They push and retake CT control as Aspect come in from the flank. Watchful to Overstorm on corners. 1 goes down with the bomb planted. Strix finds another one onto Tizzy. Sicario up 2 members, 3 members now as Sleek knocks another down. And Aspect are suddenly halted in their tracks on this retake attempt.
Again, it's another 4v1 type situation. Watchful, who has been hitting a lot of jump shots here today, will find another nasty little fadeaway from the 2-point line as he comes up with a big kill, clutches the round, and now a 3-2 lead here that favors Sicario. Aspect was off to a nice start. They've been able to keep it close, but they can't allow Sicario to begin to run away with it.
2-3, a good position to be in on the defending side. I have felt this tournament feel very attacking side favored on the majority of maps. Definitely fought one I feel that falls into that category. So Aspect did a good job of trying to read into this so far. The grenade into lobby doesn't find a kill nor any audio cue to keep the team on that defending side. Now Tizzy left last alone alive on that site. As everybody rotates to B, he's going to be left isolated in the 1 versus 4. Down he goes. That's going to cue Sicario onto site. Now, how quick can they get this bomb down? And B, how safe to get them off site? Cruisin finds one onto IFP through the smoke. Sicario have everybody alive post-plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I mentioned earlier. We saw it on Ford in their first series, and they're just so good at finding this plant, keeping everybody alive. And now Barbaric and Cruisin continue the skill as they find kills apiece. Europe, the last standing member, who will be dropped, yeah, you guessed it, by Cruisin, who's got 7 on the board along with Sleek. And Here it is again. Sicario finding that stride, looking to run away with it. Can Aspect find a way to lasso him back?
Somebody on the Aspect lineup has just got to step up. Every team that we've seen in this tournament at some point in their success stories has had a member that has stepped up above and beyond the Call of Duty and the Call of Reckoning to the sense that they've become a standout player. We've picked a member from every team from the first weekend to be able to highlight due to a phenomenal performance, be it kill to death ratio, kill participation, utility expertise. This one from Aspect, it's a team performance, but they've got to step up as a team if they're not going to have an individual standout one. Pick from Europe from the back side of sight is good to help dissuade the attack this time, but it's only 2 members supporting this attack, and it's not the ones carrying the bomb. Out they go.
Not afraid to rotate if they don't like what they see as well. And Sicario, again, we talk about it. It's a team that's so good at making these adjustments on the fly. Cruising already into position. He's going to let the gun sing out once more. He finds 2, nearly gets a 3rd, but IFP able to find the trade back.
Overstorm's worked his way into Mini. Strix probably not seen him going, now he knows. This makes it much harder for Tom to be able to peek into him now that Strix is going to have the crosshair placement ready. It's 1 down. IFP tucked on backside. IFP finds Watchful. Strix takes out IFP. Tizzy trades back for Strix. 2 versus 1. Aspect have themselves in the good spot with 28 on the clock. Bob, can he sneak it? Europe went down instead of swinging with. Europe goes wide. Europe wins the swing, and that's going to be another round back for Aspect. That's the highlight we were talking about, Hort. And this is the player that has been making their name known on Aspect. If it's not Tizzy, it's Europe.
That was a close one. Honestly, Barb had the nice play there, finds that first one. We saw Europe actually going for that diffuse, though, and had Barb maybe swung even further, had the potential to find them. I mean, it's always, like I said, easier said than done when we're up here in the booth. We don't have as much, or we have more intel to work with. We can see through those walls. So I thought Barb played it nicely. It came down to the wire, but Europe just able to win that gun battle. And honestly, that's a very important one here for Aspect. I mean, 3-4 versus that 5-2, so much more feasible. And now an opportunity to find themselves tied up at halftime.
Just catching up with the chat as we're watching through some of the gameplay as well. We've got some really, really cryptic questions coming in from the chat as they're all asking different viewpoints of perspective as the gameplay goes down. Europe for 2, Watchful for 1. And then everything slows to a standstill. We get a big clash. The 2 for 1 falls in the favor of Aspect. And Sicario seems stunned for the second.
They lost a couple members, so I think they just slow it down quite a bit here. They're looking to find at least 1 more pick before they figure out what they want to do here. They've got a minute on the clock, which is plenty of time to work with. They still have a little bit of this smoke to deal with, and so we're going to see him try to step forward and find that plan. He gets away from the default spot, which is nice. Unfortunately, Barbaric happens to be there and goes down to Europe.
Left, right, both sides of the box. Sleek just playing with the dice of death. Good shots out of the big box position from Oberstormers. Not going to be enough to shut him out. Sleek knocks him down. 3 more problems to handle. I don't know if this is possible. Backside, front side. Sleek's just got too many issues to deal with, and that is going to be another round for Aspect. Hort, we are back at even Stevens.
Back at even Stevens, tied up 4-4 at a halftime. But, I mean, again, this is something that we've seen from Sicario before in these first halves. We saw it against their performance in New Dawn on Fort here as well. And so it's the second half that they've really kind of driven things home. I mean, even at one point in that first series, they were down 6-4 just after halftime and then went on to win 9-6. So the second half is where they've really been a strong team. They're really good at closing these important games out. So I think that's where Aspect really has to find a way to shut them down in that second half. Now on the attacking side themselves. So we'll see if they can work some magic here.
Aspect proved to us that a 7-1 attacking side is possible consistently for both teams. So I always have faith with the Aspect on the attacking side for the second half that they have the ability to get this one over the line. First 2 rounds are telling. Really big. Early opener as Sleek pushes aggressive under in from Colt from the A side. That's a Reverse rotation to normal, that maybe caught Aspect off guard from the timing. Shots from Europe find Sleek. Con, IFP very aware of Barb as Cruisin picks up Oberstorm. IFP takes out Barb on site as we did drop by that battle before it goes down. Bomb on site with Tizzy moving up the ramp. Bomb's not on site actually. Bomb is behind Con to come back to the site. It's IFP that's up there holding it. He's going to run into the crosshair restricts. Cruisin finds one. It's all blood all over the battlefield, but it's just a trade of names.
Tizzy's going to hang out around for just a moment. I think he hears the audio cue here of this potential rotation, but now with him running out here toward cannon side, Sicario is going to hear it as well. 55 seconds on the clock. They know exactly where he is. The pinch play comes in, and Watchful finds the kill. Tizzy goes down, and Sicario goes up by 1.
Big first round on the attacking side, but it does go the way of the defending team. It does feel like Aspect are starting to get more comfortable in this, but you still can't stop the Sicario sword when it swings. It's just so strong. The decisiveness in the gameplay is the one thing that's really driving their engine. Is we're going A. They make audio A. We're not trying to plant A. We're just setting a distraction. And on perfect timing, everybody on the team succinctly turns and takes the bomb towards the B site. Like you said, if they don't like what they see, we're going elsewhere. Aspect needs to show a similar level of understanding of the gameplay to be able to put some of these home. Europe looking to set up towards CT with a smoke.
IFP will try to shift his way on towards site. Some utility to deal with here. Now the peek from Barb looking to hold it down. He's potentially got to deal with Strix in the background that's peppering shots in toward them here. Nobody's really able to find the mark just yet until now. Europe, the headshot on the Strix is a big one. It gives them a player advantage and something to work with for only a moment, and the moment's gone. Watchful, the watchful eye, finding that return fire as Tom goes down, and Europe will find Cruiser.
Yeah, I think Sicario waited a little bit too long on the laurels there as the flank was coming in. They were just trying to build as much time as possible for that flank to come in to start to execute. Watchful sees a member goes down and decides, no, we haven't got time to wait anymore, takes the advantage and pushes pressure forward for one himself. We then see that flank coming in, but slightly late off timing as Watchful is forced to have to make a play, leaving that flank out in the open. They get taken out. Sleek looking for Apollo on the rotation in a similar job, gets himself the kill. Bob picks up IFP, but trades from Tizzy and Europe that are all there together to swing. Managed to trade out. We leave 2 for 2. The bomb and teammate going from long to the A site, with Sicario, a pincer, laying in wait to be able to execute. This bomb plant is going to be tough.
Certainly is, especially with these coming in from both sides, but he might just get it down. They spot the first. The spray is good, and Sleek on fleek. My man with a Ferrari peak finds not one, but two. The defusal goes in, and Sicario now up by 2. The second half team has been dominating here, and now they're finding similar success on Fort yet again.
It's the decision-making again, Hawk, in the process, in the moment. If Sicario send 2 members through short, the position that Aspect plant for and set up from is the best power play to hold against the battle buddy push from short. Instead, Sicario have already made the call at the beginning of the rotation. One goes short, one flanks, and their timing is exact. The flank swing comes in as Big Box is fully exposed, forced to hold short because the bomb is being planted, and the rest is just textbook execution.
Leak already opening up with a pick onto Apollo, and now the troubles maybe continuing here for Aspect. Sleek begins to make his way out from above, looking to rain down as Barb now on board here, being patient. We see Aspect beginning to rotate away from the B site. That device still hanging out toward the A site as well, with only one member from Sicario there, a potential advantage they could take advantage of.
Chat, for a moment, can we all just point and laugh at Barb for his gun build? That thing's hideous. Man, I would never be seen embarrassed going out in town with that on my hip. That is an insult to society. Aesthetic choices aside, he's been slapping a few people's noggins with it. He did a good job so far this game, 6 and 7. Europe speaking of noggins, crushes one of his own. That's going to be cruising down quietly for the first round in a long time. Watchful, however, he's got his mates back. Tizzy, feeling like he's on a bit of that energy too on the revenge arc, claims back the life of Watchful after he reaps one of the teammates of his own out in front of his eyes. Good shots out of Sleek, aware of IFP rotating into kitchen as that bomb is being planted. AP get off site, and this is a good position for them to be in. 2v3, but still positions of power in their favor. Oh, no. I forgot about Barb Hort.
Yeah, got to be cautious on the flank. And Barb has been the flank master here today. We saw some big ones on Skybridge with the SKS. And, well, not going to be needed for this final kill as Sleek just powers forward. And, again, the second half team of Sicario, especially on Fort, teams just haven't been able to deal with their defense, their positioning. They spread out, they win their gun battles. I mean, it's playing Tarkov Arena almost perfectly. And now they find themselves one away from match point. They win this one, they go to series map point as well.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work from the cameraman there. Actually, jumps us back on board with that flank that had been lurking. Bob's timing has both worked for and against him so far on this map. We've seen him be picked off a couple of times by Tizzy and IFP whilst they've been respecting that flank position. We've also seen him manage to weasel his way into the backline a couple of times to their success as well. So high risk, high reward. Sometimes it pays, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe explains the scoreboard being a little bit closer. As Aspect, ooh, Europe, you're in pain.
A lot of shots ringing out. Now we see Europe the first to fall. Polo has taken a ton of damage, and Watchful has just been on fire here today. Looking for more. That device in the background beginning to shift out on the angle, and Watchful hears the footsteps. He puts Tom in the dirt. He's looking for more, but Tizzy finally able to shut him down.
This is about the time where a Tizzy performance would come through and start to really liven up the game, but it was 1v4s he's having to pull off last time to be able to make it through, and he's in the same situation right now. The first is down. The long angle, the next threat. One step too quick, because Cruisen's going to be waiting for you. Tizzy, half health left. Smart choice from Cruisen as he backs off. There's
Tizzy
2 rounds left. 5
got
total.
that device in hand. I'm sorry, Cracked.
No, you go. Just
We're 2 for 2 there, baby.
literally, we're wavelength thinking. Talk to me, Hawk. Talk to me.
Yeah. I'm just saying, at least he's got the device in hand, but unfortunately, I mean, in a 1v3, only 38 seconds. He hasn't rotated yet, so most likely that rotation now off the cards, but what a shot on the Sleek. Can he find another?
Well, he's good to go now. That's the one. Hold. Has to drop the weapon. He had 5 bullets left in that gun, by the way. That was why I was memeing a little bit as we kept bumping into each other. Is he needed a weapon ASAP, Rocky. Like ASAP, Rocky. Strix goes long towards Arch. Bomb goes down. Strix is ready in time to be able to deny plant, but he doesn't need to. Pincers coming in. Strix plays it smart. He goes straight to Mini and holds. Tizzy's just about going to get off site. He hasn't got time to. So Tizzy is now stuck on site. Go on, push for it. You've got to take a chance. It's not quite there yet, Tizzy. So one moment. One chance to make this work. Left, right, ducks, dips, gets one onto Cruising. Tizzy, big play, big moment. The 1v4. It's Tizzy. He's him. Timothy Jenkins has not just left the building. He's left the house with his breakfast in his belly this morning because he's here to cook. What? Wait, it's the... No, Hort. He's better than the 1v4s. That's all 5, baby.
Absolute insane plays from Tizzy coming out here, and you wonder, can that be that single spark that we often talk about to ignite that spectral fire, to rekindle the flame here for Aspect? Hopefully it's not too little too late. Sicario, 1 away from match point. Aspect needing to put some rounds in bunches.
I don't know what to say anymore. That's it. That's the catalyst. That's the turning point. This is the momentum that Aspect have been riding out all week long. But remember, there's the speed bump. Speed bump down. Tizzy's here, and he's here to play. Cruising, benched, Sleek, slammed. Aspect feeling a new burst and lease of life upon their attacking chances. The back of Apollo's exposed, though. Barb's got the creature timing, but Tizzy's there to save the day.
Talk about the beast being awakened here. Tizzy has come alive and might just be the glue to be able to hold Aspect together long enough to get back into this. As Watchful goes prone, but the rotation comes in here from Aspect. And you talked about making these adjustments on the fly earlier. We're now beginning to see that from this Aspect squad on the attacking side. Potential 3v1 here on the B site. We'll see if they're able to capitalize.
Yeah, a little bit of a comment in the chat there as well as somebody makes the compliment that Tizzy picked up an achievement for 3 kills with different weapons in the 1 round in the same process of doing that. W comms. Device planted. 3 versus 2. Aspect with a numbers advantage, but the Battle Buddy system looking strong from Sicario. Watchful gets 1. Tom's there to cover the captain, and Tom is going to get a 2-piece, and Tom's waking up too now. Oh, we got a game on our hands, boy. We got a game.
He definitely got a game, and Sicario was looking like they were going to be able to close it out. All of a sudden, that insane 4v1 clutch that resulted in an ace from Tizzy was that spark. And now Aspect right back in it. They just need one more to tie it up. This is an incredibly crucial round for both of these squads here.
An even bigger map. We talk about this on the precipice of Sicario absolutely subsonically slamming their way through the first one to bring this back to one apiece. An Aspect showing they really ain't out of this just yet. Streaks gets the first opener, but it's Overstorm, the captain, there to stand strong and support and pull one back. Lost a lot of his health for doing so, but it's a 1-for-1 trade thus far.
Cario's a bit split here as well. Two toward the A site, one looking to lock down mid near that B site with Strix holding or anchoring down this B site. All four in toward cannons. The device here as well. 1:20, so plenty of time for Aspect to work with here as they look to pressure forward, maybe looking to get at least one more pick before they do so.
You've got to feel at this point from Sicario, there's a mental reset required. A deep sigh, a deep breath, just a in, out, reset, refresh, back as we were from round one, because this is starting to become confident from Aspect as well. Watchful on top with the good timing himself. He's going to find a nice lurk out onto Europe. That's a big pickup. Big fragging player down.
Oh. And Strix getting Tom there is huge as well. Tizzy had tried to apply some assistance, but wasn't able to find the trade. Strix now gets Tizzy as well. Apollo at mid, lockdown. Strix on fire and looking absolutely unstoppable as Sicario will find a way to power to match point first off the back of a quadra from Strix late in this one. One more round to close it out and go up to series point. Can Sicario find a way to get it done?
And yet again, Sicario are asked a real question. Can you handle when we turn up the heat? A Tizzy drops a 5-piece, the mental dent that's got to do as well. And Sicario come back 2 rounds later. We're still here. We've made ourselves a nice big cushion for a reason. Doesn't matter if we have a little bit of a bump along the way. We've covered ourselves well enough to make it fair. They stand with 2 match points for map 2. Watchful with a grenade. IFP with a response. They trade nades from hands to pockets.
That's hilarious. A little back and forth, a little tug of war within its own here, but they've got to use that advantage. And unfortunately, Cruisin does take it away immediately. Europe, who's been a staple here, does go down. Tizzy, Tom, and Apollo needing to, well, make some magic happen.
You mentioned it about the tug of war between players in their own roles. We saw the util pop off. Europe and Cruisin clash, and it's Cruisin that comes out on top. Strix and Overstorm come together. Strix is good for more than just the one. He'll have himself 2. Apollo, the last left alive for the hopes to survive on Fort in map 2. It's a much better map, Hort, regardless of the result. It's a much more confident showing out of Aspect, but this is 2-0 if Sicario closes this out. Shots onto Sleek are good. Apollo's down for 1. He's 3 more to find, though, and 30 seconds to do it in.
Yeah, and again, look at where the device is down. I mean, it's just so much to deal with. And the fact that Cruisin is still standing. Cruisin 14, Sleek 15. Strix, a couple 14s in there. So Sicario gets it done when it matters most, and they're so good at closing out these important games. That's what separates some of these, great teams from the phenomenal ones. So they go up 2-0 in the series. Skybridge next on the cards. Aspect is going to have to dig deep into the pockets and pull out all the skrills.
Is it possible? You said it about the scoreboard. 15-8 Sleek, 14-8 Strix, 14-10 Cruisin, 12-10 Watchful. Barb's the only one with sub-double-digit kills, and purely because the rest of the team's got them all for themselves. Phenomenal second game sees Sicario home. Only just on map number 2 here on Fort. 9-6 is going to be the final result. I have myself a lot of thoughts. I'm very pensive after that one. Welcome back, folks. I hope you're enjoying this one just as much as we are, but I can't help but feel like it's just starting to heat up. The only hunches I've got in the back of my mind right now is it too late? Is it starting to heat up just a little bit too late?
I kind of feel like a little bit yes, and I feel like, I think they took a gamble putting Bay 5 first to try and get it out of the way and get warmed up, but the fact that, they've now lost 2 in a row against a team like Sicario, who's playing near lights out today, especially in this second half, Skybridge has been a bit of a toss-up for Aspect. I mean, they went into overtime against Vanguard Gaming, and they still won, but they won in overtime, and so I've seen time and time again Sicario play so well on Skybridge. You look earlier today, Sleek had how many nade kills, including a double nade kill. They're really good at taking space, taking control, finding the plants early on the attacking side, doing what they need to do consistently in the second half. This is some of the best play we've seen from Sicario, and they're already a phenomenal team. So I don't know. I'm glad I lent the way I did when we were making our predictions earlier, but I was thinking that Aspect would be able to take at least one game. I'm teetering on the brink of, is that still possible now?
Well, we'll take a little bit of a nosy down memory lane first before we look to the future. I'll have a quick check in with some of the highlights from this one. You had to feel in a couple of moments that Aspect really found a way to revitalize their efforts in this. Some good shots from both teams all around us. It started off with Sicario showing us discipline. Good strength around post plant on site on their attacking half was something to be seen, well favoring them. Did a couple of early opening kills, utility grenades out of IFP, shots in and out of Kitchen and Colt that went back and forth. This here was a nice timing from the rotation on Apollo. It's a good starting effort, but as Aspect took the lead, it almost felt like Sicario were offended as they then started to put the pedal to the metal and slam the car into a higher gear as Sleek, Strix, cruising together, just piecing people out.
Yeah, and honestly, Aspect did a good job in the first half. I mean, they had some tough rounds, but I think we ended at 4-4 at halftime. For me, it's always that second half, especially for Sicario. And, I think if we didn't see that crazy 1v4 clutch from Tizzy, it wouldn't even have been as close as it was. I think that was really a spark that kind of got Aspect back into it, allowed them to get a couple rounds on the board. But unfortunately, it was one of those too little, too late, maybe just not quite enough.
Yeah, definitely. Feels very much similar to that which we saw the last time when Sicario were struggling to pull the power back, losing their match 2-1 to go down into the lower bracket earlier on in this tournament. They aren't looking to play the same game today. They're not interested in being on the back foot. Sicario have started from the first best of 5 they've played, the same way they started the grand final, with a means to an end. The means being 5 really mean, strong, dominant players, and the end being their sights set on the title, NA Season 1 Pinnacle Champions.
I mean, I would like to. Aspect played so well yesterday against New Dawn, and you wonder if we saw maybe the same showing off the rip from Aspect, it'd be a little bit different. But there seems to just be some minor mistakes, whether it be that rotation, whether it be kind of adjusting on the fly. But it seems like Sicario is just a slight step in front of them here. And I think maybe that dominating performance on day 5 was that extra booster. It can be tough to deal with those things at times, but the one great thing about Aspect is they do have that never say never attitude, and they truly are going to believe that they can still reverse sweep and win this. And it starts with Skybridge here. So they have to show me something strong on Skybridge, though. I want to see something crazy from this squad. Sicario, again, I just think back to their matchup on Skybridge earlier today. And again, almost every map they've played today has looked near flawless. They're not making many mistakes. They're capitalizing on opportunities, the team communication, the utility, the flanks, Barb. I mean, you name it, everything. It just seems like the stars are aligning once more for Sicario NA.
the one shining light that Aspect do have is that their match against New Dawn when it came to Skybridge was one that was also of a very flawless level. It was powerful. It was a very strong performance from them, and they did a very good job of making it harder for New Dawn to play Skybridge. So I'm curious, is this the beginning of the screw being tightened? With those first two games just Aspect kind of getting a feel for the waters? I'm gonna ride this one out, by the way. I'm like, I live in the copium tank at this point in time. I am the tank holding the copium right now. Okay, I'm like, we're full on 6 foot deep in that copium gas. But I feel like Aspect have done such a good job in this tournament so far that they can't be done like this. Like it just feels too short of a journey for them to be out and done down for the count in 3 maps. And it's I mean, it feels like it's being taken out of their hands, right, Hot? Sicario are just... Oof.
That's why I say, is it the beginning of the end or the end of their beginning? Because honestly, Sicario, I'm with you. I was genuinely think it was going to be a 3-1, but after Bay 5, regardless of how that map pick went, and then on to 4, Sicario continuously showing that in that second half, nobody has been able to slow them down. And so I hope I'm wrong. And I don't normally like being wrong, but I hope I am wrong in that aspect. Can't come back here on Skybridge. But just after the showing that I've seen from Sicario today, I feel like they're going to be able to lock it down in 3 here.
And this hasn't got anything to do with the facts or the logic, honestly, for me on this one. I mean, you know me, I'm a person of logic. Yeah, I was having a look to see where mine were for a second then and see if I could think down to the karma again, but... you know what happens when I'm on broadcast, don't you, Hart? I get denied iceberg. And that's the only
that is
thing.
true.
That's the only thing that I have as a consistent factor at this point in time is that, well, Aspect are screwed because I'm just destined not to see good iceberg gameplay or any form of type. So I'm praying for Aspect for the sake of seeing an iceberg and more games, but Sicario are praying for home in time for tea. A nice, quick, easy route out of the grand final and the largest chunk of the prize of that €10,000 prize pool in their hands, but it's still yet to be decided. So map 3 of the grand final, Sicario versus Aspect. Sicario on series and championship point.
Yeah, you make a solid point. You let me switch you days so that I could go to my son's birthday party, and I got iceberg twice on that day. And so I think you make a very solid point. It might be the curse of the cracked iceberg, but only time will tell. Aspect holding on by a thread. They need to start off with a nice early round win here, but we see Sicario again being very patient in their opening round on Skybridge.
Yeah, maybe one day somebody will crack the tip of the iceberg and my secret code will be unlocked, but that's for another day. For now, we've got smokes on E-Box and smokes towards headshot, which has been the common format of the meta for the majority of teams at the top level of this tournament, as double smoke off the A site, push in for an early plant or a steady plant, and then work off the retake. This time we see Aspect using a bit more utility before that bomb gets onto site. A good nade onto IFP is going to find one. Post-plant nade goes off on top of the roof, but not on the bomb planter. Oberstorm gets one through the smoke as Watchful is caught on the right-hand side of that E-Box angle. Europe's going to find a quick one-tap. Ski onto Barb as he goes down, and Aspect starting to look real mean.
Tries to shift forward. He just will catch IFP in this prone position. That smoke allowing him to get into position. He spots one more. The intel comes out, but Cruisin goes down, and now Strix will need a 1v4 clutch of his own.
Okay. I'm glad that Tom was there to put Strix down at the end of it, as we see a red-on-red kill just litters the feed. Well, as I am informed, that is irrelevant, as we did see one of our players disconnect during that round. Therefore, we need to revamp the game. So we're going to be restarting that one up for you folks at home just so we can get that one leveled out. I mean, it's the grand final. We can't be having tech issues or any form of connection issues getting in the way of the result or fair play on the day. So, bear with. Thank you for hanging out with us and your patience. And in the meantime, maybe take a quick wander over onto the socials if you haven't already done it and get yourself some tickets into the giveaway. It's a graphics card, folks. It's not just any graphics card either. It's got bigger numbers after it than any I've ever seen in my bank balance. All right? Jokes aside, the 9070 XT that AMD and Radeon have put up for grabs for one of you lucky winners is looking insane. If you like your graphics and you love playing gaming at its most immersive level and its most embracive when it comes to a great aesthetics on that monitor, then get yourself in for a chance to win this thing because it is built like a unit. And we're giving you multiple chances on multiple days to take that prize home. Also, extra bits. You know us here at Hunt. The hot prize line doesn't run with just one. We like to give you multiple things to get your hands on. So an unheard edition key, a standard edition key, and an arena code up for grabs for you guys to get a hold of as well. All you got to do, !Aorus, follow the link, follow the destructions. I don't call them instructions, we call them destructions. They're more confusing than they are helpful, but click a few things and you'll get there, but you get the gist. Spread it all over the socials, share it to your friends, please. Spread the word. Never know, maybe your best mate might win it and gift it you for your birthday or something crazy. The world works in wonderful ways, but there's more chances for you guys to get your hands on the prize through those links. As well as that, folks, please don't forget to stay in tune with the socials so you can keep up to date with all the action that's going on. Hawk, we've got tons coming up in the future. What are you looking forward to between now and Christmas?
Well, honestly, I mean, we've got the HPL coming up here mid-October. I think October 17th at 6 p.m. British summertime. That will start. So certainly looking forward to that. There's some other things I'm excited for that maybe I can't quite reveal just yet. But honestly, there is so much wonderful things happening over here with Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games. All the more reason to follow those socials because yeah, we're giving away this amazing Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card, but in the near future, we've got some monitors. We've got some laptops that we're giving away as well. There is so much amazing things to come here from Hunt that you absolutely have to make sure you're following the socials, including that x.com/huntpremiere_. And look at all these wonderful prizes we're currently giving away. Like Crack said, multiple chances to enter on the daily. So make sure you're taking full advantage of that, giving yourself the best opportunity to win one of these wonderful prizes.
Honestly, I'm so impressed by the graphics card. I really am trying to integrate myself into the system. I've been playing way too much Destiny recently. Again, just having a bit of a nostalgia bump, and the Vex are definitely grabbing my mind. Just trying to get myself into the system of that graphics card, man. Could you imagine running inside the amazing power inside of that thing? Triple fan, wind force cooling system. It just looks sick, bro. Honestly, big fan. Big fan. 3 of them, actually.
I would definitely love to have one of those. So, sign me up. Like I said, I was there as soon as I heard about it yesterday, popped in there, signed up myself. But yeah, I mean, be sure to take full advantage. 10,000 euros on the line here. Only 2 teams left to compete for what we got here. 5,000 euros for first place, 2,500 for second. Sicario, they are in that driver's seat. They're feeling good with a nice 2-0 lead, but it did look like Aspect took round 1 at the start of Skybridge, and I think it's going to be important for Aspect to build off of that if they want to start getting some momentum on their side.
I don't think this game is going to generate any momentum other than grinding Sicario to a halting stop if Aspect are able to put one over the line. It does feel very much like the train has left the station for a success story of Aspect, but a reverse sweep, a best of 5. It just feels like one of those stories that you'd read in like a J.R.R. Tolkien novel back in the day, or I don't know, it feels like a fantasy tale of Enid Blyton. You're up the far, far away tree looking for a long, long lost memory of something of a story past. It doesn't feel like it's there just yet. I need more convincing. I need an Aspect type of performance. I need an around the world in 80 Europe ways kind of performance, I think, to see us convinced elsewise. I just feel like Sicario have played so well today. The performance we saw from Sicario weekend 1 did not impress us enough in the green screen room in comparison to what we expected of them, honestly. Between the 4 of us that were talking, even had chances to dip my head Bepic's way to ask his thoughts, and we were all shocked that it wasn't the Sicario we expected. But this weekend's performance seen a different side to them, actually, and a side that we've not had them have to go through, which is the testing of the Sicario squad and then the evolution of them overcoming those tests. It's been a good one to ride along with, actually, and the story has been cooking. We've got so many comments coming in the chat. I can see them. I can see you're getting cooked over here, Mr. Cannon.
I take it as a compliment, baby. You know what I'm saying? Fresh on the scene, feeling good and clean, baby.
Still no Mariah though.
Not yet.
Oh
You know what I'm
no.
saying? I can stroll down the red carpet, baby. Sign me up.
Speaking of strolling down the red carpet, we're going to rock on straight back into the game. 1-0 Aspect. We join back in on Skybridge, where Sicario are on the precipice of the championship.
Well, we talked about Aspect starting out on the right foot. They certainly did that here in round one, but Sicario has always been able to bounce back. And again, that second half, they've seemed to really power forward. So I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet. I'd love to see AP begin to build off the back of these rounds, put them up in bunches, 3, 4 at a time, and see if they can make this magic happen, because they really need to pull out all the stops here. We talked about it. If they lose here, they're going home as a second place finisher.
For a moment, I thought I heard the sound of peace as birds were chirping in the back of the ambiance, but it turns out it's actually just the sound of silence before the doom of the death toll goes off. Sicario holding a I don't know how to describe it. A myriad of defensive positioning around scaffolding, I think, is the best way to put it. I feel like they're serenading scaffolding at this moment in time with how they're positioned up. This is kind of crazy. Shots over, Cruisen's about to expose. IFP on the boosted peak doesn't get the reward he's looking for.
IFP fearless looks to step into the smoke and put some shots downfield, but AP kind of giving Sicario a taste of their own medicine. I mean, they find this plant early, all 5 members still standing, only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Sicario's got to make something happen soon.
Strix instantly on the retreat, able to pick up one before they get out for free. Apollo and Barb trade back and forth. Shots from Strix as that pressure pushes forward into the eyes of Apollo, though. Watchful finds Tom through from the other side of bench is Watchful, and that's going to close them out. It looked good from Aspect until it didn't.
It looked really good from Aspect. I mean, they had the plant down, all 5 members still standing, and it looked like there was only 25 seconds left, something like that. All of a sudden, Sicario explodes onto the site together. They know exactly where each other's going to be shooting or the angles they're holding. They've got the crossfire. They win their gun battles, and they come away winning with 3 still standing. Watchful has been insane on Skybridge today. We saw the ace earlier. He gets a nice double there to wrap up that round as well. And now we head into round number 3.
Okay. Sicario seem to have been made aware or have prepped for an aggressive B push where 2 members holding that lane 1 position is something that they're looking to try and utilize or leverage. Even more enforced by the fact that they have a deep holding member all the way across the lane 3. So Sicario are just playing a game of we don't want to be thrown for the wrong one. They want to be present near sight when this goes off, and I'm not sure Cruisin knows just how well placed that crosshair placement is for when that smoke was going off. That is a wall-bangable angle, by the way. You hit that through the blue top, he will die from that shot.
Watchful has nade in hand, ready to let this one sing, and is going to let it rip. It finds a home, but it's just a bit short as it lands up top, and that was dangerously close. Instead, AP is going to be able to find this plant with all 5 members standing once more, but Watchful through the smoke finds Tizzy.
Nade trade back almost onto E-Box, nearly finds the toes of Watchful to knock him down from Oberstomp, but instead, merely going to tickle him for now. In onto sight. Sicario steps up, cruising. Over the top of Sleek's cover over. Sandwich pressure on members, but not the diffuser. Barb finds Europe. IFP takes 1, 2, cruising for 1, Apollo for 1, and cruising to finish off Tom. 2v1 on site. Apollo last left alive. The shots from Barb are just going to spray through the smoke, and that gives no room for anybody to enter. You shall not pass. Barb doing his best Gandalf cosplay.
Nothing that shall pass. And with that, Barb back on this SKS. He runs this weapon on Skybridge specifically and has a ton of success for it. Is great at anchoring down the B site. We saw some nasty shots onto Nuclear earlier in the day, and had a couple crazy flanks as well. I mean, really does a good job of kind of keeping them guessing on these flanks, knows when to rotate back. And again, it just goes back to the situational awareness. I mean, Sicario has a ton of experience when it comes to these maps in Arena.
Again, a slower setup from both teams. I think both sides very aware of how pivotal the game is. Obviously, we're at series point for one of them, so that stands for itself. But Aspect, and they're feeling a little bit like I am, I believe, where they feel like they've earned more of a say in this grand final than being out of it in 3. Trades back and forth as Util flies. Is he sneaking his way onto site? Bomb going down. Big default. Actually, no, center plant. Stay nice and far away from that cover. IFP finds a grenade on exit. Sicario, we're put in this position 3 rounds ago, Hawk. For the first. Oh, sorry, 2 rounds ago. It looked all good until it didn't. What's the adaptation?
They're already down a player, but Barb from behind finds the pick. Strix IFP credited with 1 apiece here as well, but now they have to be cautious of Barb because he's on a tear, and that is the difference maker.
It's done. Doesn't matter. The noise covers over the audio, and there's already one on site defusing the bomb. It's so crazy, but Barb, like you say, he comes up with a humongous play, and it's not even needed. Sleek's already tucked Knuckles down, having himself a great game of Tap Tap Revolution on the iPad.
6-0 for Barb.
Yep.
Skybridge, he is a menace on this map, on the SKS, and honestly, as good as he is on the SR3M, I'm almost convinced that I just want to see him on this SKS more. I mean, flashy, big plays coming out. They find themselves with a nice 2-point cushion to work with. They often get better in the second half. So in my mind, 3-4 rounds on the defensive side alone is almost perfect for Sicario.
Yeah, footsteps on board with cruising towards KFC. He's got audio of 1 or 2 in this rough location. Util coming out his way has concussed him, but not blinded him. 1 for 1 as Europe since Lake trade kills. Cruising picks up a second. Overstorm goes down. Tizzy with the bomb still out in that corner, but Strix picks up IFP. Then Tizzy swings for 1 into Cruising. Good return back from AP. He's all on his own. Look at where... Wait, where is Apollo going?
Cleared off B side on the other side of things. We'll see that rotation come in, but Sicario has already read this play. They put 1 through VIP on the flank, 2 back toward this B site here. Shots ringing out. It's going to make it that much more difficult to plant, but they're buying time for this flank from Barb to come in. Sleep finds Tizzy, and it might just not need it. Apollo able to find Barb here, though, and it's actually someone else that's up there.
Strix on the bottom end. Sleek up on the top side. And Apollo trapped between the 2 of them with the bomb in no man's land on lane 2. As Sicario have given themselves such a great position to cover off this bomb without needing to fight. Just because of how awkward that is. Oh, man. Ew. Just gotta go for kills here with 15 seconds left on the clock. There's no way either of these 2 are going to overpeak this. They're just going to stand stiff, bounce off each other and work the kill out. That's Sicario round 4-1.
Uh-oh. I mean, honestly, Aspect has been able to find the plan, I think, in every round except 1 round so far. I mean, they're doing a good job pressuring on the site, finding these plants, but they're not winning their gun battles. Sicario just continues to be this dominating force. Barb finally finds a death. But, I mean, it's 6-1, 5-1 for Strix. Again, it's just a problem that Sicario, everybody on this crew is popping off.
It's close in each of the rounds, but the scoreboard does not display it. Strix finds 1 onto Europe. Early first point of contact is not going to dissuade the defending team away from the wrong side. Instead, it's going to bring them the right way. Barb for 2 on the marksman again, as you still hear that SKS rattling off. Strix picks up another one.
Well, Apollo in a 1v5, certainly not an envious position here, especially against a team like Sicario. I think if you could find a way to get a 1v5 clutch against Sicario in a situation like this, it might be one of the greatest plays of Tarkov Arena history, but Cruising, well, you got to get through Cruising, and that alone is a tough feat on its own. Cruising finds the final one. Sicario up by 4, 5-1 your score.
And I hate to be the one to say it, but I did say a little something about there being a map on finals day and finals match where Barb has his moment too. And Barb at the top of the leaderboard at the moment for the kills on this marksman class. You've been preaching about it since round 2, round 3, where he was 6-0 and cooking. He's still cooking on this kit.
Yeah, Barb on Skybridge with this SKS is looking scarier than a gas station bathroom at the moment, and he continues to be this dominating force. And I'm a little bit worried for him because, again, they're a second half squad. They've been dominating all day in that second half without AP finding many rounds here. It might just be that sweep we were looking at.
It's funny that gas station bathroom and my university dorm room day after graduation party seem to look really similar for some reason. Speaking of a mess being made, Aspect are going to flood onto site this time with a lot more aggression than they have before, and more members. Overstorm looking for a forward position. Try and get an aggressive pick. That nade's good on Cruising. Goodbye, sir.
That utility can be a big difference maker. They've got the player advantage. They've got the plant down with all 5 standing here as well. And these are the rounds that they need to make sure they solidify. Europe tucked in toward VIP, sees his teammates, will begin to shift toward the site. Over as Tom finds one, Sleek another, but Tom's on a tear with a 3K.
Oh no, 2 of them goes down as one of them ends up being a teammate. Sleek is the last person left alive as the dust settles, and the dust really did need to settle for a second there, because I'm absolutely not surprised. Myself and Hort are blinded by the action. So many kills come through in such little time that you find it hard to keep up with them at some points, but Sleek is the last left alive, and that's about as many words as I've got to describe that right now, as it just went down.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a team kill on board, I should have guessed it was probably Tom. He's been having a little bit of issues with that throughout the last couple weekends, but, you know, sometimes it happens. You got to take it on the chin
though.
and look to move forward. Yeah, I mean, no, you know, I'm not trying to throw too much shade here. It's all in good fun, but, you know, it's been something that's been a little bit difficult for Aspect over these last couple weekends. And, you know, sometimes that one kill can go a long way. It can be a difference maker. And unfortunately, Aspect has just been something that they've had to deal with.
Oh my word, IFP almost threw the dancing moves on Watchful for a second there, but not happening. I'm not going to question Cruising. He comes out with the same amount of abuse, similar to what Watchful did, but wins this fight also.
Yeah, I think that's the important part. You win that fight, you find those early picks. Watchful does get dropped on his way back out. Tizzy will find Strix, though, and Aspect looking to turn this round around as Tizzy going on to Tizzy.
Aspect needs 5 rounds of the Tizzy for them to be able to get themselves back into it at this point. I mean, they're at such a disadvantage that it needs to be consecutive back-to-back rounds, and not in this last 60 seconds sort of desperation gap where it feels like right now that Sicario, they set up, they establish dominance, and then Aspect just left fort kicking and screaming to try and fight for some space to breathe.
I like that play from Barb as well. He runs on by, pretends like he's going to the A site, and then repeaks just to see if this guy is here at B. He spots him, has that extra intel they need, and with that, Sicario will shift not just Barb, but one more back this direction here. But it looks like they've got a flank play coming in, and it's going to be all up to Sleek on the flank. Can he find 3?
Yes, is 1. He has the potential, and we've seen him do it before. The 2 players that he's going up against make it a lot harder. The first one, the one that is probably classed as the more deadly when it comes to just heads-up gunplay, slips and dips out to the more experienced adversary on his left in Apollo, known as Mr. Consistent out of Aspect. This is a good team to have to be able to hold this off. For Aspect, you've got to feel confident about this.
They played it perfectly. I mean, they stay back. They've got time to eat. They use that crossfire positioning, and they make sure to hit their shots. So maybe not the half they were looking for, but they close it up with a round win. 6-2 is your halftime score. But They are going to have to come out swinging, and I've been saying it all day. Sicario has played better in the second half for almost every game that we've seen here today. Regardless of how good the first half was, whether they were winning or not, they close it down in the second half every time today, and that makes me worry a little bit here for Aspect.
Attacking side favored. Oh, wait. Yeah, don't worry, folks. We are joking. It's okay. It is intentional. This is a tough one. You're absolutely right. The mountain to climb is rough. It feels like at 6-2, if they were going into the attacking side, you'd have some belief, especially with how well both teams here and the rest of the tournament have come with good attacking side approaches. But we hesitate with the game still to play out. Early shots across the theater. Not going to cause any casualties. Bob just reloading this mag. Rotating back around to support. Nade out towards E-Box as IFP's going to eat that one straight to the dome as he jumps up to catch it almost. This is not Harry Potter, sir. You can't catch it like the golden snitch in your mouth. The first down, device planted. Sicario holding well. Strix gets taken out through the smoke. Europe also on that LMG now rattling out. Shots from Apollo deep. Take out Watchful. This is good. Aspect holding well. Do need to get onto site to defuse, but 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3 now as, of course, Barb turns up. Europe for the swing. Apollo cleans out Barb, and it's looking good.
Not sure if Cruisin heard the audio cue from the device. Defusal, he peeks, almost finds the shot, but it's Europe. That will be credited with the kill here, so it's a good start for Aspect. We talked about Sicario being kind of that better team in the second half. They find a round win, but they are down by quite a bit. So we need to see Aspect put 2-3 rounds on the board here in a row.
Defending side favored Skybridge, question mark?
Upside down, question mark?
I don't know if we have the ability to push it forward that far with 1 round's worth of access for sure. But as we do, welcome you guys back to the casting desk with us. Take a seat. Come get yourselves a pew in here with us. Let's have a little natter about what's going on, because it's starting to heat up a little bit, and you do hesitate to think that just when Aspect gets that 1 round in the bag, Hawk, that momentum, they've got to keep that going when we get back into this. Did have a player disconnect. We're going to make sure that we have everybody fully connected and we get loaded back into this third map of the grand final. But better sights and a better look out of Aspect on the first round of the defending half. Let's talk about the meta on this, actually, because this is a good topic to talk about. We've seen a lot of the tournament on Skybridge played on this A site where it's been attacking side smokes, E-Box, attacking side smokes, headshot, the bomb goes down. The defending team does not give up lives. They instead play retake. They let the smokes disperse. The defending side throws sandwich, the defending side throws bench, or they throw VIP and they throw a bench, and they retake. And then we fight. And whatever is left over after we fight is what happens to the bomb, and that's really much how it's been. It's been more defending side favoured. Retake has looked good for the majority of teams. The teams that have won out have been the ones that have found a solution to breaking the other team's retake. You'd say Aspect, it took them 6 rounds to break the retake. They've only managed to get 2. Sicario have to do it in better than 6 to get themselves home. That's literally the story on the table right now, is how many rounds can Aspect get past Sicario's guard before they figure out this fast retake on it.
Yeah, and honestly, when Sicario starts out on defense on Skybridge, they put 3 or 4 back of the A site all the way at the back. And they do that for like the first 3 or 4 rounds until it doesn't work. And then as soon as the other team finally catches on, they just match it with aggression, power forward, and it's what I love about them. They just continuously switch up these strategies. We've said it before earlier today as well. They're so good at adjusting on the fly. One of the best teams to do that, and I think that's why time and time again they set themselves apart. They're able to win in these key games. They're able to close out big games decisively, I think, because of their ability to do so.
Yeah, have to agree with you on that one. I have no counter argument or contingency to throw in the casket or suggest a solution to it. It's been all round authoritative dominance from members of Sicario when they've been asked to step up. got to look at it from a couple of different perspectives. We had a Watchful that was being tested that felt quiet, that's risen to the occasion and has been better and better and better today, I think, personally. Barbaric has never gone quietly in a game. It's not something that Barb does. He doesn't tend to just not feature. There's always normally a flirt with Barb on one of the rounds for a two-piece, or maybe even a good play on the flank like we see. I think something that Barb has taken into his nature quite a bit is if rounds are getting a bit stale on that front-to-back fighting facing area, Barb is the one that's enabled. Like, okay, go fishing. Go see what you can find. Coordinating that timing with us. Let's hit the back and the front at the same time and cause more confusion, which I think is one of the vital parts as to why they've played so well. That doubled down, tripled down even, I think, with 2 points of strength from Sicario, Watchful being up there. And then, like, I combine the rest of them as a unit. It's been mostly Cruising that's been the one last alive that's been doing the heavy lifting on closing the rounds out, but Strix and Sleep and Cruising as a unit, that three-piece is playing the core body of the important part of the rounds without fail at the moment. I've seen it's like 90-something% with the success. I think they've dropped 2 rounds where those 3 players have been left alive for the entirety of today. It's too good. It's really, really strong.
Yeah, and we see Aspect come out and win the first round of the second half, and then we have, a player connection issue. And so it's like they start to build this momentum. Now, is that something that's going to affect that? I mean, for Sicario, they get to take a little bit of extra time, talk about potentially what they saw there in that first round. And I mean, at a 6-2 halftime score, you really set yourself up for that smoother sailing in the second half. You've set yourself up for success. So far, they've been able to close out when they do something of this manner. And so I think we expect to see them close out here. It's going to be up to Aspect to put that foot down, to kind of stop that door from slamming shut and say, hey, no, we're not done here yet. We are still in this. And I think we saw that in the first round of the second half, but we need to see it continuously happen from them.
You preach about this so much when we are casting together in the EU scene, in the ACS, when we cross-region tournament, parts of the gameplay that designates the difference between the top fractal of percentages of the top tiers of player, the very peak of players, is those minute differences. And some of those differences is down to being consistently able to execute on the playbook. Not once, not twice, but putting 3 in a row on the board to either bring yourself back into the game in a tough situation or to extend a lead against an opponent that might have a better second half than you would naturally.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because it's something so small, so minute, but when a team is consistently doing it well, it only has to be one minute thing to give them that extra edge to be able to win those rounds. So, again, hopefully Aspect can find a way to bounce back. I love casting Tarkov Arena. I love getting to showcase all the wonderful talent that we have, not only in the EU, but in the NA region. So I'm hoping for more games, but Sicario has looked just so impressive today. And honestly, I mean, they should be really proud of the way that they've played throughout the entirety of the day. They're going to look to close it out. They only need 3 more rounds to do so. And I've got a strong inclination that they are going to be able to do so.
Yeah, and as everybody's getting rowdy in the chat and we're all getting locked in, folks, let's just bring it back to a level, shall we? We're here for a tournaments with a gameplay. Right, let's just remember what we are actually here to do and to support, and that's people playing the game, okay? Reel it in a bit, folks. Reel the necks in, and let's just focus on what we're actually here for, okay? We are in the 3rd map of the grand final, okay? And if we've nothing better to yap about, then take it elsewhere, honestly. Like, focus on what's good here. There's so much gameplay on screen for people to be talking about. There's so many amazing positive things that we can be making comments about. Now is not the time. And with that being said, I am blessed by the karma of us being able to flow straight back into some more of that gameplay so we can show the haters exactly what they're missing out on. Aspect versus Sicario, 3-6 in the 3rd map of the grand final. Sicario have put themselves 3 rounds in the lead with a good cushion to try and close this one out.
It is Kazanas, baby. Yeah, back into it we go. 6-3, Sicario. They've doubled that lead, but Aspect did begin to reel it back in the opening round of the second half. Barb, that watchful eye in the sky, keeping track of his team as they look to pressure forward. The B-side pressure, but it's a Polo C to find the first one. Strix able to get this trade back, though, as Tom will find Strix now.
Rotation from IFP coming in support as well with the bomb downs. A good timing for Aspect. They've got themselves another good opener to the round to try and convert on. Tizzy with good shots onto Sleekers. Searching round Berlin Wall's always a dangerous territory to be playing from. Watchful, good for one onto Europe's now going to have some space to work and move. The Aspect, you've got to think you have the bomb down. Don't need to play anything too over aggressive right now. Sicario need to be the one making the play.
Watchful steps forward, but does get put down immediately here by Tom. And Tom has been on fire these last couple of rounds. So things beginning to click now for Aspect. They reel it back a little bit closer. They're almost within striking distance. We'll see if they can continue to put these rounds on the board in bunches. It's been the important factor for a lot of these teams. And now Aspect finding their stride once more. We talked about it earlier, though. Hopefully it's not a too little, too late type situation.
Round number 11 out of the gates, and both teams find themselves pulled ever closer. 2 rounds in it now. And a stack up towards the A site again from Sicario. Again, not too much action on B so far, Hot. Not unless the site is forced out from a rotation. Tizzy on the opener for the 1. Strix looking to jump towards VIP with the bomb, as Sicario are not dissuaded from the first early opening kill.
Shots continue to ring out. Watchful has taken an early leave from this round. Now things slow down once more here. Sicario just looking for something. Some pre-fires come in. They've got Apollo kind of anchoring toward that B site. And on the map, we see Sicario sending at least Barb that way to check it out.
2-man stack towards that B site as well, has it fully covered. Aspect should feel relatively confident it's not going to be a B hit, even without too much information at this point. The only key part to identify now is where the bomb is actually coming from. The 3-man hold over towards the back side of the A site. Most pressure towards E-box side. They are more than happy not to have to make a move at the moment.
Still playing with that player disadvantage. Only 37 seconds on the clock. We'll see that device begin to make its way on the side and cruising. Peeks out, finds one. Tizzy able to find a pick of his own. It's a plant that is out into the open, something they can work with here. And a great job by Cruz and kind of holding down the teammates back.
With a hop, step, and a jump from Europe as he looks to try and peek over the top of that E-box position for some info. IFP's going to throw himself out into the open, almost cleans up and lines up for the 2 pieces. Europe nearly finds himself falling prey as collateral. Shots from Barb are good. Tizzy's down. Aspect find themselves under pressure with Apollo, the last left alive. 20 seconds on the clock.
I keep wanting to say, oh, it's Cruz and oh, it's Strix, but I find myself saying everybody's name throughout this day. I mean, everybody has been playing so well for Sicario. They have so many different knights in shining armor that can step up at any given moment. And now they win a big round here. They're 7-4, 1 away from match point. They give themselves plenty of opportunity for error should they happen to have a mishap here. And so all of this weight, all of this pressure now resting on the shoulders of Aspect.
Slightly more aggressive push from Aspect on the B side this time. Made me look towards maybe a flank. But as Apollo sits and settles towards that B site, I'm having my mentality adjusted for now. But holding onto this flash is threatening that he might get a little bit fishy over on that side instead.
And you see these teams really beginning to respect each other, realizing the importance of each and every round. It's been a little bit more methodical at the beginning. The nade comes in, but it does go over the head here. And again, this plant out toward the open makes that retake a little bit more difficult here for Team Aspect.
Sleek, fully blinded by the white. The cool guy shades there on his model indicator is going to be keeping him busy for the next 30 to 60 seconds or so. Apollo jumps out into the open, into the waiting arms for Barb. Strix picks up one on the back of Barb as well. IFP down for one that gets put down as well after a grenade flows through the chaos. Europe picks up Sleek and Tizzy takes out Cruisin', leaving us with a 2v2.
barbaric, this SKS, man. He's been a nuisance, an arch nemesis at times here. And now time dwindling away. Watchful will find the final kill. Sicario up to match point. They double the lead, 8-4, and they just need one more to not only be the first NA Pinnacle champions, but to do it in sweeping fashion. They only lost one series of 2 games to New Dawn early on last weekend, and ever since then, they have been all about that business.
One round away. I mean, it's redemption for the Sicario lineup. They have been tested and pushed inside the game and outside. There's been a lot of heat from a lot of different teams about wanting to prove that they can beat Sicario, that they're better than the top dogs. And a couple of them have had the day through the tournament. New Dawn handed them a defeat. They've been put under pressure. But I don't think anybody can ask the question after this. Sicario are one round away from cementing themselves with greatness.
And again, the plant down so quickly. It already turns to 50 seconds here, but Apollo and IFP not ready to go silently into the night. They found 2 picks. They've got the 5 players standing tall. You can hear the big chopper singing out from IFP as well, cruising, holding the flank. Spots one. Is there another? No, but again, now time slowly dwindling away.
Shots from Oberstorm. Another from Europe. Device being deactivated, and that grenade that gets on site wipes out the first attempted defusal, but it's, again, fortunately for Aspect, on the other side of the table this time, a little too late. The good side to this is that is a full 5-man flawless hold from Aspect when that bomb went down that converted into 3 left standing after an insane grenade from Sleek doesn't turn the round on its head.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that double nade there was nice. I don't think he expected to get 2, and so he probably could have rested behind that wall a little bit longer and kind of forced them into that defusal. But, I mean, there's really not much you can do in a situation like that but just hope for the best. We saw something crazy happen, but it wasn't quite what they need. Aspect will hang on for another round, but they need 3 in a row now to push it into overtime. Sicario just needing 1 more round, 5 more kills potentially.
Yeah, Tizzy laying claim to the only person being able to actually pull off that kind of wildness so far that we have seen on screen. Still 3 rounds to close the gap. Aspect going to be after the men of your morals if they are going to find their way back into this. One at a time. One at a time. Not concerned about the bigger concept. Device planted on site. Sicario in swiftly. Full 5 versus 5 for post plant.
IFP is ready to let this chopper sing once more. They got to deal with all these smokes. And again, Sicario just getting that plant down. 5 standing tall. Strix. Now Tizzy back and forth. Tizzy stepping forward. It's Europe, though, that finds Watchful. And they are fighting tooth and nail to stay in it.
They need these extra kills. 1 more would be good. And then Aspect feel comfortable. Barb's really hurt. Europe finds one. Sleek finds one. Left on Barb. Or what's left of Barb. What's no longer left of Barb has gone. Hot. Surely not.
Surely so.
8-6.
Oh, man. I mean, what an absolute cinema here. It's been both weekends. Honestly, we are truly blessed to get an opportunity to come in here and cast all the wonderful talent. These guys have been putting on one hell of a show for us here throughout the entirety of the first NA Pinnacle. And certainly not disappointing late in this one. They're hanging on by a thread, but they are here and ready to prove that they deserve to be here. They need 2 more rounds now. They're inching their way a bit closer.
Pressure's on. 8-6. I mean, Sicario, no, they are 1 round away from fixing any doubts anybody has had about them recently. You don't want to you really don't want to let it slip here. IFP's got thoughts of big dreams. He's swinging 2. He's out of E-box and he is safe. That is a massive push from IFP. Bomb goes down on site, not planted but dropped. And Sicario has to go again.
Get the plant down. Cruising. Does spot one through the smoke. Able to find the first. The transfer, and they nearly line up. But Tizzy able to put him down. Barman watchful. The last two standing. 37 seconds on the clock as they tried to hold down the lanes and bring the pain. Aspect shifting onto the site now, and now the device being deactivated.
Nothing they can do about it. The audio's covered the deactivation tone, so they have no clue that that's gone down. Tizzy's going to find Bob as he peeks for info, but it's all the way after that bomb has been defused. Hold up, Hort. There's no way, right? I'll say it one more time just before we get to overtime.
Surely. Well, there's a will, there's a way. An Aspect, you love to see the grit and the determination. You love to see a fight in a team like this, no matter the outcome. And, well, now they found a way back into it. They need one more round to send this to overtime. Can Sicario find a way to crush those hopes and dreams here in round number 16?
Lane 1 to lane 2. Apollo versus Bob. Europe takes out Tizzy.
This could be rough. A team kill in what could be the final round. It's something that has haunted them throughout both weekends here in the team aspect. Cruisin finds Europe. Cruisin finds Tom. One standing member of Polo, and he's on the other side at the moment. How does Aspect come away in a 1v5?
They don't, and Apollo's trapped. He's got one behind him, and it's Bob hunting him down. But you could tell, we said about it earlier on, the Hellhounds are let loose. One slip, one crucial mistake, and we said it could be the team kill, and it does. It ends up being the one thing that we've spoken about all tournament long, and it's the beginning of the end. Cruisin smells disaster and leaps on it like an animal hell-bent on prey.
Well, Strix, credited with your MVP, even though there was a reset in there. The kills were much higher than you see on your screen. But one thing's for sure, the kills are often spread out and almost equal between all of these Sicario members. They close it out. They do it in sweeping fashion. Sicario is your champions as they end Skybridge 9-7.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Congratulations to the Season 1 NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament champions in Sicario. And congratulations to all of you in the chat out there that bet your channel points correctly if you predicted Sicario the victor of Map 3 and Map 2 and Map 1, funnily enough, the way that this one goes. It ended up on the day with a clean sweep from the start to the finish. It feels like Sicario were hired to do the dusting because they took that broom and they dealt with everything in their path, from the door frame to the windows, all the way to the walls. And now they are crowned your champions. That's right. To the window, to the wall.
My man knows. That's right. That's exactly how it goes. And honestly, what an absolute pleasure. I mean, I got to open up the NA Pinnacle with you, Cracked. We get to close it down as well. But you know, blew our meat in the middle of the sandwich throughout the weekends as well. It was truly great to have Blue back in the booth, and what a fun weekend it's been. But Sicario are your reigning champions, 5,000 euros richer as they line those pockets a bit. So I expect watch for someone to be taking me out for some ice cream here relatively soon.
Ice cream. Ice cream.
Why not,
Wow.
baby?
Where's my invitation? Disappointing. Chat. We don't. It's fine. They get to have all the fun. I have to sit here with me notes and my analytics and my statistics and everything else, and a graphics card apparently, which we're going to remind you folks. There is a giveaway open and live now. Okay, thanks to the partnership from Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and Aorus X AMD Radeon. We've got a 9070 to give away for you folks in the chat and on the socials. All right, free tickets for you to enter into that giveaway every day. All it takes is a couple of clicks. Okay, literally 30 seconds to maybe 2 or 3 minutes of your time, and you could be your next lucky owner of a 9070 graphics card, courtesy of Aorus X AMD Radeon, and the production that we put on here. Thank you again to everybody that has taken the time out of their day to join us in chat. Whether you've been raving about us, you hate us, or you ain't us, it doesn't matter. The fact that you've been here has helped support us, and we appreciate that tenfold. All of the amazing energy and effort that people have brought into the entertainment today from the chat too. You guys, kings and queens of the court, as always. We may be crowning a champion, but you guys are the titans, the legends, lords, gods, and goddesses over all that we preach about. We won't be able to do it without you. And of course, as always, Hort, without some highlights, we wouldn't be able to look back and feast our eyes over the great gameplay.
This last one was a good one, though. I mean, at least we saw Aspect put up one hell of a fight here. A lot of great nades, including that one from IFP. And so a lot of back and forth in this highlight. It was a great one, a great way to end the day. But at the end of the day, Sicario gets it done.
The shots from Watchful here, as almost looks like there's no smoke on the screen. You'd be believed to imagine that it wasn't, with the accuracy that some of these players are able to land shots time and time again through the smokes. But this is what we talk about when it comes to predictability and positioning. Some of those off timings, some of that creature energy we mentioned too, some of the random positions that people choose to take. It's just to merely try and throw some of these pre-fire positions off. And I mean, what are you meant to do when you're standing down the face of a demon like Barb?
Yeah.
That marksman class in the SKS has just been tearing people up today.
I mean, Barb showing he could do it with the SR3 as well. I mean, really just a phenomenal day for Barb and the rest of Sicario getting it done. We saw some big plays there from Oberst Tom, finding a nice two-piece. Watchful, though, able to answer back. Sleek from above, raining down here as well. And a 6-2 half was a great start for Sicario. It looked kind of grim. Aspect was really able to begin to reel it back here. But again, maybe one of those too little, too late situations.
Yeah, definitely felt like it was a engine that was heating up, but rather than maybe one of those F1 sports cars or some of the nice Lamborghinis that you see riding down the motorway, wasn't quite able to cruise up through those gears at rapid breakneck pace. It was instead more of a gentle glide that you would find in a Humvee or maybe a chauffeur-driven limo that Aspect picked the pace up at, and that did not leave them set for the sights for success. Instead, it had them fighting valiantly, but again, falling prey to small mistakes. We're going to drop in on one very shortly, which it just feels tough because you see such good openings to the round being let go to waste by small mistakes that are easy enough to happen under pressure. And all we can do is simply tip our hat to those that are stronger than we are to be able to take the chance to play in those games and to actually try and perform underneath it. Because we joke about it, and I've team killed my fair amount of players just like the next guy has, just like I'm sure everybody has that's played Escape from Tarkov. If you've played any amount of time in either arena or base game, a team kill is a team kill. It happens. The game is intense. You get immersed, and sometimes you get distracted. Sometimes you've got a cat in your house that jumps on your lap midway through your game, and you walk out into the open in front of 3 PMCs you're creeping on. It happens. It is what it is. But that's part of what makes Tarkov unique, and that is why people keep coming back in arena competitions to challenge the top dog. Sicario went through the trenches, Hot. They really did go through the trenches at the beginning of this one, but they fought valiantly and deserved the title.
Well, you know, we say it all the time. You're not defined by those losses, but by how you bounce back. And that's exactly what we saw from Sicario. You know, we're all only human. We all make mistakes. And they showed that even if they do drop a series or they go down, they're able to fight back. They've got that correct mental. They come with a game plan. And again, their ability to adapt on the fly, to me, at the moment, seems almost unmatched. So a lot of big difference makers. You combine it with some of those team kills that haunted Aspect. I mean, it happens to everybody. Sometimes you come in as a sub, only play 2 rounds, and happen to nade yourself. I mean, that is Tarkov, and those things do happen sometimes.
A phenomenal performance from Sicario. We get a final look over the bracket for those that may have missed any of the action. First things first, all of the VODs are available, and if you didn't watch the first weekend, then you were sleeping big time, because there were some insane games there alone to watch, to go back and check out. Sicario took down Steez, New Dawn took down X Factor, Vanguard and Aspect both had their way with their respective opponents as well, but it was Aspect that came out on top throughout the upper bracket. Sides and shades of New Dawn, as they knocked out Sicario early, saw them sent to the lower bracket very early and a chance at elimination, not once, not twice, but 3 games worth of elimination Sicario had to come up against to be able to find their way back to the final. But after Aspect saw New Dawn sent down to Sicario's level to be challenged to come back to that grand final, Sicario stepped not once, not twice, not 3 times, but they stepped the whole darn way, all the way to the top, including 3-0 performances from literally the beginning of every best of 5 they played.
Well, we certainly congratulate all the competitors and the teams, but only the top 4 taking home that prize pool. Steez in 4th with 1,000 euros. New Dawn in 3rd, taking home 1,500 euros. Aspect will get that 2nd place prize of 2,500. And again, your champions once more, the bragging rights to 5,000 euros. Sicario getting it done. And honestly, even though that last map was closer, in my mind, just dominating fashion. 9-1 on Bay 5, 9-6 on Fort, and then 9-7 to wrap it up. So honestly, a phenomenal job from, again, everybody that showed up and showed out. But at the end of the day, as we said, there can only be one champion. And again, this time for NA Pinnacle #1, it is Sicario NA.
Big dubs and congratulations, honestly. That's the way you do it. That's the way, they like it. And every single one of those Sicario members is going to be walking away from today being able to hold their head high above the criticism and the comments anywhere out there because they won. Anybody that's got anything to say against them, well, I don't see your name in one of the top 5 that's claiming that prize pool or crowned as a champion. So I guess it sucks to suck. It is what it is, and that's why I sit in my casting
I love
chair.
it.
All right, very comfortable where I am. I know my place, and that's where I'm good at what I do, which is yapping. These guys are really good at what they do, and that's called slaying out. They've performed time in and time out again and again. The only thing that saw them stifled in their performance throughout this tournament for Sicario was New Dawn. A 2-1 loss was what set them up for the comeback, and they did not drop a map since then. 2-0. 3-0, 3-0, and 3-0, all the way up to the top. You can't argue against it. It's on paper, and it's in the history books. The only time anybody's going to be able to have a chance is when we come back for Season 2, with 8 more brand new teams, and another chance at crowning yourself the NA Pinnacle champions. Not this time. In between now and then, we've got some other events coming up, of course. HPL EU, kicking off hot. Popped us with the date earlier, but I believe if we were not incorrect, it is the 17th of October, that's starting for HPL 5. And of course, the grand prize from that giveaway, the graphics card, is going to be being announced on the grand final day for HPL EU 5, so you do not want to miss out on that. And then very shortly afterwards, of course, marked on the roadmap, Battle State Games, I believe, are taking a trip over to Paris. If you're interested in being about it, then maybe there's a ticket to Paris in the future for you that you might want to be checking out. So swinging by a games week of some form. You never know. And remember, of course, to keep up to date with it all, keep yourself locked in. There's that ! Socials in the chat, so you can get yourselves your follows, your notifications. For everybody that's taken the time out of their day to support the channel, whether it be following, subscriptions, gifted subs out to other people, cheers, and everything else, thank you. We appreciate it tenfold, and of course, every bit of it goes towards making this just that much bit better for you guys at home. To the guy on my digital left who would never leave me riding solo out in the wilderness of a grand final, it is always a pleasure to be sat in the booth next to somebody with more hair than me and a more majestic mustache. Something I will never try and steal the thunder for, but we'll work with the goatee instead just so that it's not looking too out of place. As always, the grace from the chairs is combined with that of the champions in the stands. Thank you to the guys in chat, and of course, Hawk. We have a team full of production that might as well be MasterChef with the way they put everything together.
That's true. And it wouldn't be complete if we don't take a moment to thank everybody behind the scenes here. And so just a quick moment to give a shout out to both Preppy, Kevster, and Schmitty, as well as Boosh, Step Sherpa, Hellcat, Steffi, our main man Klish, our King Connor, and of course, old stepdaddy-o Philbo for always holding it down and bringing all the wonderful action to everybody out here as well. We can't thank enough of the competitors for showing up and really putting on a cinema. And as Blue said earlier, all of you in chat have always been phenomenal. We appreciate you guys showing up each and every week. So make sure that you hit that follow button, click that bell so you're part of the notification gang. October 17th, 6 p.m. British Summer Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, if you're over here with us in the pond. And yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be all for us here tonight. We hope to see you back for the next one. So as always, the legend to my digital left is Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys have been beautiful. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And again, happy birthday, Sam. Love you, buddy.